thought, hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some.
And just like a red, white, and blue phoenix rising from the ashes of political bipartisanship, we are back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
This is Saturday, March 19th, 12:20 p.m. This is episode 124.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Salt of the Streets podcast, which happens to be your one and only source for social and political commentary and all the weekly news, pop culture, and sports that you can handle. And the best part about the whole deal, it's all built from the ground up for people like you and me, the everyday normal person. So come down and join us as we discuss life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And continue our endless endeavor to bridge the gap between people and information. As always, we are your hosts. I am Colin.
And I am Donovan.
And today we've got a lot coming up today. We've got another. This is the third.
It's the second
new
of the
format.
new structure. Yeah.
And so our show map for today will include part one is our standard pop culture stuff. We're going to be talking about some local politics. I've got some Washington State hunting news to go over, which is going to be fun. And there's been a lot of fun little pop culture things. We're going to talk about Juicy Smoothie a little bit here real quick.
That's right.
We had talked a little bit on where were you talking about that with your buddy Josh Keaton's Instagram preview? Was that on the live stream the other day?
That was
the book club?
Yeah, it was on a book club live stream.
Okay, I want to have some more conversation about that poll. That was really good. So we'll do that. And then we're going to take a quick break after all that. And then we're going to come back for part 2 of 4. And part 2 of 4 is going to be including Russia-Ukraine is part 2 this time. And then part 3, we're going to be getting into some of that lovely Don't Say Gay bill down in Florida and talking about the trans athletes bill that I think was passed in Texas, right?
So the Texas bill has to do with medical procedures for minors is what this
So what you're telling me is I looked up the wrong bill yesterday.
No, we're going to talk about trans athletes too. Because
I got some really great articles pulled up for us. So we'll do.
Yeah, no, we'll talk about Leah Thomas, and I guess that's okay. They're both very accurate. But yeah, the one that the one that I will be going over that we'll be discussing, you'll have no problem getting into is a letter written from Greg Abbott that is regarding a legal opinion from their attorney general. And the legal opinion indicates that any type of medical procedures or things like that for transitioning youth is child abuse, and the doctors need to be reporting them. So we'll go over all those things in more detail. That's a very rough, just when it's like, that's not what it says. We're going to read the letter. We'll go over it. That's just a very rough, just to introduce it. So.
Mm-hmm. And then, of course, we got 4-4 is always going to be our grab bag thing. And I don't want to spoil too many things, but I got a few fun little grab bag things that I've pulled from the last couple weeks. And then we'll go over sports. Yeah.
We got lots of sports.
We had a death from in the ESPN realm, one of the announcer guys that I've always made fun of on TV for looking like he looks like a super nerd, like a little dweebo guy. He's kind of bald and stuff. I can't remember his name, but I'll pull it up before sports because I saw the RIPs going around last night for him. So that looks pretty sad. And then, obviously, Patreon exclusive, part 5 of 4 will be, that's always undisclosed information. We do not talk about what we talk about on 5 of 4 right here. So we'll find out what we talk about later on with that. So that being said, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, brother. I'm doing good. I want to remind everybody, obviously, the Patreon you can find, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. If you want to go there, help us make more and better content. You can find our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. We also have our Salt of the Streets Instagram at Salt of the Streets, or Facebook, fuck Facebook, facebook.com/saltofthestreets. We also have our... What am I trying to say?
YouTube, Patreon.
YouTube. That's you're watching us right now. Patreon, thank you very much. Or YouTube, you're watching us right now. You can find all this at saltofthestreets.com. So, also want to remind you guys, in regards to the Patreon or everything else we have, you said right before here, we got content 5 days a week. We have beer shows dropping on Friday, Monday, and Wednesday. We have parts from the show. We have clips that are coming out the other days. The book club live streams are on Thursdays. We have the newsletter that comes on the last day of the month, the review preview that comes out on the first day of the month. We are constantly making and putting out content for you guys. And in regards to that, we should do some housekeeping real quick.
Indeed.
We will not be here. Our next episode was scheduled for April 2nd. Colin will be attending a wedding on the East Coast. We will not be here for that. We will have lots of content dropping for you guys in the meantime, so don't worry. We have the review preview dropping on the 1st and the newsletter on the last day of the month. If you're part of the Patreon, go there. $5 tier. So it's $5. You get the articles from me and Colin, and we will have more. We have some beer reviews and stuff like that dropping. We had the beer review drop just last night, right,
Good stuff.
Colin?
It's real good stuff. I got to
So-
tell you, we're doing something new on the beer show.
So there we go.
If you haven't seen that yet, make sure to check out, right here on the Salt Streets YouTube. Make sure you check that out if you're into beer at all. We had a much more conversational show yesterday, and I think that's the way we're going to do it. Talked a lot about the expansion of the Salt of the Streets Brewery and how it's officially begun.
Yes.
And so we're going to be taking a look and having some conversations about what kind of beer we should be trying first. So put that in your cod piece. And that's a weird thing to say. Cod piece, I believe, is not what I'm. Put that in your head and think about that.
Oh, that was awesome.
Cod piece.
Put that in your cod piece.
Yeah, I believe a cod piece was like a
cod
cod
piece.
piece.
A cod piece is like a shell, not like a seashell, but a shell that you put in your pants that covered up a male's genitals, and you also put like your money and shit in there, and that's where the term family jewels came from.
Oh my gosh, the
I
cod
believe,
piece.
right?
Look at this. Here we
Let's
go.
see it.
The
Okay.
cod piece. A cod piece is a covering flap or pouch that attaches to the front of the crotch in the man's trousers, enclosing the genital area. So there's a picture of a cod piece. That's a modern day cod piece. Oh yeah, and then the old school, you keep them in there. That's where you keep your shillings and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they would keep their jewels in there.
That would make
And
sense.
that was the
family
look at
jewels
those
and
fucking
things. Yeah, look at this one. This is some modern day stuff right
That's
here.
weird, bro.
What is going on here?
Codpiece is style on the rise. That's not style on the rise. A
No,
codpiece
bro.
is not coming back.
Nah, but it's it's high fashion, bro. We don't know what we're talking about because it's all high fashion. It's all the stuff that Kim Kardashian would probably create new lines for. Yeah, she's not doing too bad for herself.
We were just
whatever
talking,
the
Jordan and I
hell.
were just talking about that yesterday.
Kim K?
Yeah, her whole deal with Kanye West and like harassment and legalities and the way that it's interpreted socially. Kanye West is a crazy person.
Yes,
right?
he
I
is.
don't know if you've been tracking any of this. I have not.
It seems
and
like he gets further and further down that road a little bit.
And I asked Jordan about it yesterday, and that's how this whole thing started. It's like, what's going on with Kanye West and Kim Kardashian? So
He's cray.
they got divorced. I guess their divorce is finalized now, and she's officially dating Pete Davidson. And Kanye West has been making music and stuff, like using bits from like phone calls between him and Kardashian, and like doing shit where he's like holding the head of Pete Davidson, doing a lot of really weird stuff, weird Kanye West-esque things. You know.
Only Kanye could do.
It's all very inappropriate. Yeah, it's not good. And so we're talking about like the levels of harassment and like, is he legally harassing her? Is it just, it was a very complicated conversation. Apparently Kim Kardashian like has a restraining order or something like that against Kanye West. Which doesn't surprise me. He's
Doesn't
a crazy
surprise me at
person.
all.
It's
Yeah.
not good. No,
No.
none of it's good.
So dovetailing right off of that,
Yeah.
I know you always like to start off things with the "Let me ask you this."
Yes.
I don't want to interrupt it. It's just such a natural segue.
Usually just find time.
Exactly.
But you want it? You want it now?
I do want it now. I
Okay.
want it good. I don't want to say that.
Don't.
I'm not going to say that.
Don't.
We're not doing
Don't.
it.
Okay.
So speaking of Kim K,
Yeah. Speaking of Kim K. Colin, let me ask you this.
word.
How do you know that you're on the right side of history?
Oh, how do I know?
Yes.
I guess I'm insinuating that I am on the right side of history.
I'm insinuating that you're on the
Indeed.
right side of history.
Oh, that's a thinker right there. How
asked
do
for
I
this.
know? I know I did. Man, this is interesting. I would say that I know I'm on the right side of history because essentially I am doing my utmost to try not to force people into doing something. I want people to do whatever it is they want to do within the confines of a few basic rules. And other than that, you do you. And I feel like history should be pretty kind to me by that because I'm not acting as an authoritarian telling people what they can and can't do.
Yeah.
You just do you. just leave me out of it.
No, I think that's a great answer. And what I wrote down is very similar to that. It's very simple. It's just because you can never go wrong with liberty.
Word.
You can never go wrong with liberty.
That's a really good way to phrase that.
If you are on the side of liberty, you are always. I have the benefit of not only writing these questions, but also having all of the time that I want to write my answer. So
I like being in the hot seat. I'm not gonna lie,
Yes.
it's fun.
Yeah.
It makes me think on my feet in a way that I'm not really that used to.
Yeah. Let's take this shot. This dog is destroying me. I need to deaden
My eyes, man. You can't see it now. Chloe
Just
is
sleeping.
Is she over on your side
Yeah,
now?
her
Good.
asshole's
I'm
just
slightly out of the blast range. She's being very gassy this morning, so
She's
we're dying.
blowing us out of this building.
Well,
Let's take this shot.
we're gonna
real
take
quick.
the shot, and then I'm gonna cut to you for a minute because I want to
Ceremonial.
adjust our. There it is. The BSB. I want to adjust our wide shot here real quick. It's a little
that's no
off
problem
kilter.
there. So let's talk some pop culture, right? Talking about some stuff that we consumed, and then we'll get into some Jussie Smollett. Is that his name? Jussie Smollett? Jussie Smollett?
Yeah, his real
Does anyone know?
His real name is Jussie Smollett, but Dave Chappelle, the true king of the universe, he has dubbed him Juicy Smoothie through one of, I think it was on the Sticks and Stones special, but on one of his latest specials, he tells the story of Juicy Smoothie, this fabulous French actor that gets hate crimed in the middle of Chicago at 2 a.m. by a subway.
I love it.
Yeah.
So I watched a lot of stuff this week. I watched Jarhead. I love Jarhead.
It's your favorite thing.
Favorite book? Yeah, the book is coming. That's the December book. If you're in the book club, you go to their Instagram, see what the list is. You can jump on the book club. It's very simple. Pretty much just be a part of the community. Comment on there. Let us know that you're reading. Check in, on the lives. Jarhead, Contagion. I watched Contagion this week.
That's a great movie.
I watched it and I thought back.
That's Lawrence Fishburne and
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon is it? Yeah, because he's the main dude. Jude Law.
Jude Law.
He
Yep,
plays.
Jude Law's
He
in it.
plays the Alex Jones.
Yes.
And
what's her name?
yeah, what is her name?
Mm-hmm.
Gwyneth
Gwyneth Paltrow was in it for about 5 minutes.
Yep. She don't make it very long.
Yeah, no. And then there's also the British woman. I cannot. She's from The Holiday.
She is.
I can't remember what her name is though.
Beautiful. I think she's French.
Is she French?
I do believe
thought
so. I'm
she
going to
was
pull it up
British.
real quick.
She's also in
Where
that
are
Steve
you?
Jobs movie that I watched.
Kate Winslet. That's what you're talking about.
That's
Kate
what it is.
Winslet.
Kate Winslet.
I thought you were talking about.
Yes. Like what's her name? Marianne Cotillard or something like that. That's that woman's name. I'm pretty sure.
We're going to go with that. Monique? Is that her? No, that's not her. Different person. I'm having a hard time finding her.
Monique is a
IMDb.
large black woman.
That's not who I'm talking about. Not even a little bit. I'm talking about
She works for the
the
WHO.
actress. Yeah, and then she gets like kidnapped by that group of people, and really all they're trying to do is just like get some vaccine from her and stuff, and then they're fine, and she kind of gets on their side. I don't remember her name.
I'm pretty sure it's Marianne Cotillard.
Cotillard. That
Yeah,
sounds right.
Something
Why not?
like that. So
Marianne Cotillard.
eBay, IBDM.
I saw the preview for Obi-Wan on that new Star Wars joint. And let's just say, I'm getting real tired of Star Wars every year, or like 2 new Star Wars things every year, multiple new Marvel things every year. But I'm kind of into Obi-Wan Kenobi right now. I'm actually excited about this. It looks pretty
Really?
cool. Yeah,
I'm
I like the
surprised
idea.
to hear that with as much.
There's been a lot of shit out there coming out of Star Wars
also
world.
with as
lately.
much Eric July as you've been listening to lately.
Well, I like his opinions, but it doesn't necessarily, they're not mine.
No,
Put it that way.
So on that tilt though, of not giving money to people who hate you, right? I want to talk about something that I went through this week that I'm sure a lot of people are going to think is really stupid. I needed new shoes this week, and
Why is that stupid?
We'll get there.
Okay.
I needed new shoes, and so I was like, I'm going to go buy a pair of new shoes. But in that morning, it was like Thursday, that everyone was like, I want to buy a pair of shoes that are from America. Let me buy a pair of shoes that are from America. So
better take out a second mortgage.
Right. So I looked up a list of shoes. I'm like, I'm going to have to order these online. Like, none of these are in stores around me that I can see. And so I was like, well, I need to get a pair of shoes so I can go there. So I'm going to go to the store, and I'm sure I can find a pair of shoes that are at least manufactured in America. You can't. Spoiler alert. Dickies, DC, not Dickies, DC, Vans, Converse, Nike, obviously, Adidas, Puma,
Reebok, all of them.
all.
Yeah.
All in Asia. Which that's the part that I'm sure people are like, you're a fucking idiot, you know? I just assumed, especially Converse or something, I'm like, there's got to be at least one of these companies that's making shoes not in China, right? So DCs I found, and I was like, fuck, am I really going to buy a pair of DCs? You're like, I don't know about this. I'm Googling all these companies so that I can try and see where they're making their shit. And Google tells me that DC's just signed a new contract with Vietnam, and they make all their shoes in Vietnam now. Right on the goddamn box, manufactured in China. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? So there literally wasn't a shoe that I could buy in store that was made in America. At least not
Generally speaking, no.
generally speaking, right? I'm sure that's why I'm saying it's stupid. I'm sure there's going to be one person who's like, well, you could have fucking bought this. I'm sure I could have, right? Yeah. So then I decided after this, because I became so frustrated that I couldn't find a pair of shoes that were made in America. That pair of shoes, that black pair of shoes that I wore here today, that's what I bought on Thursday. That is the last pair of shoes that I buy for myself that don't come from an American company. That don't come from a company who's manufacturing them in America.
Actually made in America.
Made in America. So I found a lot of shoes, a lot of them very hipstery shoes, a lot of boots and stuff like that. There's not a lot of like sneakers that are made in America.
Yeah, I was just going to say, your best bet to find an American manufactured footwear of any kind would be like work boots and, you know,
Hiking,
hipster
hunting
boots, you know.
Yeah, so
stuff like that. I mean,
there's a series of companies, that make hiking and hunting boots and work boots in America. That's very common.
Yeah, I forget what it's called. Jocko's got a company. Jocko Willing's got a company that makes
jeans too.
They make jeans.
Yeah, I think it's Origin. I think
Maybe I'm thinking he makes boots and I'm wrong. I know he makes jeans. I thought he makes boots too. Let me see what I can find real quick.
Boots and jeans. And then Steve Ranella is always talking about Schnees. You know, Schnees are made in Montana, so that's also an American-made company. So yeah, the boots will be no problem. I'll be able to find a pair of boots from America.
I've obviously looked at this before. Yeah, Origin Maine they also do boots.
Yeah.
Nice looking boots too. I mean, healthy looking. I'm a big fan.
I thought about buying a pair of their jeans once, but they're about $200.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's a
love America.
Welcome to American manufacturing, man.
Slowly but surely. I just was very disturbed by that, and we're always talking about theme on the show. I forgot to remind people last week, but we're doing it now, is to reevaluate your relationship with the CCP and with China, and try and adjust that as much as you can. Because I know we start to talk about Russia and Ukraine. Russia, again, as well, has their hands in this issue with Russia and Ukraine, right? So they have their hands in all these things that are going on here. So we need to do everything that we can to, again, be reevaluating and adjusting the relationship that we have with the CCP, because the money that we're contributing to them is literally going back to fight our own ideology.
Oh, yeah.
Literally going back to fight our own ideals, not ideology. So it's not good. So this is one thing that is difficult, more difficult than I thought that it would be, but is a relatively simple thing that people can do to stop giving money to China. Because even though it's an American company, the factories over there, the people over there, all that shit, it's being sourced from other countries around there. So I even was like, okay, when I found out about South Korea. I'm like, all right, South Korea is fine, you know, like that's, at least it's not China, you know.
Yeah, it's a westernized nation, you know, westernized nation for the most part.
Nope, China.
China.
So that pair of Vans, that pair of black Vans will be the last pair of shoes that I buy for myself that are not made in America.
Man, I'm not looking forward to doing that. You know what's funny? My last pair of shoes that I got, those white and silver joints. They're made from neoprene. Those were made in a country that is not necessarily a bastion of freedom anymore.
Yeah,
they're Australian, but they are pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think I'm gonna be trying to do the same thing. Luckily, I'm not in the market for a new pair of kicks yet.
Yeah, I got
but
time.
Soon enough, I will. And so I want to start looking at this, too, because
Yes.
I am not – it's the same reason why I try not to go to Walmart all the time and shit like that. Like, I'm trying – how did you put it, or how does Eric July put it? Quit paying people
who hate you.
you.
Quit giving money to people who hate you.
Yeah, I like the way that goes. There's no way to just do it outright.
No.
And everybody's going to be a hypocrite if that's what if that's the hill they die on. They're all going to be hypocrites because you just can't do that anymore. Thank you, modern day modernity, for allowing us to get in this situation. I mean, yeah, that's a problem. We'll talk more about that, I think, later on in maybe the Russia-Ukraine stuff with some of the supply chain issues and whatnot that we're going to be facing. But that goes dark really really quick.
Yes.
But yeah, so I'm
You
going
think
to be.
it's hard to buy shoes now?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty soon those Jocko shoes aren't going to be $200; they're going to be $400. And I don't even want to. I'm not looking forward to that.
But that was an issue that I ran into this week. Yeah, trying to buy a pair of shoes that's fucking made in America.
That's rough,
and it's not
man.
like, and I don't expect it, but it's not like in a regular like department shoe store you can be like, hey, can you point me to a pair of shoes that's made in America? Because the people who
They'll
work
look at
there
you and be like, what are you?
talking about? You need a size 9? Bring me a shoe and ask me for a size, and I will give you that shoe in that size if we have it. I don't know what you're talking about materials, manufacturing, any of that shit. I don't know.
I don't understand.
Yeah, those are things that I don't think I can reasonably expect from someone who's working at one of those stores.
Get you some conflict shoes, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I would like some conflict-free shoes.
Right.
So some conflict-free sneakers, I think, would be a good place to start.
I want a red sneaker that's not dyed with the stains of slaves that built them. You know what I mean? We don't want that in this world.
We don't need any of that here.
No.
No. We also watched Monty Python this week in the Holy Grail. Jordan had never seen Monty Python, so we watched.
How did that go?
It was good. There's giggles. It's not.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I was like,
Monty
yeah,
Python is Monty
British
Python.
humor is.
Yeah, I hadn't seen it in a long time.
It's interesting.
So so we watched a good majority of that. I told you last time I was here, I was going to watch the Lemony Snicket show.
Yeah.
Because the movie was fucking terrible, right? The show, even worse than the movie.
No.
It's even worse. And the weird thing about it, they made 3 seasons of it. They did the entire series. They did every book. But the show doesn't get better. I watched 7 episodes, maybe 8 episodes of that show. It's terrible all the way from the start.
This is the one with Neil Patrick Harris?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Neil Patrick Harris is fucking dog shit.
Really?
Neil Patrick Harris is dog shit
In this show?
as Count Olaf.
Okay.
Yes. Absolute
Why?
dog shit as Count Olaf.
Well,
first of all, he's super short. They refused,
oh, yeah, because he needs to be super high, right?
in this show, they refused to character match at all. They're fucking race swapping. They're doing all kinds of shit that doesn't make any sense. Right?
Hollywood.
I am not opposed to changing somebody's race if you're going to have a different take on the story, or if it's going to affect the story in some way. I don't see the point in swapping someone's race just to race swap them, just to pander.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't. This book is a really good example. This is the one that I'm reading right now, The Wide Window, right? This is the 3rd book of the Lemony Snicket series. In this book, they describe Aunt Josephine as a tall, pale woman with white hair. They use a middle-aged black woman to be Aunt Josephine in the show. Why? That doesn't, which again, I don't have a problem with you choosing a black actor, but it doesn't add anything to the show. There's no point to that. There's no purpose to it other than representation. And I don't give a fuck about that. That's stupid. That's a dumbass reason to change what this show should have been, which is a reflection of this book. You know, the show should be a reflection of the book because it's made about the fucking book.
Yeah.
So if it's not going to add to the story, if they're not going to add more depth to the character because of it, because nothing else is different. All that's different is just the race and age of this character. Why?
And I'm really glad that you brought this up, because this has also been a really big conversation around the new Lord of the Rings show that's coming out.
Yes, Eric Flax talked about this.
And to be perfectly honest, I generally don't care if they are trying to, unless, let's put it in this particular example, right? Unless the Aunt Josephine is her name.
Yes.
Unless that character, she's described as tall with white hair and whatever like this. If it doesn't change the story to have anyone else of any particular race or background play that character, as long as they're doing the rest of the characteristics the same, that's fine. And don't have a bunch of white kids as your children if you are not,
right.
Let's have it make sense a little bit like that. But for the most part, I don't have a problem if they start quote unquote race swapping.
Yeah.
If it doesn't have anything to do with the story. Mind you, it's distasteful to me as a creative person to think that somebody is being race swapped because they need representation.
Right.
I don't want to jump to that assumption even though everything about Hollywood over the last 2 decades has told me I should make that assumption. Because
Right.
ultimately, if it doesn't come through on screen as like a pretentious, like, this is why I have this here, if it's right there, out in front, loud and proud, we're doing this because of fucking diversity,
Right.
then I generally don't have a problem with it. With Lord of the Rings, we're talking about elves and having black characters in, the elven world, and in, like, apparently there's like a dwarf and all this stuff. Aren't historically of, darker skin tones, although there are such a thing as like dark elves and this, that, and the other thing. But
Especially if you live underground.
yes, like,
If you live underground, you're going to be very pale.
yes, and so that's a whole thing. But when it comes to like everything I've seen from the Lord of the Rings, all the previews and stuff right now, I'm not really that concerned about a whole bunch of like forced racial diversity, because I don't really care. Like, I really don't care. We'll see how it comes out on screen, and then I'll interpret that how it's presented.
Right.
And I'll deal with it then. I'm not going to get all up in arms now. I have a feeling that the show's going to suck because it is a modern day money grab trying to cash in on a massive, intellectual property that has historically been very, very successful.
Right.
And I'm not a fan of that, but I'm open to new fantasies and shit like that. And the other thing that really pisses me off about all this conversation about racial swapping and stuff like that, not even just racial, but it's all the woke categories.
Yeah.
All the intersectional categories. We saw some of it in the Wheel of Time series. Some same-sex romances in the show that do not even come close to existing in the book whatsoever. Why is that there? Just
Right.
because. And that's something I get pissed off about. That's dumb. It has nothing to do with the storyline. But in this case, I don't know. We'll find out. But these people that are getting all offended about this shit generally are not the nerds that can sit down and have a 4-hour conversation about Lord of the Rings.
Right.
These are people that are they're having a fight because they want to have a fight.
Right.
That's what this is to me right now. The fucking show's not out yet. You can't tell me that it's forced diversity or not yet, because you can't tell that till the show comes out.
Right.
Not all elves have to be white, dude. And there's a long storied history in fantasy of having different shades of people in all sorts of races, man. I mean, like, even in like the orc realm, like
Right.
green, black,
Brown,
even,
shit like that,
all
yeah.
sorts of shit, man. It's like, it doesn't matter. These people are stupid. We're having this pop culture conversation around race right now about something that may or may not be a problem.
Right.
We'll wait until the property comes out, and then we should figure it out. That's what reminded me of that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
No,
got all
no,
uppity
no,
about that.
no,
What is
I'm
it
here
called?
for it.
Rings of Power?
I don't
Ring
know.
of Power? Have you not seen the trailer?
No, I've heard Eric July talk about it. I don't have much time for new shows.
Yeah, I was
you
gonna
know,
say
this
you're
was one
pretty.
that
You're pretty tapped on time right now.
I mixed this one in at work because it was episodes of like 30 minutes or whatever, so I was watching it. But
But I'm interested in this one. It's the Lord of the Rings, Ring of Power. It's a series on Amazon Prime coming out September 2nd, and it is essentially like the precursor, the prequels to The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
So this was well before all that
the
stuff happened.
huh?
Yeah.
Word.
Kind of like in the I think it's the Silmarillion book is like a pre Hobbit, Lord of the Rings. It's a very long, complicated history, this whole J.R.R. Tolkien world. It goes deep.
Yeah, he's got a whole lore. He's got a like.
Oh, yeah.
everything, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, and I think my only deal, right, is because I'm into this book. I'm into these books. I'm a fan of this series.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see shit like that, maybe it's just because I'm politically minded, I see it and I just get frustrated because
Like,
you're
why are you
taking
doing
me
that?
out of the story for no reason. That's not what this character is described as looking like. So
Yeah.
I have to wonder, what is the reason that you'd show someone other than someone who fits the description of the character?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And it's not, this is objective, but in my opinion, it's not because she's a good actress, because the actress who plays Aunt Josephine is fucking dog shit.
Yeah.
And it's not Aunt Josephine, Uncle Monty. These are like Uncle Colin and Auntie Morgan. They're not their blood family, and most of them they're family by marriage. They're just all part of like the parents, and all these people are part of like a secret group together. And so they've been introduced as Aunt Josephine, Uncle Monty, and shit like that. But I have to, like I said, I have to wonder why it was done, and when it wasn't done for any easily discernible reason, then I have to assume that it was done as an intentional race swap just to add diversity to it, because I can't see another reason why you would do it. Because they did the same thing with Uncle Monty. They made him, he's supposed to be an older white guy. They made him a middle-aged Indian dude. Why? For what? Right? Again, I don't care that you chose a person of a different color. That's not the point.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm
not offended that you chose a person of color. I don't understand why you would do it when the person isn't a totally fantastic actor, and it's not adding or taking anything away from this.
Yeah.
Like, I don't.
It's like on the T chart of like, is this woke or is this just an actor?
I gotta imagine
it's all
woke.
starting to add up towards woke.
One, NPH is your Count Olaf. NPH woke as fuck.
Yeah,
so
he is.
It's not like he's gonna just stand by and let everyone be white, on the TV show, and he's not gonna fucking say anything about it. Like, hey, maybe we should add some diversity to this, even though maybe we fucking picked all the people who were the best actors that actually fit into the description of the fucking character.
Don't bring meritocracy into this, Donovan. How dare you?
I'm just not a fan of that, I know that it's done for a reason. It's Hollywood. It wasn't an accident. You chose someone who was brown or black on purpose. It wasn't an accident,
All right, so on that note, I have this fucking perfect
I just read
segue,
about this
bro.
morning.
This is fantastic. Stacey Abrams makes a cameo as United Earth president on the new Star Trek Discovery show. Stacey Abrams, who has never won a single election, is now president of United Earth on Star Trek. Why is Stacey Abrams, who is not an actor, who is not a politician, who is not anything but an activist, why is she getting cameos in Star Trek?
So that we can get used to seeing her in a position of power.
Power. That's what it is.
That's
We got to get comfortable with that on a cultural level.
Know that she is the winner. She is the United Earth president, whether we like it or not.
Yeah, and I also
Because Brian Kemp, or whatever his name was.
Brian Kemp.
That's who it was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
because
the
Brian
governor
Kemp
of-
fucked her over. And
governor
maybe
of Georgia, Brian Kemp, and is still the governor of Georgia. And actually, yeah. And let's just make this very clear. Stacey Abrams, to this day, insists that the election was stolen from her. And
Straight to jail.
And she is the legitimate governor of Georgia, and she has been riding that tact for, what, 3 years now? Yeah, but no, she gets on a Hollywood show. That's cool.
Straight to jail, Stacey Abrams.
Straight
How
to
dare
jail.
you question the legitimacy of an American election?
Yeah, if you were in Washington State, our governor would throw you in prison.
You in jail. Straight to jail with you.
Straight to jail.
That is awesome.
See, this is funny because it makes me feel lazy now. I didn't watch that much this week. I watched. There's this YouTube channel I've been watching. It's called Black Magic Craft. Magic Craft, I think. And he's like a scenery crafter dude.
Okay.
My little Gundam diorama and stuff I've been working on. Well, I don't think I really pimped this much on the show last time, but one of my coworkers brought in this really dope skeleton model that he painted up.
Okay.
And so I'm going to be making a little bit of a diorama stand, a cool little display for this guy. And so I've been watching that, off and on, usually right before I go to bed or something like that. Put on an episode or two, 10, 15 minutes, and try to get some creative juices flowing. But we did watch, I think we told you this right before we started recording, we watched Rush Hour. The original Rush Hour with Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan. And, oh, my God, you could not make that movie today. It is hilarious.
Right.
But there are Jackie Chan dropping hard R's, dude.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Really?
Yeah, hard R N-bombs. And because it's like a skit thing. He hears Chris Tucker say that to Chris Tucker's friends, who he knows and all this stuff. And so Jackie Chan he's there, he's new, he comes out and he's, what's up, That's
awesome.
And then a giant bar fight proceeds to happen. And then he kicks everybody's ass.
Because he's Jackie Chan.
Because he's Jackie Chan.
He's fucking Jackie Chan. That's awesome.
So Jackie Chan drops hard R N-bombs and then beats the shit out of everybody in the bar. That's a scene in the movie of Rush Hour, and it's perfect, and it's hilarious.
Hate crime.
Hate
Straight
crime.
to jail. Straight to jail with Stacey Abrams.
Yes, but I forgot, dude. That movie is so fucking funny, and it's still so good. And then they have all the bloopers and stuff at the end of all the Jackie Chan movies where they show him there's a scene where he jumps up and drop kicks somebody over top of this chair and then lands in this comfy chair. Well, he missed it the first time. He fell right on his tailbone, right on the edge. And and he gets no, don't touch me. Oh man, but yeah, watch that movie. Don't sleep on the old Rush Hour movie.
Hell yeah.
It's fucking great. I think we're gonna try to watch the one Jackie Chan did with Owen Wilson, the Shanghai Noon, Shanghai Nights.
Shanghai Noon. Yes,
Yeah.
those are great.
That was great. Yeah, the Shanghai Noon it's the Western one, and then the other one is like in same time
they're in
period,
the
but over in
UK,
the
I
UK.
think, yeah.
And it's kind of like Imperial China meets Imperial UK at the time.
Right.
Very, very fun, very cool, good themes.
Owen Wilson plays a cowboy, right?
Yeah.
Some form of Western man. I don't know whether he's a sheriff or a fucking.
And they're basically the same exact
Scoundrel.
movies.
Right.
It's just different.
Yeah.
One's a timepiece and one's back in the 90s, you know.
What a time. What a
there's-
time to be alive. That
Right?
you could make 4 movies all with the same plot, just in a different country.
They made 3 Rush Hours, bro.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yes, and I remember there's the one
Oh.
when one of them they're in China, maybe Rush Hour 3, and there's a big fight in like a spa.
I think so.
When they're like in robes and shit like that, and there's all the chairs that are in the room. Yes.
Let's see. Oh, I
remember
did
that
not
one.
type that in correctly. Rush Hour 3. Oh, man. Miami. Why is IMDb not? Oh, I'm spelling Rush with a CH apparently. Rush Hour 3. There we go. Come on, IMDb. Give me a little hookup. 2007 they made that movie.
Jeez, is the first one like late 90s?
Yes.
Maybe very early 2000s?
I think
like
it's
2001?
98. Yeah, I think that is the one where they go to, they're in
They're
China.
in China.
And then, yeah, the original Rush Hour. I feel bad because I should have had this pulled up already, but it is 1998. 1998, dude. Wow. Man, that's such a good movie. God, I was not disappointed. But that's really the only thing I watched over the last 2 weeks. Other than
love
that,
it.
it's been busy.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. Okay. Any more pop culture stuff? Because I have some hunting news to
One
talk
last
about.
thing I wanted to bring
Okay.
up. Yes. Fauci reappeared.
I fucking heard
He
this.
reappeared yesterday. He reappeared yesterday on the ABC News podcast.
Like a
Start
leprechaun,
here.
dude. It must
I
have
was
rained, and
listening
there
to
must have
it,
been a rainbow.
And he was talking about, of course, spreading more misinformation. He was talking about, only 50% of people have the booster, and so like it's a very big concern for us. People stop getting the booster. Then they started talking about the new variant, and he was saying that the Brits are having an issue with it, even though the issue that they're having is that their hospitalizations are going up, but because they're not classifying them correctly, it's hard to decide who's there with COVID and because of COVID. So we're going to have to find another way to reclassify and decide because, when he gets asked, like, so are people going to have to start wearing masks again? Like, are we going to do this? And he said, I think people are kind of over COVID. He says that. He says, so I don't think it's really going to be worth it to try and enforce this type of shit anymore because I think people are kind of over it, So that's where we're at, huh? We're just, it's out the window now. People are over it. I'm not even going to try. They're not going to listen anymore, so we're going to stop trying.
I mean, let's face it, bro. Let's be real. We knew COVID-19 was just a social construct all along. It was all just a part of us. And
Brad Milkey also
fucking Milky.
He says something to the effect. I know for sure. He says this: most people have either had the infection or they've been immunized from the vaccine. Mm-hmm. The vaccine does not immunize you from this virus, nor the disease. No. You're not immunized if you get the vaccine.
No.
Fauci says nothing.
No
correction of it at all, even though they're actually talking about people who have the shot can get COVID. You're not immunized if you get the COVID-19 vaccine. That is not how this works. You are vaccinated from it. You have some immunity to it. You have some form of immunity to it. You are not immune from this virus.
Maybe that's a colloquial term. Like, you have some form of immunization. Like, it's like when, well, actually, that makes sense when he said it. Aaron Rodgers was talking about, are you vaccinated? He's like, I'm immunized. Because you do get some kind of immunization.
Yeah.
Right? In low-level doses. According to all the statistics at this point, it's just low-level.
I'm not giving it to him.
It's probably not
giving it to him.
No,
Fuck you, Brad
don't
Milkey.
Do it. Yeah, especially if Milky's saying it.
Yeah. No,
that
that's it. That's pretty much it.
I almost forgot about those Milky podcasts that I had to listen to. I listened to them this morning.
Really bad, right? We listened to him last night.
Got really angry.
Took myself a page of notes on it.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
So I have some from the first interview and from the second interview. Not good.
And I think I listened to them in the perfect order, which was good because I listened to, because there was 2 of them all about this, the the bill that we'll talk about in part 3 of 4 today. And I listened to the one from the bill creator first, the guy that helped author it and write it and stuff like that. And then
write the bill. He wrote
the
bill.
7-page bill, which we will be going over today. It's 7 pages.
Double spaced.
Yes.
And we're reading it last night, or like we're listening to this, and I'm telling Jordan about it. I'm talking about it, and I said, it is 7 pages, double spaced.
Double spaced, bro.
We're on our way to dinner. I said, I read it before we left the house. It's like, it's not like, so all these people saying this stuff, it's not like it takes you 5 hours to read it.
Yep.
So it takes you 5 minutes to read it, 10 if you want to really read it and take some notes maybe and like reread things to make sure they're reading it correctly. It takes you 5 minutes to read this, and you could see that it doesn't say the things that you're claiming that it says.
Not even close. I can't.
No.
I can't with that.
We'll get into that a lot later. The theme for this show is propaganda, American propaganda. So we'll be talking about a little bit at the end of this, and then we will be giving you at the end of every part why propaganda is relevant to this topic. So, Juicy Smollett, do you want to talk about this, or do you want to move on to laws? Right?
Let's real quick. Juicy Smollett. He was recently released from prison after being found guilty of the hate crime.
He was in the Mighty Ducks. Did you know that?
Yes, I did. And he's also in Alien Covenant, unfortunately. He dies in a sex scene in a shower. So there's that.
Fuck you, Juicy Smollett.
Yeah, fuck you, Juicy Smollett. But yeah, he went to jail for approximately, 5 days before he was released. And the going reasoning for his release was he was sentenced to 150 days in jail, and
plus a big ass fine.
And a big ass fine, yeah, which I do believe he will have to pay. Period. But his appeals process will take longer than his prison sentence, and so pending the outcome of his appeal, he is released from jail. Because by the time you even get to the hearing and stuff, you've got time served, and then all of a sudden you win your appeal, and now the state has to give you 150 days worth of money and shit.
Oh
yes.
my God.
So they let him go.
Fuck
and now
you.
He's out. And if you don't call that Hollywood, or I don't know, it's not Hollywood bigger than that. It's just the elite. That is the special route of justice that a privileged elite gets to enjoy in America. Nobody else gets to do that shit. 5 days in jail, you're sitting there crying, you're refusing to eat, you're telling people that you're not suicidal. You say that enough times, people are going to start asking questions, buddy. And he knew exactly what he was fucking doing. This piece of shit is out of jail already. No lessons learned. It's fine. He just gets to go on. I guarantee you he's going to be back on TV or back in movies within probably the next couple of years. And it'll just be done, and he'll be back to making millions. No big deal.
Yeah, but Colin, if he was white, he wouldn't have done any jail time.
You know, that's a very good point, Donovan. I always forget all the white privilege that we have.
If he was white, he would never have done any jail time. They would never even have put handcuffs on him.
That's right. They probably would have shot the friends that tried to hang him. It was just,
yes.
It's so ridiculous, man.
That's awesome.
Everything about this. And we wonder why we're the laughing stock of the world.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, that's because of that. So on that lovely note.
Faking a hate crime definitely makes you a piece of shit.
Yes, it does.
Definitely makes you a piece of shit.
Oh, and it's so much worse than remember the NASCAR pole rope incident?
Yes.
Where there was
Bubba
a pole
Wallace.
rope and Bubba Wallace's thing, and it's like a rope that comes down on the high garage door that has a loop on it, so you could pull the thing down, and
over half of the bays at that facility.
And the next thing you know, fucking the FBI's showing up and the hate crime units out here. We're not in a good spot, buddy.
He's like, it was a straight up noose. He said that. It was a straight up noose. What are you talking about?
It's like, do you know what a noose looks like?
Someone
dude?
ties
it's
a
very
noose
intricate knot.
It's so small, it's just a threat.
Yes.
It's just to terrify you, a grown man. Another grown man thinks that tying a very small noose at the end of your garage pull cord is going to be so fucking scary, you're going to stop driving NASCAR. That makes so much sense. God, that makes sense.
It definitely makes sense.
What a fucking idiot. That is so stupid. If you ever believe Bubba Wallace, you're dumb. I'm saying it right now. You're dumb.
I think, much like the story that I'm about to talk about, which is not in the racial aspect of things, right? It has nothing to do with woke culture or any of that. Well, some of it does. But we have a problem in society now, and it's called media literacy.
Yes.
How many times do we think Instagram is a really, really bad spot? I don't know why. Maybe it's just I have a harder time spotting things on Instagram because I don't live on Instagram like I do Twitter. Yeah. Twitter, it's easy to spot shit. I'm like, this is bullshit. This
Twitter's
is dumb.
your shit, yeah.
Right? But like I've experienced so many things coming, people send us things like that, and then after you look into it for a second, you're like, this is all just bullshit, dude. I'm not getting caught up by this. We've been victim of this more than a couple times, here and there.
Yes.
This, much like the Jussie Smollett incident and the Bubba Wallace incident, was a bunch of moral panic right off the bat by something that wasn't confirmed to be true.
Okay.
People made a bunch of assumptions, this and that and the other thing. One of my greatest loves in life, besides my wife and my dogs and you and your family,
yes,
is hunting, obviously, yes. Right? I'm a huge, huge fan.
You and your brother both.
Last November 2021, there's a lot of scuttlebutt flown around on the Instagram and on the social medias in the hunting world about Washington State, the WDFW,
Washington Department of
Fish and Wildlife. Yeah. For some reason, I could not think of that. The Fish and Wildlife.
It's different in every state, which is fucked up.
Yes, it is. But the WDFW Commission is a group of like 9 people that are appointed, and they make laws and regulations for hunting and fishing, along with all the other non-game species and stuff, wildlife management. Scuttlebutt was that in November, they were going to have a commission meeting, and they were going to be essentially removing a bear hunting season in Washington State. A particular one is called spring bear, and it's one of the most popular bear hunting seasons.
It's your bear hunting season, spring bear.
It's the season I've always wanted, but it is a lottery system that you do not get. It's roughly every 3-4 years. You'll get a shot to do it.
I've definitely heard you talk about spring bear before.
I have submitted for spring bear every single year that I've hunted.
That must be it.
I've never gotten that motherfucker.
Yeah.
So this was going to be my year, and it still might be, as it turns out, because the scuttlebutt on the Instagram was the commission was going to meet and they were going to outlaw spring bear, and everybody ran with that.
Yeah.
And then it turned out, a few weeks later, it started to come across, actually, they're going to be having a meeting, and they will be open for public comment. So if you're a hunter, get in there, get your comments submitted, and then they will be heard, and so on and so forth.
Just like we did with guns.
Exactly. Except for the fact that in this particular case, it actually looks like it's going to work out. Unlike anything else that has to do with the Second Amendment, in this state, automatically just throw that piece of legislation in the trash. If it's about freeing gun rights, if it's about honing down on them, don't even bother with the Congress. Just give it to the Lord Emperor Inslee. I did a bunch of reading on this, and I discovered ultimately that it was decided last meeting, which was in early March, 2 weeks ago, that they were going to table the discussion on spring bear, a decision on the spring bear until this meeting that's actually happening right now on Zoom. But one of the commissioners, after this whole concept came up, one of the commissioners on the board actually resigned after all of the public outcry to this. And so now, where there was essentially a 4-4 split because somebody is not voting, there's 9 members on the commission. What was a 4-4 split and tied it up is now a 4-3 split in favor of continuing the season. So as of, they're meeting all weekend. It's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I think, something like that. Might be meeting Sunday too. But today is the day they decide on the spring bear, and it looks as if it's going to pass.
Hell yeah.
And then next, I think it's in April, the next meeting, they will decide on the actual numbers, how many lotteries they're going to be putting out, and then people like me will be able to apply, I believe.
Yeah.
So I don't know, because the spring bear season it's literally, it's going to be close. Usually I feel like in the past I've applied by now. So I'm a little nervous about maybe the timing won't work out. We won't have a spring bear season this year. It looks as if we're supposed to, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Other than that, it doesn't look like it's going to be gone in the future. So that is a plus.
Let me ask you, the makeup of the board is not favorable to hunters.
No,
right?
not generally.
And that's what I thought. I've heard Tracy talk about that as well, because Tracy's obviously huge into fishing and stuff like that. And so, he's talked about the people that are on there they're not hunters. They're like maybe biologists or something, but they're not in ways that. And there seems to be publicly, there is. I know because I used to be a part of it. There is a huge misunderstanding of hunters in general, but also in the amount that they contribute to conservation itself. And the level that hunters actually care about animals and don't just want to murder them. Like it's very misunderstood. And Stephen Ranella talks about that constantly. And he's made the claim and defended it many times of telling people, he said, I would guarantee that I love these deer more than you love these deer.
100%.
And I think that that's very true.
It is very true. And
the non-hunting public do not see it that way. They're
Trying
unable
to
to
find
comprehend
her
how you
name.
could kill something, but also say that you love it more than someone who doesn't want to kill it loves it. And
they
it's
just don't
because
understand
it's because when you're contributing to that system, all of the money that you're paying for your licenses, for your ammunition, there's pieces that come out of your gun sales, out of your ammunition sales, that go into conservation. All of that money is going directly back into conserving the environment and the species that you're hunting itself.
Yes.
It's all going.
It goes all right back in. Even the ammunition that you buy goes to do that. But you know what type of sales do not contribute to that fund? Backpacks.
Really?
Backpacking and certain hiking gear does not, which is hilariously ironic because hikers actually kill more animals every year than hunters do.
Just fucking up their environment.
Let's put it this way. You are...
Oh, and just come getting
spooked
by an animal.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
You spook an animal.
Right.
A deer, like a male deer, a buck out there who has to, every single year, grow brand new bones.
Right.
Bigger than last year, and then they fall off again, and he's got to do the whole thing again. And the entire time, he's trying to eat as much as he can so he can actually grow those weapons so that he can fight against other people that are going to try to steal his women.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do. And then you only get so many extra spooks per year. We'll put it that way, because your metabolic rate increases when the adrenaline starts to pump and you have that fight or flight reaction. They spook. There's calories lost. They can't. No. They will lose calories they can't afford to lose.
Okay.
And then most likely in the wintertime, as food starts to dwindle, they will die.
Word.
Or they will become sickly enough that predators will take them out or something like that. But
that's very interesting. I never considered that.
Yeah. You only get so many spooks. And then you're basically signing a death sentence. So more hikers every single year kill more deer than hunters do, which is a wild concept.
I can't imagine the adrenaline dump of a deer when they're trying to get away,
Yeah, I can't imagine.
That's probably insane.
I wouldn't want to experience that. I'll put
Jumping
that
over
much.
10-foot fences
Yeah.
and shit.
And
no
I
problem.
don't have daggers coming on my head as weapons. I have guns on me, and I still get freaked out when you hear certain things, or if you're tromping around some areas up in the mountains and all of a sudden there's like cougar prints everywhere, and then you're finding like cougar poop, and you're going, I just really don't feel comfortable right now. I feel like somebody's watching me. Somebody's hungry.
Yeah.
So it's good news. The new commissioner of the WDFW commission, it is thought that she is a very anti-hunting tilt, comes out of a conservation background. As you previously alluded to, having a conservation background doesn't mean necessarily you are against hunting. I know a lot of, I'm probably the biggest conservationist I know, and I'm the only one of our friends that actually hunts and kills its food when we have a chance.
Yes.
So it is a weird dichotomy, but you really don't have a true appreciation for the struggle of an animal like that and the food that you get from it until you actually have to go out there and try to take care of business yourself.
I wonder if Morgan would hunt an animal.
No, I don't think so. I do not think so. I'm pretty sure we've had this conversation before. I've tried to convince her, it's literally the most humane way to get any kind of meat. And she said, if that's the case, I'd rather be a vegetarian or a pescatarian or something like that.
Yeah.
It's much easier for a lot of people not to, because it's a religious experience from an unreligious guy to be that close to a large animal as you kill it.
Yeah.
And then you're splitting it open Donner Party style, bro, and getting at the vitals and the good stuff.
Right.
And then next thing you know, you
Brain
go
and liver in a pan.
yeah. And then you go back to the camp at night and you're sticking a fucking that deer heart over the fire and roasting it and then chowing right into it.
His wife watches from across the valley, not from right next to you, though.
Dude, okay.
It's just like, bastard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all I'm saying, guys, if you're I don't care if you're reading the book or not, but you need to be watching this month's book club when it comes out at the end of the month because it's fucking powerful.
The review preview.
The review preview.
Yeah.
It right here on the Salt Streets channel be coming out the 1st of April.
Yeah, they were
It's
going to
gonna
do
be so good.
They will do a split release, review one day, preview next day, because we
Yeah.
ran late into the show doing the review part of the book. So
that's
I think,
because the review was fucking powerful.
it was lit.
Yeah, it was so good. But yeah, I also, one last little tidbit, just kind of slightly related.
Yes.
I am now a licensed trapper in the state of Washington.
Hell yeah!
I took my test last night and I passed it, and I should apparently it's all reviewed manually.
Yeah.
So I won't get my email with my PDF license until Monday or Tuesday, but then the other one will be in the mail. And then I have a quest to go trap some beavers
I love it.
because I have some friends and family that have beaver problems, and the only way to do it in the state is to trap them. And so now I could do that, and then I could license and sell pelts and things like that. So that might be fun.
That's awesome.
Word.
And I already planted the seed in the wife's head, my wife, that if not this year, because it might be a little bit of a close call, the next year I got to get out with you for a deer hunt at least once during that season. I gotta start getting it going. Especially if we move, we'll be hunting way more. Because that's just gonna be how it goes. But
Yeet.
you know, if it's only the two of us in a lonesome state all by ourselves, like we're going. We need to go.
Need to go now.
Yes.
We're not gonna make it.
Yeah. But I'm
Donner Party style.
I'm really trying to get some deer hunts under the belt. I'm really trying to get some deer hunts under the belt.
I think it would be advantageous for us to do a little weekender, bring you up into the mountains, no trail style.
Yep.
And get that under your belt first, and
Yep.
then we'll do it with an extra fucking 10 pounds of gear and shit on you
Yep.
too, because that's fun.
Yes.
That'd be good. Yee.
Yeah. I have one article here that I want to go over real quick, and
Okay.
then we can move on. We can take our break and move on.
Like I'm gonna put my show map up. I feel like I'm
is-
forgetting.
Yeah,
things
no,
here.
where we just have a local legislative wrap-up is all that I wrote there.
That's right.
So I have a bill here that's from crosscut.com, and it just goes over
So it's like a very legitimate platform.
5 major things the Washington legislature approved in 2022. Do you want me to send you this article?
Oh yeah.
Okay, just give me 1 second here.
Oh yeah. And I'm gonna have to pull up the signal because I didn't update yet.
Signal.
Ayo. What else did I have while you're looking that up? Oh, the Sunshine Protection Act. Protection Act. That's a grab bagger, actually. That's a part 4 of 4.
Oh, about
Fucking daylight
yes.
savings time.
Yeah, daylight savings.
Because screw daylight savings times, bro. I got emotional about it this year. I will tell you that right now.
That's really funny.
I'm like, I'm getting up and I'm going, you know what? Why am I getting up an extra hour early so that I can so it could be light at 8 o'clock at night? I don't give a shit. I'm not trying to do anything at 8 o'clock.
None of this makes sense.
Trying to work earlier in the light. Not. It's all fucked.
Soccer called it low T activities.
Low
That's what-
T.
Yeah, he said they just want to do this so people can do more low T activities, like go out to the bar and go drinking and shit like that.
How is this a low T activity,
I thought it was
Sagar?
really
Just because you're not
funny
cool enough to hang out.
The way that he described it, that
Yeah.
as a low T activity.
He's fucking jealous is what he is. I don't know why.
That's the
Oh,
I have
poor
discovered
Sagar.
and decided, because we've asked many times about like what makes him a conservative. What is this? He's socially conservative. That's all that it is.
Yeah.
He doesn't agree with drinking. I don't know whether or not he drinks.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't smoke pot, and he doesn't agree with it. I've heard him say that. So he doesn't think people should be smoking weed. He said. And he called it
punch this
weed,
guy in
right?
the
That's
face.
how I know. That's how I know you're behind the times when you're still calling it weed.
Weed.
Yes.
Electric
so,
lettuce.
So he's not into drugs. I don't know whether or not he's into alcohol. But yeah, he's obviously just socially conservative. And that's the only thing that really makes him a conservative. Because more than once over the last 2 weeks, I have heard Crystal Ball say nationalize the oil industry and heard very little pushback from Sagar. Maybe it's because he's like, that's unrealistic, so I'm not going to address it. But it seems like
Crystal's just saying some shit again.
I don't know, like you should address it. Like you should at least be like, well, that's very unrealistic, or like something,
Yeah.
you know. I don't know.
I feel like, if I was to say something fucking wild like that, you'd be like, all right, well, let's be realistic about this for a second, all right?
What do you think makes him conservative?
I don't...
Oh, you don't think he's conservative?
I don't think he's conservative. I think he has a couple conservative tendencies.
Yeah.
A true socially conservative person, like to me, like his teetotaler aspect of things, that is a conservative aspect.
Yeah.
But, with his, I'm pretty sure he's very, very open to most other things socially. He's relatively against a overrunning, like a flooded social safety net, welfare state. I think but anybody with true common sense would be an overbloated welfare state is not good, right? And so that's not really conservative. That's just not being stupid. And then other than that, like I don't understand why he's conservative. He likes more Republicans than Democrats, maybe.
Right.
He's not a far left progressive like Crystal is, but if this was the 1980s, he's a blue dog Democrat.
Yeah.
Period. That's it. I mean, he probably doesn't believe in gay marriage, but just would not ever say that out loud. And
probably would never think that you should legislate on it. Doesn't
Yes.
think it's the government's responsibility.
Exactly. But that's me taking an assumption based off his thing. So you don't even have to make the assumption to just use like his teetotalerness, and then the fact that he will entertain government involvement in any industry,
Everything.
much less everything.
Yeah.
He's not a conservative, period, in my eyes anyways.
I would love to sit down and interview that guy.
Me too.
Be like, Lemmy, what's
I'm
all
sure
this about? Like,
he's a
what's going
fucking
on here?
awesome guy.
He probably is.
He seems like an awesome guy and I'm pretty
Very
sure he's
smart.
like super nerdy too.
Extremely intelligent.
Yes.
Yeah,
And-
extremely intelligent.
So I don't want to talk that kind of shit on him.
No.
But I just think he's not a conservative, dude.
Right.
Take the suit off, relax a little bit, maybe unbutton, keep the long sleeve button down, just take the tie off, take the jacket off,
You're not in the White
you're
House
good.
anymore.
Yes.
You're not in the
Act
White
like
House
you're
press
Obama
building.
in the White House. Very, loose,
Let's see a beige
business
suit.
casual.
Let's see a beige suit.
Okay. No, I can't make that. I can't say that. I can't do that. I was like Kamala Harris during the State of the Union picked a really bad suit color too. Did not work for her.
Yeah.
Mind you, Nancy Pelosi's sitting next to her wearing some fucking 90s neon colors. Yeah, doing the Adderall grinds.
She was jacking her jaw. Yeah, it was not good.
She
Don't
is a
look good.
crazy person. I don't know what
Yeah.
kind of drug she's on, but soccer could probably use a few of them.
It's like, I don't know, probably some type of new cocaine pill that
Yeah.
lasts longer than if you snort it,
It's super Adderall is what
Yeah,
it is.
because she's had to sit in the one spot the whole time, Yeah, it's probably just Vivance or some shit. It's just fucking, just some
She
real
pops them like they're
heavy-
fucking Tic Tacs.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God. That and, a couple bottles of Chardonnay, you'll be feeling real
It's like
good.
10 o'clock over there. How you going to stay
know.
awake that late if you're fucking 90 years old?
All them people, man, they're so used to staying up till like 4 a.m. writing or voting on like amendments and shit as they go through the night. They're all 1,000.
You have to be on drugs.
Yeah, dude, they have to. Old people don't do that shit. They go to bed at 4, like Joe Biden does.
Right. There's no way.
Who was that? Trevor Noah? Did you catch that clip at all? Trevor Noah floating around talking about Biden, basically not having the phone call with the Saudis about like just not answering their phone calls and like they can't get a hold of the American president. And he's like, that would have never happened if Donald Trump was in there.
Yes,
He'd be up, blah, blah, blah. He's like, yeah, Biden's in bed by 4 o'clock. It's probably not untrue, dude.
Probably not. No.
Because we know what happens when he gets on TV after 4. It don't go so well. He's an early morning dude.
The sundowning, as they say, is not good. It's pretty real. So this is the article that we pulled up from Crosscut that is 5 of the big legislative polls from this year. So the first one is a bigger than usual budget increase. The supplemental budget the legislature approved on Thursday's increased state spending to about $64 billion over 2 years, an increase of roughly $5 billion from the budget lawmakers approved last April. Last
billion.
April. It's not even been an entire year. But we still need access to federal funds. We still have leftover COVID money, but we still need to add 8% to our budget
I don't.
in less than a year. The 8% spending increase isn't being paid for through new taxes, but instead through existing tax collections, which state officials now predict will come in much higher than previously projected.
What does that even mean?
On top of that, lawmakers are doling out more than $1 billion in unspent federal COVID relief money, with large portions of that aid going back towards schools, housing programs, and public health. So then what the fuck is the rest of our money going to?
Yeah.
Where's the rest of the dollars going if you're spending $1 billion in COVID money? Where's the rest of the money going to? Am I going to see a rapid, insane increase in the quality of public health, the housing programs, our schools? Am I going to be able to buy a house this year because you just invested $1 billion of my own tax dollars already
Nope.
into the housing industry?
Nope.
Are you going to do something to curb any of this insane market that's going on? Or are we just going to...
Nope.
We're going to argue about districting in Seattle for another year is what you're saying. Oh, now I understand. I get it. We're going to debate.
All those
housing
meetings are
districts
very, very
again.
expensive. That's
I got it.
all those tiny homes. You know how they get trashed every year because you can't just give homeless people homes and then that solves the problem. So it continues to cost lots of money. These things are very expensive. I am suddenly realizing now that anybody in the state of Washington that grew accustomed to spending their child tax credit or their extra income from the unemployment insurance and all that, they got the idea from the government.
Yeah.
They're doing that with federal funds that
away.
aren't in. Why are they budgeting federal funds that were handed out during the pandemic? That doesn't make any sense. That's money you don't have.
Right.
That should go back to the taxpayer.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I'm rightly offended.
And the only appropriate, in my mind, the only appropriate way to deal with that $1 billion would be to distribute it back to the people of Washington. Cut it back into COVID checks and send it out again because it's my fucking tax money that you took from me that you didn't do anything with.
Yep.
Even though at the time you said you needed more. It wasn't enough. You needed more. It was vital. You need still access to federal COVID dollars. You know, it's vital that we do more COVID spending, right? Because they're still arguing for that. There's a whole kerfuffle that they took the COVID money out of the last spending package, right?
Nice.
And so now, even though we need more money for COVID, we still need access to federal funds, and that's why we can't give them the emergency powers. We're going to take this $1 billion of COVID money that we need more of, and we're going to put it right back into the state. Love it. Makes so much sense.
Yeah, if they were an individual, no financial institution would give them a penny. Because this is ridiculous. Anyways, that's great. That's good. So massive spending.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's a big one.
What else we got?
$351 million to caring for adults with developmental disabilities and other long-term care needs, while transferring more than $200 billion to help pay for states' new transportation package, which we'll get to at the bottom. Obviously, I don't have a problem with caring for adults with disabilities and people with long-term care needs. However, they fucking passed a tax that they had to delay.
Yeah.
That's the very next one.
Yeah, we never really talked about that, did we?
No, we didn't. They passed a tax. I only found out about it because Nikki came around and said, "Hey, you wouldn't need it. Said you don't have long-term care insurance, right?" I said, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, well,
have
there's
to
a
have
new
it.
tax." She said, "Yeah, so we're going to take a little bit more of your check every month, and we're going to set it aside for you, so that if you need long-term care at the end of your life, because it's definitely still going to be there. If you need long-term care
Just
at the
like
end of
Social
your life
Security.
and you don't have it, we're going to have the money for you. It's going to work out just like Social Security does. It's all going to be there. We're going to pay for everything, even though you're probably still going to have a job after you retire because your Social Security is shit or won't even be there."
Again,
Excellent.
Do you know what they would call that in the private sector? A Ponzi scheme. That's they would call it a Ponzi scheme. Money for now, so that you might get it later.
So this is for delaying the long-term care tax. Last year, more than 450,000 people said no thanks to the state's new long-term care program by taking advantage of a one-time chance to opt out of the program and its 0.58% payroll tax. The long-term care program, commonly called Washington Cares, is supposed to provide up to $36,500 per person over their lifetime to help pay for nursing care and other services people may need as they age.
Is
$36,000?
Yeah. Is that before inflation or after?
Why?
Because that ain't going to be worth shit by the time I need elder care, $36,000 is not going to be worth anything.
And if I need someone to stay in my house, right, they're going to make more than $36,000 a year. So what is that going to pay for fucking 5 months of them living there with me? What are you talking about?
Yeah. And not to even mention the fact that this is just it is forced welfare program here that you don't really get the option to choose, because the only way to opt out of this tax, if I do recall correctly, because we had the conversation at my office,
Is to get your own.
is to get your own.
Yes.
Just like in that, otherwise you get automatically signed up for the tax.
And so now there's almost 500,000 people who got their own insurance, and now they're delaying the tax anyway because so many people don't want it. So there's almost 500,000 people that got their own insurance. Now they don't even fucking need it because this thing is probably going to get overturned anyway.
Yep.
Isn't it beautiful?
That. God, again, why does anybody give these people money?
And it's
This is insane.
It says that now under House Bill 1732, the long-term care payroll tax won't take effect until 2023, with the first benefits slated to be paid out by July 2026.
Wow. So they got to save 3 years of collections to be able to put out one payment.
I wonder if I get this money back if I move. If I move to a different state, do I get this money back? Do I get a tax rebate?
No.
Of whatever percentage of my money you've collected over this time that I'm now not going to benefit from because I don't live in this state? Do I get to take that money with me? Or are you going to give me a check? Or is that just going to roll back into the general fund and some other fucking schmuck who decided to stay here like a dumbass, he gets that money now instead?
Yeah.
That's fucking
That's
ridiculous.
how that works. Yeah, the taxes,
up to $36,000.
taxes are not like a thing that you put in, track, and get an ROI. No, you are extorted to pay the government X amount of dollars, and they justify it by saying, well, it's the bet. We all got to contribute. We all got to contribute. So they take the money from you, and then you get zero say, other than through legislative means of how that money is spent. You don't get it back if they don't spend it. None of that doesn't exist. Okay.
Fuck you.
None of that stuff is happening.
The next one, and we've talked about before, is a ban on large-capacity gun magazines in the final week of the 2022 session. After deceiving everybody by introducing it, it's 17 rounds and then amending it to 10. It doesn't say that, but that's the truth. Washington state lawmakers approved a ban on selling large-capacity, standard-capacity magazines for guns, a policy that has stalled in Olympia for half a decade. Governor Jansley is expected to sign Senate Bill 5078 into law soon. The legislation sought by State Attorney General Bob Ferguson will prohibit the sale, manufacturing, and distribution of magazines that hold more than 10 rounds. Large-capacity magazines that Washingtonians, standard-capacity magazines that Washingtonians already own won't be criminalized under this bill, but new sales of such magazines will be a gross misdemeanor punishable by up to a year in jail and a $5,000 fine. Yes. Yes. Critics said also the measure would ban magazines that come standard with many firearms while impeding people's ability to defend themselves, which is true.
Amen.
Would 10 rounds be enough to defend your life against someone who has intent to be taking it, said State Rep Kelly Chambers, a Republican of Puyallup, during a March 4th debate on the House floor. What if you're defending your spouse, your child? Would 10 rounds be enough? I think not. Several people who... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I like the fact that these people come up with these what ifs and these crazy ass scenarios about justifying somebody's use of their right to bear arms as, and if you'll never have an excuse to utilize this portion of your rights because it's not realistic anyway, so it doesn't matter if we take it from you.
Right.
And it's not about the implementation, it's about the infringement on the right that is the problem. It's not the implementation of, you may never use 17 rounds to put down an intruder in your house. It might take one, but it's nobody's business but my own how many I want. None.
Let's check in a year from now, and we will see I would bet money on it, that we will see a large disparity in the color of people who are arrested and charged under this law. I guarantee there will be more African Americans who are found guilty or charged with this law than there are white people. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Well, when you think about it too, one of the main ways this law will be implemented is in people that are already being arrested for another crime, right? So you just think of somebody that does a home invasion, and then they have a gun on them.
Yeah.
And they have a standard capacity magazine in that gun. Now,
Another
extra
charge.
Charges. You're going to jail for a longer period of time.
One more
Who
year.
is it? Like you said, a year from now. Who is it? It's going to be disproportionately affected by this gun law that is supposed to be designed to keep people safe.
But it's woke as fuck, right? We're woke as fuck here. We're super woke. We're all about equity.
Yep.
But we're going to pass this bill that I guarantee you will disproportionately affect African Americans. I guarantee it.
Yep.
I also, one of the big concerns I have as someone who carries a gun every day, one of my big concerns is how this is going to affect concealed carry, people who carry firearms. Because that's another thing, even if you aren't committing crimes, if you, as the statistics lay out, right, African Americans have a higher interaction rate with police officers. If that's the case, you're carrying a gun with a standard capacity magazine because you didn't want to buy a new one, right?
Because technically, it's not illegal for you to have that because you've already had it before the law.
But I don't know, because it's not fully out yet. Am I going to be able to carry that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Can I have that with me? Can I carry it every day as my concealed carry magazine?
I would hope. Because I remember looking through that legislation, and it doesn't really talk about that other than, like, there's no way to prove that when somebody bought a magazine,
There's no serial
right?
number on a magazine.
No. And so that is prime territory for me, in my mind, thinking that as a layman. That seems like prime litigation territory. Yeah. That seems like a good excuse to sue these people for this, because how are you supposed to prove that?
Is the burden of proof on you or me to show that I bought this before this law was passed?
And I'll say it needs to be on them.
How do we know? You know, what I guarantee it'll be on me.
Yeah.
I will need to
show me your
saving the
receipts.
Yep, your receipts that also don't have serial numbers on them to show that these magazines are the ones that you bought. But you can show me maybe a receipt that shows that you bought magazines on a certain day. Yeah.
I can't with these people. Whoa, I just hit your microphone. Your camera.
I said, I guarantee this will disproportionately affect African Americans. I guarantee it. I absolutely guarantee it.
Ooh, much like, perhaps like the next one.
Yup. Revisiting police accountability laws. Last year, Washington lawmakers approved a new limit on the police uses of force while also banning police use of tactics such as neck restraints and no-knock warrants. There's also one with like beanbag shotguns that they were okay, but some police thought they weren't okay, so some departments were just not using them at all. Some of the Democratic lawmakers who championed those bills say the measures had a few unintended effects, which they sought to remedy this year, like increasing crime rates and murder rates and things like that. House Bill 1719 clarifies that despite last year's ban on police use of military equipment, officers can still use firearms obtained from the military to deploy less than lethal weapons such as rubber bullets and beanbags. Another measure, House 1735, clarifies that police can still use physical force to help transport people to mental health treatment. Both these bills cleared the legislature with little opposition. Another change, however, has proven more controversial. House Bill 2037 will allow police to use physical force against people who try to flee when they are stopped from questioning. These investigative cops, commonly called Terry stops, are based on reasonable suspicion, which is a lower level of proof than the probable cause needed to arrest someone. Last year's law, by contrast, held police to a higher standard, generally allowing officers to use force only when there is an imminent threat of injury or probable cause to make an arrest. Police agencies that request the change saying that last year laws prevent them from being able to pursue fleeing suspects in some cases. There was one about like car chases, like there weren't chasing down people in cars. We're not arguing for the expansion of police use of force.
Hard
right?
no.
Because I don't think that's a good thing.
Not really into that situation.
But again, I damn near guarantee this will disproportionately affect African Americans. I damn near guarantee it. And then they'll say, "Oh, we fucked up. We're not racist."
Oh no,
Because people are going to call them racist.
No, they do that knowing full well that it'll have that, because that still gives their argument against systemic racism more. It gives it more weight by the policies that they put into place. Sets up their future arguments against systemic racism when it's their policies to begin with.
This last one is for a greener transportation package.
Fuck you. Okay, sorry. I'm just. Oh,
Lawmakers
okay.
approved a $17 billion transportation revenue package that will invest in the state's highways, transit, and bridges over the next 16 years. Democratic leaders hailed the plan as the greenest transportation infrastructure package the state has ever approved,
Wicked green.
citing how it would put more than $3 billion towards transit, $1.2 billion towards bike and pedestrian improvements, and additional money toward electrifying ferries and reducing carbon emissions. I wonder if an electric ferry will have more or less problems than the ones that we have, because there's almost always one that isn't working.
Yes.
If it's going to make them worse, don't do it. I don't care about, I love the environment. I care about converting to green energies. If it's going to fuck them up more, don't change the ferries. Just keep running them on diesel. I don't even want to talk about it.
You know what I really want to... I think about this, right, when it comes to green ferries. You're talking about an electric motor, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about electric engines fighting against, the currents of essentially the ocean.
In the
and the
Pacific
wind.
Northwest.
Yeah, word. So good idea. You need a lot of horsepower there. That's cool. How many batteries is that going to take? And all those precious minerals that have to be pulled from the ground in these conflict areas.
That's going to disproportionately affect black people.
that-
That is going to disproportionately affect
A lot of
black
POCs is going to be dying to get you those minerals so that you
Oh,
can have those
God.
batteries on that fucking ferry. And then how are you going to charge it?
It's woke as fuck.
What kind of power system are you going to use to charge those batteries? How often do you got to charge those batteries?
That's
None
for
of
the
this
next
makes
green
sense.
spending package. That's for the next green
Yes,
spending package.
that's
Don't
true.
worry.
Sorry.
We're
I'm getting ahead of
We're
myself
not going to
here.
look to the private sector. We're not going to let somebody innovate. We're going to pay someone to innovate after it's too late and we realize that we made a mistake.
I'm so tired of the stupidity around this green bullshit.
Yeah.
Just go out and buy an electric car. Don't worry about what it actually takes for you to have your electric shit. And the coal power and the oil power that is powering that battery that lets you drive around all highfalutin where you're smelling your own farts. None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. And I'm tired of these people acting like they're God's gift to humanity and future generations by saying we should do arguably more damage to the planet now so that we don't have to possibly maybe do it in the future, but also we don't account for population growth and the need for more and more energy.
Right.
So it's nonsensical and it pisses me off because they are bad people.
This is going to make you really happy.
Okay.
The package is paid for through a mixture of funding sources, including a transfer of more than $2 billion from the state's operating budget. Even though we need more money, we need
more
to
money.
increase our operating budget, right? $1.4 billion from increasing state license plate fees. Let's take 1 second, right? Because less than 2 years ago, Tim Eyman passed. He got a resolution passed that the state then fought literally to death to bring our $90 licensing fees to $35. Right? The state, after an initiative
angry.
by the people was
Yes.
passed by a majority, the state fought it until it died, only to pass a $16 billion, $17 billion transportation package that would easily have filled that in.
Yeah. And these are new taxes on people that are
Yes.
not called taxes.
No.
These are required spending for citizens that occupy this area, that live here. The entire cost of living just got more expensive now because otherwise you're going to jail because you haven't registered your car. You can't drive your car at that point. You have to pay the tax if you want to participate in this society. Much less the sales taxes and all that other shit. That's not that.
Had to pay the state. Jordan and I paid the state $300 almost 2 months ago because she had to renew her license and we both had to renew the tabs in our car.
Oh yeah, God help you if it all comes at once, man.
To continue to drive.
Yeah.
To continue to operate a vehicle that I am paying another party for. I am paying a separate party for my vehicle.
Yep.
To have a license that says that I can drive so that I can also buy alcohol, so I can do all these things that I should be able to do as a regular adult.
Yeah.
The state or the license
Except for voting.
The license except for voting, yeah. The license that you mandate that I have to pay you almost $90 for. The tabs that you mandate that I have to pay you $90. It's going to be more. Now it's going to be over $100 now for our tabs when this fucking kicks in.
Oh yeah.
Every
God help you
year.
if you got personalized plates. It's
Every
even more expensive
year.
then. And you said that the state fought against that card tab bill,
Tim
right?
Eyman tax,
They
yeah.
fought tooth and nail. And how did they win? They won on a fucking verbal technicality
Yeah.
because the phrasing was wrong or it was a word that wasn't right. It was some bullshit that the people of the state had voted for. And they said, nah, you guys didn't know what you were voting for. Sorry.
And then the last part of it is $5.4 billion from the state's new cap and trade program. So, and I don't know that much about cap and trade. I'm sure you know more about it than I do. I'm not going to ask you to explain it.
Not today, baby.
But no. And I don't know enough about it to. I would want to be able to check you on it.
Yeah.
If you weren't correct.
That'd be a good convo in the future,
so-
though, one day.
Cap and trade. That'd
Yeah.
be worth looking into. Yeah, I've heard the term a lot, but I
Me
don't
too.
know.
Yeah.
It would be worth having Larry on to talk about cap and trade. I'm sure he would fucking love to talk about cap and trade programs.
Larry.
You know,
Listen,
Yes.
let's talk.
Larry.
My one thing that
No
was
gas tax.
passed.
No gas tax. So at least The Democrats have bragged about how the package doesn't increase the state's gas tax, which they say benefits drivers all around the state.
It's actually one of the highest in the entire nation, by the way, just so you know. Yeah, we saw $5.99. I saw $5.99 diesel a week ago.
Yes.
This week, magically, all the prices dropped. I don't understand how that happened. It was 50 cents overnight, all week. I guarantee you on Monday it's going to be a different price. But what did you notice what it was at the place as you drove out here?
$4.39 at the
For regular.
Country Corner. Yeah, regular. I did not look at diesel.
Okay.
Over $5 for sure.
No, that makes sense though, because that's about right where they've been at this week. But
yeah, $4.39.
yeah, they dropped 50 cents from Sunday to Monday last week, which was very interesting.
Yeah,
and
I paid almost $5 for regular gas last week. $4.60 something.
Yeah.
It was
I
fun.
filled up my truck because I was doing so much driving around and stuff last weekend. It was over $100.
Yeah.
Over a fucking $100 to fill up, dude. And that right there, that's another fucking tax on people.
Yes. Yeah, we're going to Leavenworth next weekend for our Jack's getaway trip. We have to take the truck.
Oh yeah.
I have to drive my truck to Leavenworth.
Yep.
So.
Oh yeah, you gotta go up. Yeah. Highway 2 ain't something to fuck around with.
No,
in a car.
you never know. Yeah, you never know what it's gonna look like. So
you never know if there's gonna be a fucking bike race.
Exactly. So yeah.
Last time I was coming back from Chelan, we were taking Highway 2, coming down that way, and there was a fucking bike race going on, and so this super narrow 2-lane fucking pass through the mountains, which is already treacherous on a good day in the sunshine, has got
cyclists
filled with cyclists. And you know what? Those people can't. I
hate it here.
I hate it. I will say
I hate it here.
one good.
I love it here. And
one good
here.
bill that got passed this last legislative session, which I'm super happy about, is the Washington State adopted pickleball as the official state sport.
Yes.
I know here on Salt the Streets podcast, we love pickleball, so we're going to take that small W as we close out part 1 of 4.
Yes.
We'll take the small W, I think.
Yeah, that is the last part that we have here. So,
I looked at it, we're like an hour and a half. We got to close this.
Yeah, no, this is perfect. This is perfect. No, I've been looking at it too. So, with that, I just want to remind everyone again, thank you for watching us here. Salt of the Streets, YouTube. We're going to take just our short break here. We have our Instagram, obviously, Salt of the Streets. We have our Facebook.com, fuckfacebook.com/Salt of the Streets. saltofthestreets.com for all this information. You can also find our Patreon there, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. You can go sign up there, help us make more, better content. Excuse me.
Patreon, YouTube,
Patreon, saltofthestreets.com for this. Oh, we also have our personal social media. I burped and lost everything.
It does happen. Just escapes.
Yeah, we also have our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin's at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Swubblin, if you need a haircut, I think he's going to come back very soon. Location, Skate Shop, if you need a skateboard. Lexi Kyle on Twitch. If you want to do some gaming, she's going to be back here very soon. And then Leggings and Aprons on Instagram, only for a little bit longer. Probably not that much. Fucking racked in like 8 cake jobs this week. She is crushing it right now.
So pay attention to that Instagram, people.
That's right. There's going to be lots of floss and ass cake. So with that, we will be back in 3 minutes for part 2, Russia and Ukraine.
Hot dog.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Oh, wait, I could probably pull up actual OBS so I can
OBS.
see what we're doing. There we go.
There it is.
Welcome, everybody, back to part 2 of 4. The Salt of the Streets podcast, episode 124. If you are just joining us, then it's Wednesday next week, which means we just finished up with part 1 of 4, and you should go back if you haven't seen that yet. Go back. We released it on Monday right here on the channel, so go get you some part 1 of 4. We talked lots of pop culture and all sorts of fun stuff, and I talked a little bit about hunting, and I got really passionate for a minute, and then we talked about some local legislation, and yeah. So if you haven't seen that yet, go back and check that out, and get excited because we're going down over into, I don't know, we're going east to Russia and Ukraine.
You can find all of that over on our YouTube at Salt of the Streets. We also have our Instagram.com/Salt of the Streets. We have the Facebook.
I should just leave it. You're the professional here.
No, this is good. The mixture is good. You've been setting me up really well, so it's really good. Obviously, our Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. If you want to go there and help us make more better content, you can find all this on saltofthestreets.com, including our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things.
Yee.
That is it. If you need a haircut, go to another Swell Blended. He'll be back in the next few weeks. If you need a skateboard, go down to Location Skate Shop. If you want to watch some video games, go to Lexi Kyle on Twitch. And if you need cake over the next few weeks, find Leggings and Aprons on Instagram. Yeah, let's try some of that shit out.
Yay.
What comes next is inevitable. This is why we shouldn't care about the elites. I love it.
God, before we dive into it, I don't want to remark on the content of it, but what a solid convo having with the brothers Guetta.
Yeah.
Over the last couple days, man. On
Those
Signal.
cats are smart, dude.
They are. I really enjoy every conversation we have with them.
I would love to sit down with them. We'll just try and get them both over the. I wish that they lived together because I don't want to do two different,
Yeah, we need the brothers streams.
Yeah. I mean, because you can even Skype two people at one time from a different location, Yeah. But I wouldn't want like a 3-way Skype podcast. I think that would be. People do it all the time.
It might be a little difficult in with people stepping on each other, the slight delays and stuff like that.
Skype podcasts themselves are not my preference.
No, they're not the greatest, but
Yes.
we do pretty well with one-on-ones, as long as everybody's got decent internet. But
yes,
with them Guetta boys, I don't know how that situation is. Because
I'm not
every
sure.
time we've done it with Zeke, it's just been through like a phone call,
over the phone,
just an audio deal.
I don't know, and I don't know where his brother lives. I've never met his brother before, so
I haven't met either of them, which is really fun.
Zeke, I went to school. I think we started going to school together in the 7th grade. So 7th through high school, we went to school together. So I spent every day with them for 6 years.
Yeah, how age difference?
Nope, we're in the same grade. Yep, we're in the
yeah.
same. Yeah, so we both graduated.
That's dope.
2013. We're both
2013.
Yep.
Bunch of fucking young folks. Bro, I cleaned out my pipe last night. Or not last night.
Was it
like
disgusting?
Earlier this week. It was real bad.
I'm sure.
It was real bad.
I'm
It's
sure.
been a while. I didn't realize it. The chunk of shit that you can pull out of a little pipe like that. And go, oh, that's why it hasn't been. It's been like sucking it through a straw.
Yes.
Ay.
So in this part 2, our topic is Russia and Ukraine, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to I have some cards here. We can go just kind of like a rough timeline, and we'll hit some major events, and then we'll come back to them, and we'll discuss them after we run through the timeline, just to kind of get everybody got up.
Yeah, we got 2 weeks of a lot of things that happened.
Exactly,
So.
yeah. So right after we did the show last time, the weekend of the 5th to the 7th, multiple days in a row of Russian forces shelling evacuation routes after agreeing on ceasefires. There's to be completely objective about it, because that's what this is right now. There is some question over. The Russians definitely bombed the routes, but there's question over who it was that broke the ceasefire. There's a lot of militias out there. There's individuals. There's very unorganized fighting. It's chaos. We'll talk later about some reporters that were killed, some American reporters, and they were saying when they're there is no front line. There is not a defined front line of this is where the fighting starts and this is where it stops. There's just an ation in which people are fighting. So
it's guerrilla warfare, really.
It's guerrilla warfare, exactly.
Yeah, there's no real front lines. What has essentially happened since the invasion is populations have coalesced, have concentrated around big cities and big towns, and then now that's where most of the fighting is occurring, is in and around these areas. And, obviously with guerrilla warfare tactics and things like that, it's happening all over the place because that's how guerrilla warfare works. So.
Right.
But yeah, there's really no... I watched the video. It's bad. I've become that dude that I don't like. I've been watching a lot of these like head cam videos and things like that on YouTube of people in firefights. I saw some dude get shot in the chest the other day.
Yeah.
Mind you, he had body armor and ended up being fine, but it's a fucking foxhole in the middle of the woods, and it's just fire everywhere.
Right. And
you don't even know if that stuff's real or not, honestly, but
it's important to remember that the Ukraine is largely, not all, but largely agricultural.
Yeah.
Right? We're talking about they're the breadbasket of the world. So they're growing an insane amount of wheat and different agricultural products. So that is happening. There's a huge amount of small villages, little tiny towns with a few houses in them, some people. Like that is happening all over the place. And so if the messaging is difficult to get out, and so even if you don't know that there's a ceasefire, but the ceasefire is happening, know, and then you take shots, that's going to end the ceasefire. So
especially you're sitting there and you think these people are coming here to kill you.
Right.
And you have no idea what's going on. I mean, you heard stuff like that a ton about in World War I and World War II when there were ceasefires and peace treaties and things like this. People don't know sometimes the fighting is over, the war is over.
The Japanese dudes hiding in the forest deep
Dude.
in the 90s, shit
Yes.
like that, because they were like, no, unless the emperor or my general tells me, then I'm not fucking leaving.
Yep.
That type of shit happens everywhere.
Dan Carlin's last series of hardcore history, the very first part of, I think it's called something in the East, Supernova in the East. He talks for like an hour about like all the last Japanese soldiers that were found in like the mid to late 90s, still fighting World War II, thinking it's still going on. Insane. It just goes to show you, how do you expect to get the word to somebody in a foxhole in the middle of a guerrilla war in Central Europe? They don't know what's going on.
No,
it's
they just
fog of war, man.
Trying to defend themselves.
Yep.
There was some talk around this time of EU trying to get some fighter jets over to Ukraine, right?
Yes.
And so at first it was just like a direct, or Poland wanted to do it. Poland originally brought it up, and they were going to send some fighter jets over, and then they didn't want to send them directly, and America was supporting the idea, and so America said, oh, you guys should definitely do that. Like, that's totally fine. Poland said, well, we don't want to do it, but we'll send them to Ramstein Air Base, which is an American air base in Germany, and you guys can then send it to Poland. And America was like, oh, fuck you guys. We're absolutely not doing that. So this whole deal with the airplanes fell apart, but it was around this time that the Polish fighter jets, the early report of the Polish fighter jets were denied. The U.S. is now working to get Polish jets to Ukraine with NATO. There was at this time concerns about sending weapons that are too complicated for Ukrainians to use, technological capabilities and things like that. There was a Close the Skies protest in Chicago, like a parade of people walking through the streets. Close the skies.
Oh, a pro-war protest. Interesting.
Yes, a pro-war protest in the middle of Chicago. Yes. Yeah, calls for U.S. lawmakers to stop import of Russian crude and petroleum products and all energy. And then on the 8th, the U.S. Decided they were going to end oil imports from Russia. Talks were happening at the time with Iran. Reports of talks with Iran and Venezuela about potentially opening up oil trades with them. Nuclear talks with Iran have also been ongoing. Oil delays means dropping sanctions on Iran, or oil deals means dropping sanctions on Iran, obviously. Jen Psaki says when she was asked on the 10th about meeting with Venezuela, she said that the U.S. doesn't recognize Maduro as the leader over there, but we met with him over U.S. detainees and not oil. There was, we weren't talking about oil. We were just talking about the detainees that were released. On the
we don't
9th,
recognize him.
Russian global credit rating was downrated to junk status, and has happened multiple times through different sectors. And that's due to the sanctions, right? There's an enormous list of sanctions that we have, from individuals to their central bank to many of their other banks. There are the institutions that the Russians owe money to are now demanding that they pay their debts in dollars. And whether that, I don't remember that was original stipulation or that's what they're saying now. Either way, Russia doesn't have access to that amount of dollars. They said, we're going to pay our debts in rubles. Their debtors have said, absolutely not. You cannot pay it in rubles. It has to be paid in American dollars. If they miss their deadline, they have a 30-day... Fucking money is so stupid. It doesn't make any sense. They're like, oh, it looks really bad when countries lose their credit rating or miss their debt payments.
Whatever.
None of this is real anyway. None of this is real. You're talking about billions and billions of dollars that Russia's paying back in dollars, rubles. None of this makes any sense. And not because, like, it's so confusing, but because it's fucking stupid. That is stupid. Either way,
Yep.
this is the world that we live in. So if Russia misses their payment date, then they have a 30-day grace period in which to make their payments in dollars, or else they are going to go into default and everything's going to be terrible, I guess. There's supposedly 7% contraction of their economy, their GDP this year. So we'll see what happens with that. On the 9th, Venezuela released 2 U.S. detainees that fucking breaking points, right? I almost guarantee that they support Juan Guaido at the time, right? I'm sure they're like, oh, this is what the people want and all this shit. And now they're talking about how the U.S. is over there. Oh, they're war making. They're fucking around with things. And, and they tried to support a military coup and all this shit. Fuck you guys.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
That's the problem with the left's take on foreign policy.
Bullshit.
You can never carry through because it's just too complex. It's too complex. You can't have an ethical stance like that, necessarily, a moral stance.
It was on that same day that Venezuela released the 2 detainees that Saudi Arabia and the UAE both declined not only phone calls but meetings with Joe Biden. And they said they were going to maintain standard production. They literally declined phone calls with the president of the United States, supposed to be the most powerful man on the planet, and they declined to even take his fucking phone call.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
On the 10th, Russia bombed a hospital. The Russian Federation Army bombed a hospital that supposedly was a maternity hospital. Lots of people that died. The UAE said that day that it was going to push OPEC to produce more oil after the Russian oil blockage, because there's all this going on, with the Russian oil supply now.
But we don't call it an embargo because embargoes start wars.
It's a blockage.
Yeah.
It's a blockage.
Yeah. It's totally different.
On the 11th, there was a new slate of sanctions leveled. Again, further sanctions. On the 13th, and this is when I wrote down, this is when I wrote down in the corner, Axios wants war.
Yeah.
On the corner, in this card on the 13th, I said, Axios wants war. And it was just the tone of the reporting. They're talking about, we've seen this from Joe Biden. We saw sanctions. But we haven't seen this, literally what they said. We haven't seen the no-fly zone that Volodymyr Zelensky has been asking for. And it wasn't like... That's exactly it. We haven't seen, Isn't it weird that we haven't seen this? The inflection on it, like it should be expected. Like this is the way to go.
Yep.
Right?
And you had sent me that morning and you were like, dude, you have to listen to this. Axios wants war. And I was like, and that was it. It was clean, right? So I went into it. I didn't ask why or anything like that. And that's the exact thing I picked up on. Because it wasn't the actual words that were said. It was how it was said. It's like,
yes,
you fuckers are thirsty, aren't you? Yeah. It was scary.
And it was a few days later that it got really, really bad. And when I text you again, I was like, they're warmongering. Like this is straight up warmongering.
Yep.
And we'll get to that.
Like, oh wait till my commentary, folks.
Yeah. This was this was on the 13th. The Russian airstrike on Ukrainian military training center. 35 people killed. This was like 10, 12 miles from the Polish border. So this obviously people were all up in arms. They're like, oh, that's right next to an EU country. And what are we going to do? Breaking points. They're fucking shitting on the EU leaders that are going to go to Ukraine. They're like, this was very stupid. If something happens to you, then America gets run into a war. This was very irresponsible. It's very dangerous. They're just clutching their pearls that people are having the fucking balls to try and go to Ukraine and go and see what's going on.
Yeah.
Joe Biden is like, oh, I'm definitely not going to go there. I would not do that. We're not even going to send Kamala Harris. We're going to send her into an adjoining country with the Ukraine, into Poland. And we're not even going to send Kamala. Fuck off. Mm-hmm. I'm so...
Not to mention, that did not go so well.
Let me put this stake down right now. I don't want war with Russia. That's a terrible idea. It's the last thing that country needs. But I'm so sick of the
pearl clutching.
The pearl clutching and the weakness and the fear that is being exuded from people. They're like, oh, we can't anything to do with that. Nothing. Fuck off. I'm sick of that. I'm not for... I don't know, maybe it's the last strands of like my deep patriotism to the state, or whatever. But I'm just tired of this putting out the message that America is weak and scared and we just don't know what to do. There's nothing we can do and we're weak and scared and that's just it. We're waiting to see and hoping that Vladimir Putin makes the right decisions and that he gives a fuck about what anybody else thinks, even though he's proven by this point that he doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm just tired of that. I'm very tired of that.
It really doesn't make sense after a while because the stance becomes, well, we're aghast that this is happening. This is so terrible. How can this be happening? Well, it is, and unless somehow you stop it, it's going to continue to happen.
Right.
So this whole a pox on you, Russia. Putin is bad. The world, the global community is going to look down on you for this. We're going to sanction you. I don't care. I have China. I got my homie. And we're gonna trade in the Chinese yen or whatever.
We have more than an alliance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's you're going to have to stop it if you want to stop it. Otherwise he's not going to stop. Right now, the only thing that is stopping him is the actual fighting that's happening on the ground with Ukraine.
Right.
And obviously we have our own kind of opinions and thoughts on that too, but that's what's stopping him right now is like the fighting. I don't think the sanctions and all the things are really doing anything. If you want to take the moral stance and say this is truly bad, you need to do something about it.
Right.
Or we should have a different conversation.
And from the show, so it may have been in the same episode that Sagar was expressing that he was upset that when Donald Trump was on the Milk Boys podcast, they called him Donald and didn't call him President Trump, right? It's like, that made me very irritated. He didn't like that. It's disrespectful, right?
He's trying to act like a conservative again.
But then when they're talking about the leaders of Poland and like 2 other countries that went to Ukraine, you know, like I think you could have done that over Zoom. Okay, so you could have done it over Zoom because it delivers the same exact message, right? If you have a soldier walk around with a camera to show me what I can see on Zoom, as opposed to if I go there myself as the leader of another sovereign country in the EU, showing you I support you, we stand with you, along with the dollars that we are giving you, I am here to show you that I stand with you. That messaging doesn't matter at all. No. That doesn't matter. That's not lost through Zoom, but a pox on the Nelk Boys because they're just the bastion of conservatism and patriotism. A pox on them for not calling Donald Trump President Trump. A pox on you. What are we doing? Honestly.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I will say this. Up until that controversy, I guess, happened, I've never heard the Milk Boys.
The Nelk Boys.
Nelk Boys.
Nelk Boys.
I'm going to call them Milky, just like Brad Milky on ABC.
I had heard of them. Just because I knew that they were like YouTube guys, but I don't know anything about them. I don't know.
All we know is they're the type of podcast that Donald Trump will show up on, apparently.
I've heard Tim Dillon talk about them, and that's how I know who they are. So YouTube guys, Dillon. I've heard the phrase full send, and that's like apparently where that came from. Apparently the Nelk Boys are the ones that the full send is from the Nelk Boys.
Okay.
Yes. So
full send.
I only even saw a picture of them when the screenshots of their podcast with Donald Trump were pulled down. And I'm like, oh, these are the Nelk Boys. Yes.
I got to Google them.
So,
I gotta find out.
Yeah, so I don't know. So we'll continue on now that we've taken this little break here. It was also on the 13th that Russia had asked China for aid in the Ukraine, undefined aid. They just asked for aid. Eventually they asked for more specific. They asked for like defense and weaponry and things like that they don't necessarily... There are suspicions or whatever assumptions they don't necessarily need that equipment, but they're asking China for it just to make it a stronger alliance because they're giving them military equipment. There was also the day Jake Sullivan said that the U.S. will not allow other nations to supplement Russia through sanctions, right? The U.S. won't allow. We don't want to play police. We don't want to be the babysitter for the whole world, but we're going to tell China straight up, we are not going to allow any other nation to trade with Russia. But we don't want to patrol the world. We don't want to police the whole world, but we're going to tell a sovereign nation what they can and can't do with their dollars.
And not just any nation. That's China?
China.
I mean, and Xi's going like, yeah, okay, yeah.
I just don't...
Yeah, you could tell me that. That's fine. Sure. We'll see how well this goes for you.
This is idiocy. This is idiocy and warmongering disguised as peacemaking. And it's frustrating to watch, and it's difficult to be gaslit on a near daily basis by an administration. Fucking talking to Jordan's dad last night, right? He's talking about the examples he gave was during the Syrian war. And he said he's sitting in a base watching TV, watching Hillary Clinton say there are no U.S. troops in Syria. And he says,
I'm here.
I'm in Syria right now. So as we sit, and as I've said for 2 episodes now, as we sit and watch the federal government, the United States government tell you and swear up and down, there are no United States boots on the ground there. Not even advisors. We don't even have advisors on the ground in Ukraine. In Poland, maybe, so that they can oversee the distribution of the aid. We don't have American boots on the ground there, and we're not going to put American boots on the ground there. Shut the fuck up. You are lying. You are lying to the American people actively right now. And when American soldiers are dead, what are you going to do?
you're going to send more over there and break this same lie that you're telling right now. I can't stand it. I cannot stand it. The idiocy. It's lies. It's not even gaslighting. It is outright lies, and people believe it. They push forward with it. Like, oh, we would never do that. We don't have American boots on the ground there. We're just sending, defensive weapons over there. That's all that we're doing. That's all we would never do anything like that.
Do we remember during the time period at which Donald Trump was looking at withholding aid Congress had already allocated to Ukraine? You remember that? And then there were, if I recall correctly, there were U.S. Congress people over in Ukraine. It might have some, I believe, might have taken a little bit of fire or something like that. I remember something about that 4 or 5 years ago during the Donald Trump presidency when they were over there to kind of, and we obviously had U.S. military folks on the ground there, because I remember seeing them on fucking television with the trucks, and they were talking about the weapons and all this, because Donald Trump was bad and he was trying to stop these weapons from coming in here, and they're fighting against Belarus and Russia and all this stuff. And I remember that was not that long ago.
Not now, though. We pulled all those guys out.
Yeah, we obviously must have pulled everybody out.
Oh, yeah.
Because things have changed over there greatly. They have gotten better, I should say. They've obviously changed for the worst, but they didn't get any better. Why would we have pulled the troops out since then? It doesn't make any sense. Of course there's fucking troops there. There's troops in almost every single country around the world.
It's idiocy. It's lies.
Yes, it is. And it's for stupid people. Stupid people that don't remember fucking a year ago or 2 years ago when we were there already. We saw this shit, and it didn't just stop.
They did not bring them home. They rotated them out with a new battalion.
Exactly.
Because that's how it works. Yes.
I don't want to get
if we were withdrawing all troops from Ukraine, we would have heard about it.
Yeah.
We would have heard about it.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that there are any American soldiers in the nation of Afghanistan right now?
Oh, no, never.
Of course not. Why would there be?
We don't need there to be.
We pulled them out, right?
All of
They're
them.
not in Afghanistan.
There's no American citizens there. There's no servicemen there.
Nope. No. Not a bunch of guys in badass uniforms with the long-ass beards. None of them. None of them.
Nope. On the 13th, this was also when the U.S. reporters were shot and the cameraman was killed. There were 2 different reporters that were killed, one that was shot, Fox News reporters.
I actually don't remember this.
Yes. In Ukraine, they were traveling through the city, maybe being led by someone, and to my recollection, they took sniper fire through their car. And
I might have vaguely...
It's kind of up in the air who shot at them, because there's also been, stories, quote unquote, because it's first person accounts. I've some videos and stuff like that. But again, they're just videos. I'm not saying that they're real. American servicemen saying that people who volunteered to go and fight, which, as we said, they then are subject to the Ukrainian government, and they're given shit-ass weapons.
For the army.
They're given shit-ass weapons and no ammunition. And when they're too scared to go out with that, the Ukrainian soldiers say, "Get the fuck out of here, then, or we're going to shoot you."
Yep.
So again, I support the sovereignty of the Ukrainian people. The Ukrainian people are not perfect people. They are not totally innocent in this entire scenario, right? To act as though we should just totally and unquestionably support Ukraine is stupid. That's a dumbass thing to say.
Dude, it would be the equivalent of if we had a particular army battalion that was nothing but KKK members.
Yes.
Like, literally, they have a battalion of Nazis.
Special forces.
Majid Nuaz talks about this all the time. He's very on this. And it is not unreal.
Yeah.
That does exist. They are literal. There is a battalion of literal Nazis that are in the regular pay and regular service of the Ukrainian army. They're called the Azov
battalion.
But yes, that's not wrong.
Yeah. On the 14th, Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor, he had a 7-hour tense meeting with the Chinese officials over financing support for Russia. On the 15th we found out that Zelensky was going to appeal to the United States Congress. 15th was the day that he appealed to Canadian Parliament, I believe, and he called Justin Trudeau Justin. He just called him Justin. I wonder how Sagar feels about that. I'm just calling him Justin.
It's highly inappropriate.
Is it still inappropriate because he's the president of the Ukraine, or is it appropriate, or is it not? I don't know. Nope. I'm interested. Justin. Does it matter because he's not president? Is like, does it because he's prime minister? Does it matter?
Yeah,
Is it
right.
because it's not America? Is that a racist thing? Because it doesn't matter if it's Canada or Ukraine? That seems weird.
Maybe he knows that
Stupid
Justin
ass thing to
Trudeau has a part-time job doing blackface, so he doesn't want to give him the respect of calling him prime minister. He just wants to call him Justin.
Justin.
That seems real apt for Ukraine.
Yes. Let's see. U.S. officials warn of possible chemical weapons attacks on part of the Russians. We are going to get into this a little bit later for sure. I have some really good articles here, some good reporting.
I'm trying to be
being
good, just so the
completely
audience
ignored.
knows I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to withhold my comments during the
Yes.
timeline, and I'm writing notes to come back to.
Yeah, exactly. See. Oh, on ABC Start here, they were talking to a U.S. volunteer, a doctor, and said, what's happening to Americans in Kiev? Oh, what happens to Americans there if Kiev gets worse? Exactly. What are we going to do if there are Americans there? We're going to be fucked. You're going to send more Americans
They're going to
there.
die.
Yes.
That's
You're-
what's going to
You're
happen.
going to send more Americans there. You're going to send troops there, just like you're saying you're not doing. It's fucking stupid. The UK sanctioned more Russian people, some more oligarchs on the 16th. We also, that was the day on the 15th. I'm sorry, it was a little bit earlier than that. It was the 13th that we sent $200 million of arms and equipment to Ukraine. And then on the 16th, there was some type of announcement that Biden was expected to send $1 billion in aid to Ukraine, which is not from the initial spending package that was already signed. That was $16 billion. The EU and the U.S. increased sanctions for banks and individuals. There's a 35-hour curfew in place in Kiev because the bombing was getting so intense. Zelensky addressed Congress that day, and it was later that day that it was $800 million that was actually sent in aid. So that was $1 billion in a week on top of the $16.5 billion that we already sent in spending to Ukraine in military and humanitarian aid. But we're definitely not at war. 17th, Russia has been accused of bombing an occupied theater. They deny the allegations, obviously. It was a missile that dropped on the theater that had fucking children in on the outside. Seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it was one of those. They say that you could see children from space, like from satellite imagery. That was the whole concept.
Biden was heard calling Putin a war criminal. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, obviously. Putin acknowledges financial troubles they're having and is saying, we're going to have to figure some shit out. On the 18th, Biden met with Xi Jinping regarding real support for a Russian war effort, like financial support. And I have not personally seen anything come out of that yet, other than it was a tense conversation and strong words were had, but no substantive details to come out of that. The International Criminal Court is expected to charge Russian officials with war crimes. Anthony Blinken said that he agreed with that and with Biden when he called him a war criminal, and is said to be collecting evidence for the International Criminal Trial. The Wall Street Journal, What's News, said that when you're talking, and this was in regards to war crimes, they were saying that militia fighting blurs lines because war crimes often, they refer to civilians, obviously, a lot of that type of stuff. And so when there are militias and there are civilians fighting, there are some blurred lines here and things like that. It makes it difficult to decide. Russia claims that civilian buildings have been used for military operations, and so that's part of why they were doing what they're doing.
Well, yeah, it's the old Gaza Strip conflict.
Yes.
That's the same type of thing we always talk about. It's easy to grade the lines that way.
Let's see. That's just the axios part, so I will read that. On the 18th, Russia seeking help from its adversary. Russia is seeking help from China. They said that this is when they were more specific about their needing military equipment and stuff like that. And this is from ABC Start here, right? Their coverage on it was so fucking terrible. They said that Russia seeking help from its adversary, China, was difficult for them to comprehend. And I have an article
Wait.
here.
Say that one more time.
Yes.
Russia seeking help from their adversary, China. That's nonsensical. That's
Right.
not real.
No.
That's not that. China and Russia are not adversaries.
No. And I have an article here that even outlines that, and I'm just trying to find. I got fucked on my computer.
Pay
beforehand, so.
loose attention for any period of time over the last 10 years, and you will know that there is not an adversarial relationship between Russia and China. I don't understand how anybody who attempts to have a conversation around foreign policy can say that China and Russia are adversaries on the world stage. That makes zero sense at all. They're actually the only two the superpowers that are like-minded compared to the rest of the world superpowers.
Yes.
Interesting. But they're adversaries, according
Yeah.
to fucking Milky. Was that on Milky? Start here?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Brad Milky.
I lost this article, so I'm just trying to find it now.
Ba-ba-ba.
I'm sorry about this.
That's okay. That's okay. We can look at my pretty face for a little while.
Yeah, it's just an article, and this is what it is, where China said that their ties are deeper than military connections, is what they said, or deeper than financial.
Yeah, no, they're ethical. They're moral.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. I'm sorry. This is. Yeah, I got fucked with my articles before this started. I had
Yeah,
to start
like
restart my
right
computer.
before the show, you were just trying to wake up your laptop, man. You
Yeah,
got
and it
here,
just
and all of a sudden it's like,
wouldn't-
let's open it, and it's like, I'm not gonna work for you. I know I'm your brand new laptop, but fuck you. You can re-pull up all your articles that you had.
Yeah.
I had a slight panic attack this morning because I also I do that before every show. Is I pull up all my articles, I pull up all that stuff, and I leave it in a separate window on one of my screens. And then I set the sleep mode on my computer to don't shut off, and I keep it on all night before the show because I'm fucking paranoid about losing all my tabs.
Right.
And then this is also me vamping right now. You don't have to actually listen to me, by the way.
No, I'm listening.
But yeah, I don't do that. And I walked in here this morning, and I turned the studio lights on, and I'm getting ready, and I go over to my computer, and it's black. And I'm going, oh, shit, I forgot to set it, put it off sleep mode. Luckily, I had bookmarked all my tabs, and I spent, 15 minutes going through pulling all of them back up. It's a pain in the dick.
Okay, so this is, I'm sorry, so this article is from Tuesday. I finally found it.
Perfect
right?
timing.
Still, Beijing does not have a long, this is an MSN article. Do you want me to send this to you? It's just for a second.
Sure.
Before the invasion, Beijing and Moscow announced a no-limit strategic partnership they said was intended to counter U.S. influence. China's position has been to ultimately blame the U.S. and NATO's eastward expansion for the conflict, and on March 7th, its foreign minister Wang called Russia his country's most important strategic partner. Yeah. Quote, no matter how perilous the international landscape is, we will maintain our strategic focus and promote the development of a comprehensive China-Russia partnership in the new era. Okay, so how are we going to classify them as an adversary when this was just
Makes zero sense.
before the invasion?
Oh, it's an MSN article.
Yeah.
Huh,
This
dog.
this was just before the invasion. This article's from Tuesday.
That actually makes a lot of sense,
And
considering.
while China's government has expressed concern over the conflict in Ukraine, it has refused to call it an invasion or condemn Russia, largely pushing Moscow's narrative of the war on its state news outlet. China and Putin have a clear interest in working together more closely. Holger Schmeidling, Schmeiding, chief economist at Berenberg Bank, wrote in an early March research note, China is happy to cause problems for the West and would not mind turning Russia gradually into its pliant junior partner. So what are we talking about? How are they possibly an adversary when they've just announced these things, right? And this is the coverage that was so weird about it. They then immediately start here, right? This ABC start here. They then immediately turned to saying, we're very confused by this. It doesn't make very much sense. And then they explained about how China needs food and energy, and Russia has a surplus of food and energy because no one will take it. So you just said it doesn't make any sense why they would team up together, but then explained why they would team up together.
Because the things that you need, food and energy, when the world war breaks out and we start, we'll talk later about the teams that are being drawn, you want to make sure that there's a breadbasket that could feed your troops.
Yes.
And so you have an ally like Russia that has excess food.
And this starts to feed
This
into
is tactical board gaming 101, dude. It doesn't take a fucking rocket science to understand this.
And this starts to feed into the theme of today of propaganda. This is propaganda.
Yes.
They are spinning it, they're forming it. One of their very next sentences, this is a quote, China and Russia have joined forces essentially against democracy.
But they're adversaries.
But they're adversaries.
You just told me they're adversaries. I don't understand.
But now they've joined forces essentially against democracy, right? We're going to spin it that they're trying to topple democracy.
So
because every day is January 6th now.
Every day is January 6th. Is that the timeline?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, because I was going to say it's not because democracy attacks on democracy now.
Yep.
If Russia and China are going to join forces to attack democracy, that's code for New World Order. That's what that is. They're fighting against the New World Order, which to us in the West seems like a decent idea because it's liberal, it's Western values, supposedly. I mean, we can talk about the Marxist influences that kind of corrupt the whole fucking system, which kind of gives people like you and me a really bad spot because I'm going, well, I get it, China. I get it, Russia. You don't want to be a part of this fucked up club because neither do I. But yeah, they're attacking democracy. That's what it boils down to, and that's how you create the propaganda that can be easily sold to every single American out there, because every American, not every American, Americans in vast quantities believe that we are democracy, and democracy is the way, and that's the only way.
Yes.
If this was the Mandalorian, we'd say, this is the way.
This is the way. So let's see what I have here. The push for war is insane, and it doesn't seem to matter what the political leanings are. Axios, half of commentary, Russia, Zelensky, 3/4 of Congress and Senate for various reasons. They're talking about no-fly zones, jets, more aid, cyber attacks, assassinations. Lindsey Graham is calling for an assassination of Vladimir Putin. Yeah. This is all propaganda. All of this is propaganda. And it started there, right? These are all further escalations of the war, and some of them are simply veiled as aid or as moral responsibility. We've heard a lot of the last 2 weeks, it's your patriotic duty to pay higher gas prices so that we can aid Ukraine. This is your patriotic duty, right? Mm-hmm. So it's grown quickly from there, and from simple things kind of like the Ghost of Kiev, and I don't want to diminish them because it's all propaganda no matter what, but they're relatively benign things like the Ghost of Kiev, Snake Island, things like that, right? And it then quickly turned into, and we're going to kind of go over some of these things. We'll just go over this list and we'll break it down a little bit. Dead journalists, right? Dead journalists is another thing it's propaganda, and it can be used as that, especially because they're like, oh, the Russians are attacking American journalists, even though still up in the air who actually shot at them, because we don't fucking know, right?
But if it's our journalists and they're dead and it's a war zone, so it's easy to say the Russians did this.
And to underline my point, right? I believe it was Breaking Points that evoked the name earlier this week of James Foley, who was a reporter that died in the Syrian war, which is what...
I was like, it sounds familiar.
It is really kind of the breaking point of when we got into that, and when we involved ourselves in that, when we had American journalists there, and one of them was killed in the fighting. His head was chopped off on a video, actually. He was taken captive, and he was beheaded on a video.
That's what Noah Rothman's always about.
Yes.
You give one American journalism on TV getting their head cut off, and you go to war.
James Foley.
Yep.
Yes.
That's how that works.
Yes.
That's the connection.
And so that's, what the fuck have I been saying this whole time? What have I been saying? This is what you get. This is my concern, right? And they're using it, like you said, as fuel to get us into that fucking war. Bombed theaters, this is a war crime. These things are war crimes. So I want to take a moment and I want to talk about this, right? Who defines what a war crime is, right? And
technically, it's the Hague.
In a legal sense, yes. The Hague, the International Criminal Court, the International Criminal Justice, whatever the fuck, right? Legally,
yes.
Those are the people that define what it is.
Pause button. Now, that alone, the International Criminal Court,
yes,
the Hague itself, this loose body of international legal scholars and minds and things like that come up with this concept of war crimes, and you can't do this during a time of war, you can't do that. You know what you can do during a time of war and what you can't do in a time of war? Anything you fucking can get away with. There is no such thing. This is part of the quote-unquote New World Order that Putin and, in general, Vladimir Putin and President Xi and people like Iran and things like that who have common interests together are fighting against. It's the fact that a group of nations that control, that even if it's 60-40, if they're the ones that control the globe overwhelmingly, then they're the ones to put in that system of international justice.
Right.
And now foreign citizens, sovereign citizens, whatever, of Russia or China are now subject to this legal body that you have no say in, you didn't want to be a part of, anything like that. You're totally divorced from, you don't believe in. And now we're sitting here talking about war crimes, and it gets our side of this conflict all frothed up and all worried about fucking war crimes this, war crimes that. War crimes happen every single day in war.
Right.
I don't care. War crimes, the idea of a war crime is essentially the same. You watch the movie The Patriot. You love the movie The Patriot. Mel Gibson is a very strong. The British General Cornwallis in that one, and he's very highfalutin. He's a rich British dude. All this
Right.
stuff. He has
Big old
He has
dogs.
expectations of officers in war and how warfare should be conducted, and it needs to be civilized. Officers, of course, need to be spared from the violence as much as possible because, I mean, we're only fine gentlemen here.
Right.
Those people come up with the concept of fucking war crimes. Mel Gibson, the American guerrillas that are fighting against this invasion from the empire of the United Kingdom, they're committing war crimes.
Right.
In Cornwallis's view, this is no different. We make the rules for what we decide are war crimes, and then we expect our enemies during wartime to obey those rules.
Right.
Are you high? Do you have any idea how insane that sounds?
One, and to that point, let me posit this, right? What is the difference other than scale, which I feel is very easy to ignore,
It is.
between
It is very
some of the
easy.
shit that we have seen that's being directly blamed on Vladimir Putin,
Mm-hmm.
right? These missiles being dropped, people dying. What is the difference between that? And do you remember, not you, do you remember, America, when we were leaving Afghanistan, we had the withdrawal there, and we launched a missile that killed a man and his fucking family because we said we were pretty damn certain that he was a terrorist, and then come to find out that he worked for a fucking non-governmental organization?
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between that and this?
That's actually technically a war crime.
Oh, so there is no difference then.
Yeah, actually, the only difference
Other than Joe Biden said,
Yes.
we're sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, we're
no.
sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We were pretty sure at the time that he was a fucking terrorist. Now that we found out that he's carrying water jugs and not fuel, we're sorry.
It's the-
That guy's a war criminal. Are you fucking kidding me? What is the difference between the drone records of Obama and George Bush and Donald Trump and what we're seeing right here? Nothing. There is no difference. There is no difference.
Nope.
All of the American presidents of my conscious life are war criminals.
Yes.
And they stand in the White House and scream and stomp their feet at men like fucking Vladimir Putin who are doing the same goddamn shit with more balls and less care in the world about what the fuck they're doing. There is no difference. This is propaganda. Joe Biden killed 10 people in Afghanistan with a fucking missile. They were all innocent. He killed children,
a whole
Whoops.
fucking family,
and no one was punished.
and all it was
No one.
oops. We didn't
No
mean
one.
to.
No one lost their job.
Nope.
No one was brought down in rank. Nothing. Nothing happened. There is no difference.
This is why. This is what people like Glenn Greenwald have been preaching about since the Obama years. This is like Abby Martin, the formerly of RT, who would, you can't go to RT anymore. Thank
No,
God.
and now you can't even fucking
Yeah.
watch her on YouTube, apparently.
And because now she's going to be thought of as what did Hillary Clinton call Tulsi Gabbard? An asset,
a Russian
a
asset.
Russian asset. Yeah,
People are
they're
still calling
assets
her
now. Yeah. Because it totally makes sense because you can't control whether or not you're an asset,
Right.
but you can control whether or not you're I don't know the difference there between like a willing participant and then somebody that just happens to, while you're living your life, the way you're living it, the things you're saying happen to, in our opinion, be more advantageous towards somebody we view as an enemy.
Right.
And Glenn Greenwald has been all over this shit since the fucking Bush years. And there's a reason he lives in Brazil. We'll put it that way. He don't
It's-
live in America no more.
It is
and I
dark,
think
bro.
good reason, because he's probably afraid of being fucking Julian Assange.
Probably.
Or Edward Snowden.
Or
I mean-
what's the guy, Seth Rich, fucking
Seth,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Seth Rich.
any member of these journalists who've shot themselves in the head twice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that weird? So, no, this is bullshit. This is propaganda to
Yep.
bait the American people into support for a war. 100%.
War crimes do not exist.
No, on that
All
note,
war is a crime. If you're gonna lay it down like that, war, no matter which way you slice it, is gonna be a cold, bloody, terrible situation. Period. Full stop. The worst of humanity is gonna come out, along with side by side the best of humanity. Nobody really talks about that much. Most of the otherworldly acts of bravery and humility always happen during wartime, right alongside that of the worst of humanity. But the war crimes that you hear about every day, if you're somebody that's plugged into this situation, it is propaganda. It is meant to get you emotionally, I don't know the right word here, but like angry at somebody like the Russians.
You get y'all wooed up.
Yeah, you got to get all whooped up. You got to get all frothy in the mouth and be ready to go fucking kill those guys. You know, we need to invade and stop these psychopaths. He's basically Hitler, by the way. But the concept of war crimes is created in whole cloth by the West.
Yeah.
And it is only seen through the eyes of the West. And anybody who does not see through that same exact lens, they're not going to see those things as war crimes. It's just war to them.
Right. We're existing in a time in which Vladimir Putin has already said that he considers our actions, our support and our actions in Ukraine war crimes. Or not war, but acts of war.
Yeah,
Right?
acts of war.
Which is what has opened up for him the willingness to attack some of these facilities, right? Again, I'm not justifying it. I'm not going to continue to do this, but we're not justifying it. We're not supporting Russia. We're not necessarily even supporting Ukraine. We're supporting
common sense thinking.
I support in this conflict, the only people that I stand in support with is the sovereignty of the free people of Ukraine.
Yeah.
That is who I stand with. I support the liberty and sovereignty of the people of Ukraine.
Amen.
That is all. I do not support the United States government. I don't support the Ukrainian government. I don't support the Russian government. I don't support the EU, any of that shit. This is all wrong. This is all wrong. I support the people who are there fighting to save their lives, their families, and their home. That is all.
That's it.
That is all. So,
and I am glad.
I just say that because I don't want to continue to qualify like, we're not supporting Russia. That's it. I've been asked several times about this since all this started, and that's how I've answered every time. I stand in support of the sovereignty and liberty of the free people of Ukraine. That is all. When I say glory to Ukraine, glory to the Ukrainian people. That is what I mean.
Yep.
Those are the people that I support in this conflict.
Yeah, and it's hard. It's hard to think about because I remember years ago watching. I'm a big fan of Anthony Bourdain. Should be no surprise to anybody on the podcast. Huge fan. He did a couple episodes over in Eastern Europe, and I'm going to have to do some work to find out which episode it was. But they did this thing where they looked at. He was in a nation bordering Russia, and I want to say it was Belarus. I could be wrong, but at night he'd be right on the border, basically, right? And there's this barbed wire setup along the border between this nation and Russia. And what would happen is there's this little town right on the border, and they would go to bed at night. And then when they woke up, the border would be another foot closer because the Russian troops would come in the middle of the night, pick it up, take a step, put it down, and then walk away. And they would do that every single night. And eventually, entire towns found themselves sovereign Russian citizens and not citizens of the former country.
Right. That's how you get with the
that's
the
how
Donetsk
you
province
get
or whatever.
Yes, that's how you end up in with Luhansk. I'm not even pretending, but the
No.
eastern provinces in Ukraine. Most days when I'm not on the podcast, I could say them because I listen to Noah Rothman say them like that every
Right.
time, and he's a beast mode. But it's problematic because you can understand the need for help from Ukraine, right?
Yes.
I fully support more or less the West's involvement in getting them munitions and weapons and help if they can fight. I'm down with that because, again, glory to the sovereign people of Ukraine.
Right.
And a pox on Russia for trying to, infringe on another nation's sovereignty, man.
For whatever reason.
Yeah. For whatever reason. I don't
Whether
care.
it be Nazis or whatever the fuck the real reason is, nationalism, whatever the reason is.
Whatever. I mean, that's their shit. Property ownership is very important to us, right? The right to own property is very important to us. It's liberty centered, I believe. And I believe you can make that argument over in Ukraine. The Ukrainian people should, at least as a nation, should have sovereignty over their own shit. I don't care how the lines were drawn, but we didn't draw the lines. I don't care. We are in a world now where lines are drawn and we all have property corners as nations. If you want to exchange those, we could talk about that. Let's draw up some agreements. The minute you start invading people, you're throwing all that away, and now you are infringing on somebody else's property rights in my mind, and that's a serious issue with me. I can't do that.
Yep.
But at the same time, I can also make the argument that if the entirety of the Western nations are funneling money and weapons into a single proxy war, when Vladimir Putin says those are acts of war, I don't disagree with him.
Right.
What else is it other than It's like it's not a hot war, it's not a cold war. It's a real fucking. It's simmering.
Yeah.
It's simmering.
It's American exceptionalism. It's just it's
Yeah,
fine.
yep.
Like, no, we're fine.
It's not a big deal.
We're not doing it because
No,
we're
we're
doing
just
we're
giving
doing
them
what's
weapons.
morally right.
Yeah.
We're just doing what's morally right. You know. So I want to talk about the Axios podcast for a minute, right? And this is the one. It's from the 18th.
Yep.
It is called "Does Biden Need a New Putin Playbook?" If you want to go and listen, the interview starts just the very first thing. So it's like a minute in, right?
Yep. Yeah, after a minute of ads
Yes.
for
Also,
a 15-minute podcast.
let's take a second, right? Because the same day that I wrote Axios Wants War, I also realized that their number one contributor is Morgan Stanley. So
Yes.
your number one contributor is one of the biggest banks, financial institutions in the United States.
Which means in the world.
You're telling me that you don't have any financial interest in us going to war. Morgan Stanley doesn't hold any dealings with any defense companies or any energy companies or agricultural companies. They don't deal any money in that at all. You're not making any money if we go to war at all, right? That's what you're saying, right?
Yep.
Even though Morgan Stanley is your middle ad and also your ending ad,
Interesting.
but you're not making any money off it, right? You don't have any interest in us being actively involved in warfare in Europe, right? Not at all.
Not directly. No.
No.
Not directly.
No. No, we get paid by Axios, and Morgan Stanley just pays ads for us. We just pay for ads.
Yeah.
You know, it's no big deal. They definitely don't send us a letter indicating how they feel about certain issues, you know? Never.
Yeah. That's not why things like hedge funds and shell
No.
corporations exist. No.
I'm sure that they
You just
you know,
invest in a hedge fund, and they're the ones that make money off of Raytheon and Boeing when we go to war. It's not, and then you just happen to profit off that. It's not that you are directly supporting war and you have zero interest in lobbying for it. No. It's just it's these other bad people.
the
Like
same deal with ABC Start here. They are running ads for a company that they're saying handles trillions of dollars worth of investments.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that you're going to gain from this is what you're saying. You are directly going to gain from pushing the propaganda that you are pushing on a daily basis during the week is what you're saying.
And I want to take a quick second to just add this caveat because we have been especially talking about these podcasts a lot. Like the Start Here podcast, now we're talking about Axios. Just because it's a podcast doesn't mean it is alternative media. It doesn't mean it's new media.
No.
This is corporate legacy press.
Yes.
Trying to weasel in on our territory in the internet space. These people are corporate shills who owe nothing more than allegiance to the government and to the almighty dollar. That's it.
Yes.
So I just needed to make sure that we caveat that stuff because it's no different. Listening to the Axio podcast, no different than watching CNN. It's just a different
100%,
type.
100%.
Yeah.
So on this podcast, right, they are making the claim, questioning, is this really about defining what a hostile act is, or is it about defining what, let me restart. Is this about defining what a hostile act is, what offense or defense is, or is this about fundamentally having to protect the world from a biological, chemical, or nuclear attack?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Our involvement.
Why did you bring up chemical weapons? What are we talking about here?
Is it? I don't.
Did we find some factories?
But are we really talking about what's offense and what's defense, or should we really be framing the conversation as, should we need to protect Europe from the potentially biological, chemical, or nuclear attack? What are we really talking about? Isn't that fundamentally what we're talking about?
Yeah, I feel
That's what she said. Or is this about fundamentally having to protect the world from a biological, chemical, or nuclear attack?
Isn't that so insane?
Isn't that fundamentally what all of this is about?
This means either you are in defense of, I don't even know where you begin with the other one, or are you in defense of Russians start nuclear war?
Yep.
That's what we're equivalent. We have two options. Do you want nuclear Armageddon brought to you by Vladimir Putin, or do you want defense of people and this justification for starting World War III?
Fundamentally, isn't that really what we're talking about?
Fundamentally, it is.
Yeah. They're also saying that Biden can't get too far ahead of Congress or the EU, but public sentiment is shifting, towards increased involvement of American troops or of American military in the Ukraine. They're saying, why does
And I'm going to stop there because I'm going to pause there because I want him to hear the rest of this. And it was after this first part about biological, chemical, nuclear attacks that I wrote, they want war. This is war. They're talking about redefining what is and is now, what is offensive and what is defensive. What are you talking about? There are defensive weapons and there are offensive weapons. It's pretty cut and dry. Are you defending yourself or are you attacking first? It's pretty cut and dry. One of the next things that they said was, again, that Biden can't get too far ahead of Congress or the EU, but public sentiment is shifting towards more increased American involvement. They said, why does Putin get to define what an active war is? I don't know, because he's on the other side of the goddamn conflict?
Yes.
Because he's the other person that's involved in this fighting here. His definition of a war crime and an active war maybe matters a little bit. Because if you don't think you're at war, but the other person does, that's going to shift the paradigm of what's happening.
Yes.
It matters how they are interpreting what is happening. That matters.
And that problem is, I think, a lot bigger than, I don't know, I don't want to say the West is realizing, but like at least the elite power centers in the West, I don't think they realize that Vladimir Putin might feel like the entire world is at war with him other than his few allies, because when you look at the dollar amount,
On
you
paper.
look at on paper, you're at war, dude.
Yeah.
And I don't care if your legislative body has gotten together and went ahead and declared war on a nationals. I think we've had this before. I don't think that's ever going to happen again. We're going to start World War III, and no one's ever going to go to war again.
We never declared war in Afghanistan.
No, but
We call it forever
20
war.
fucking years.
And we call it a forever war,
Yes.
but we never declared war there.
That's right. And right now, to Vladimir Putin, World War III it's in full swing.
It's commenced.
It has begun. I have argued that same point, I believe.
Last week, that was the let me ask you this.
That's
Are
right.
we at war?
Yup. This drives me nuts.
Yeah.
It feels like gaslighting, but like if you cranked it up to 11 instead of like 10.
Oh,
I don't know. Like it's so insane.
Oh, no. Let me add to it because the next thing they said, the next thing I wrote down is can't a no-fly zone be, we've talked about no-fly zone, right? A no-fly zone, that's war.
That's
because
war.
you have to enforce it. There has to be some, whether it's Americans, Poland, someone has to be in the skies to enforce the no-fly zone if it's going to be there.
Yeah.
So in the
Once
vein,
you slipped over to the demand side of war, it commences.
in the vein of redefining what is offense and what is defense, can a no-fly zone be a way to defend a humanitarian pathway out of the country?
It certainly
Sorry,
could.
so it's only a no-fly zone just over just this road. Just this strip of
just the
road is
route.
the only no-fly zone.
Yep.
And if you fly a plane over it, then you're fucked.
Yeah. You're just going to need some surveyors to come in there and mark out where
Right,
that exact
right,
property
right.
line is.
Right.
That way we can know this corridor.
Can we
is
just
safe.
redefine what a no-fly zone is so that it's really defensive and not offensive, and that it's only, just this small part. So if Russia does come in, then they're definitely violating it. It's not an accident. Fuck you. This is propaganda. This is propaganda to shift Americans towards war.
Yeah. How is this any different than General Cornwallis talking to Mel Gibson saying like we don't shoot officers during wartime, all right? What is the fucking difference here? Nothing other than perspective. You're not going to convince Vladimir Putin that he is in the wrong here, man. You're just not. You need to find a way to end it. And the more you dick the dog on this one and you kick the can down the road and you fuck around with it, there's a reason we're here now. Because we didn't handle this 20 years ago. There's a reason. We're not going to get into that. That's a whole nother conversation for another day. But there's a reason we're here now. Pretending that you don't have to do something to stop this is insane. You have to do something. And the more withdrawn you try to act, the more hands-off you try to be at this point, gets us closer and closer and closer. I need to rephrase this. We're running out of options.
Yes.
The longer we wait, the less options we have to avert a world goddamn war
We're
here.
damn near tapped right now. There's
Yes.
with the amount of sanctions and everything that we've
I don't
done,
know
we
what's going to stop it
No,
at this
and
point.
I can't say for certain because I don't work in the government. I don't know exactly what all of the bars and we know what all the levers are. We are damn near tapped on non-military options in intervening with Russia. If they, again, I'm not going to qualify anymore. I'm done doing that shit. If Russia is able to form an alliance, a stronger, more involved alliance with other countries, these sanctions will not matter.
No.
They will not matter at all. They don't need their entire 7% brought back. They need their country to sustain the next few years until they figure out whatever happens next.
Yes.
They don't need to replace the 7%, especially veteran Putin. He don't give a shit.
He don't give two shits.
He needs the Kremlin to operate for the next few years.
Yes.
That's what he needs. And if that, he needs a certain amount of the population to be comfortable for that to happen because shit goes bad in Russia. But if he can hold down the Kremlin, if he can hold down the capital of Moscow, and he can hold down his military fronts around the world, that is all that fucking matters to him.
Yep.
In the end goal of whatever his final goal is, I got no goddamn idea. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Can I quell the rebellions here, and can I maintain the fighting over there? That is what matters.
And in my opinion, when we talk about the Chinese-Russian relation,
Yes.
the Russo, I can't remember what they used to call it back in the day, but anyways, Russia-China relations, the United States is going to, we're going to hurt when we cut off trade with Russia.
gonna be bad.
Obviously.
With China or with
I have a
Russia?
video from Jen Psaki telling me that Vladimir Putin is responsible for our high gas prices.
Biden too, when he gets asked
Yes.
about it, he's, not much I can do right now.
Yep.
Vladimir Putin's fault.
Exactly.
Bitch, what?
Putin did it.
It's
So-
Vladimir Putin's fault.
Yeah.
It's the Putin gas hike. What the fuck?
Amen.
What the fuck?
Now, with that being said, we can do that and be okay. We can cut off Russia from international trade, and it'll hurt, but we can survive, right? It's a thing. Right now we're looking at massive food shortage possibly in the future because who makes most of the world's fertilizer? Russia does. And then we have our little our gas energy problem with them, which is something that I think we can collectively as a Western culture survive. Not that worried about it. But you know what we can't get cut off of? China. China makes everything. We found that out during the pandemic. There is not going to be a trade embargo with China. There's not going to be a problem trading with China. So,
It would fuck China as well,
if
just to
it
to
would.
put that in there. It's not like it would only fuck us because China also makes shit for the rest of the world. If no one's buying anything from them, they're not making very much money.
Yep. But when it comes time to draw the lines in teams, right?
Yes.
If this was World War III teams,
Which are being drawn.
Yep, which are being drawn. We are talking about Russia and China and Iran and possibly India, which would be a fucking game changer.
Especially because they've been warring with China on their borders for like
Yes.
the last 2 or 3 years.
Yes,
They've
and
been
like
ramped up over the last 2 or 3 years.
weird shit too.
They're with like
Weird stuff,
clubs
rocks
and
and
shit,
shit.
yes.
Yeah, because the minute you
Barbed
fire a
wire
gun, things
batons.
become more real. But go beat each other to death down by a river, nobody cares.
literal gangs of dudes. Yeah,
It's
literal
fucking weird,
gangs of
dude.
dudes beating each other to death with clubs and barbed wire bats and rocks and shit
Yep.
because they can't have military warfare, like you said.
Yeah, in
That is
modern
fucking-
day military fatigues,
They're
you
wearing,
can watch them on YouTube
wearing
right
bulletproof
now.
vests.
It's
They're
weird as
wearing
shit.
body armor and they're getting hit with clubs.
So, sorry to bring it back to the serious notion. We have a kind of a similarly mutually assured destruction between China and the United States as far as
economic
trade is
one,
going.
yeah.
Exactly, right? But I don't know if China would hurt as bad as the United States if we blew off because they have other trade partners that have lots of money, generally funded by the United States, by the way. That aside,
But if it's
that
the
aside,
U.S. and Europe, because it's not just the U.S. It's
Yes.
the U.S., the EU, whoever the fuck else is going to jump on with that if it starts to
Yes.
come down to that.
and then we
right?
look at the Belt and Road Initiative and how many African nations that do a lot of diamond exporting and mining and things like it, precious metals, things like that. They're going to fund green energy, all that shit.
And
it's all
your
going
fucking
through
cell
China.
phone. Yeah, everyone in
Amen.
America loves iPhones.
Yes,
You
and-
pay $1,000 for it. Will you pay $5,000 for it?
Yep. Nope. Because guess what? You can't afford it now
Yeah.
because our fucking currency is shit. And if the entire world quits trading dollars for the petrodollar, buying oil and selling oil in dollars, our currency is shit. And now you're without the embargo. your cell phone is now $5,000. That's just inflation alone.
And we
now
owe our money to China.
Yes. So that being said, China and Russia team up, obviously. Let's put it this way. If China had to sever its trade relationship fully with the United States, Russia would have a problem. Because economically, you have these world banks and this new world order and shit where he owes money to these people and they have to do that, otherwise default on a loan, and then there's World War III anytime. But right now, if Russia can do all of its trade with China in China's currency, China does enough business with the U.S. and the rest of the world in dollars that it can easily funnel the dollars Russia needs to Russia in the exchange to make sure they don't default on their debt. So that, again, this is propaganda you hear about Russia defaulting on its loans and blah, blah. It's not going to happen because China's not going to let it happen.
Like,
because China owns more debt than we make in GDP.
Yes.
They own more of our dollars in debt. We owe them more money. They're going to get those dollars to Russia if they need it. They're not going to allow...
Whether we like it or not.
Yes. They're not going to allow their World War III trading partner to get cut off like that. It's not going to happen.
They're going to put their hand out and say,
yeah, here.
Money, bitch.
Do it.
Where's the dollars?
Yes. This is why I don't...
Literally, dollars.
All I do is see that argument about Russia defaulting on their loans as propaganda because that's all it is. It's not real. China will get around it.
All this is propaganda.
Amen.
I'm
doing good at like hammering topics to propaganda this week.
Because all of this is propaganda.
Right.
One of the last things, this is the last thing I have on this card, is we talked about the Zelensky virtual tour, right? Mm-hmm. He went to the EU and Lonesome Lenny.
Lenny's here.
We're talking about Ukraine, Lenny. We're out here. So Zelensky made his speech. He did one in the EU. He did one in Canada. He did one in America. All to his credit. All historically accurate for whatever he was talking about, right? So he's an entertainer. He's an actor. He's a public speaker. He knows what he's doing, right? So when he's here, he's talking about 9/11, talking about Pearl Harbor, evoking the emotions of the American people.
Half in Ukraine, half in English.
He plays, exactly. He speaks in English. He plays a video of the destruction and violence that's happening there,
Rough
right?
video, by the way.
So
I try not to cry.
I did not watch it. I've not watched the speech. I just had so much fucking content that I was trying to get through. I got the gist of it in what I was listening to, and that's
all just propaganda.
And that's what I needed to do this show.
Yep.
So I will. Candidly, I have not watched the Zelensky speech. I've heard clips from the 90 fucking shows that I watch every day.
You don't need to.
But one of the last things they brought up was Zelensky's address to Congress, right? And they said, and I paid very close attention to this, so I guarantee you this is what happened. They said that Zelensky challenged Putin when he asked him to be the leader of the world. They did not include the part where he said, and the leader of the world means being a leader of peace.
Now, you said Putin. You mean Biden?
Yes, I did. I wrote down Putin, but he did say Biden. Yes, when Zelensky challenged Biden to be the leader of the world. Yeah. That's all they said.
The leader of peace.
Conveniently left that part out. Conveniently left that part out when Zelensky said, and being the leader of the world means being the leader of peace.
Yeah.
Conveniently left that part out.
Interesting. Because so just in perspectives, I got the raw deal where I heard that and then I heard the leader of, it's in the same fucking sentence.
Yep.
And now you, as somebody that did not watch that right away, are getting fed by the media something that tells a complete and utter...
Completely different story.
They're selling you propaganda versus getting it from... It means two different things.
Conveniently left out the part where he said being the leader of the world means being the leader of peace.
That is insane.
Left that part out. And then ran an ad for Morgan Stanley. What are we doing? What is going on here? So
I love it. There's just shameless shilling, man. Shameless war shilling.
Yes. One of the things I want to hit on is you said that Putin is worse than Hitler, right? We've heard that Putin is Hitler now.
Yeah. It's a point of view from that. I don't want to have you put that in my words, but
no.
Like, it is. I was speaking for others.
You referenced earlier.
Indeed,
yes, I should. Yes, so I should correct myself. You referenced earlier.
I'm not going down for this one, bro.
No, that people are claiming that Putin is Hitler. We heard this week. I don't remember the man's name, but there's a clip that we can find if we really want to, who worked in the Obama administration, who said that Putin was actually worse than Hitler because Hitler didn't kill ethnic Germans.
Wow.
Yes. Not only is that
That's
the
a whole nother
dumbest
level.
shit I've ever heard, it's a lie. It's a lie, and it's
a total lie.
propaganda.
Yes.
Okay, because there was no German Jews at all, right?
Not
there
at
was
all.
no, there was no gay Germans. There was no fucking
Yeah,
black
yeah.
Germans. There was no Germans that ended up in a camp ever, or shot on the street, or hung up, or any of that shit. Never. He would never do that because Putin is worse than Hitler. This is to invoke, and I'm gonna break it down when you're finding this, right? This is to invoke. In World War II, we had no choice but to be involved. Even fucking though, when we got involved in World War II, we didn't know about the camps. No one knew about the camps when we went over there. We discovered the camps when we were over there. As we were liberating people, we discovered the camps.
Towards the end of the war.
We did not know.
There was a really good episode on that about that on Band of Brothers.
Yes.
Fought the whole fucking war.
Yes.
Had no idea this was happening until they got there.
This is to invoke the war crimes, the humanitarian struggles, the torture that Putin is putting these people through. He's worse than Hitler. He's killing his own people. He's killing his own supporters.
I'm trying to find it. There's too many.
This is propaganda.
Putin is worse than Hitler. Ukrainians vent their fury as
You can-
families. They see
type
that's
in
not right.
Putin or Hitler didn't kill ethnic Germans.
Hitler didn't
If
kill
you
ethnic
Google that,
Germans,
then we'll
yeah.
find that clip. This is propaganda. This is propaganda. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This man who worked in the Obama administration is telling you, and that's not like fuck Obama. That's just to say that he worked in the government, right? Just that he held an official position in the government.
MSNBC deletes Michael McFlaw's comment that Hitler didn't kill, quote, ethnic Germans. I guarantee you he was somehow or other involved in the Obama White House. I'm just going to do a little read. MSNBC propped up and then scrubbed former U.S. ambassador to Russia, Michael McFowle's false suggestion on Friday that Adolf Hitler did not order the deaths of, quote, ethnic Germans during the Holocaust while he condemned Russian President Vladimir Putin's actions in Ukraine. Good
He
Lord.
was the ambassador to Russia.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
And
so
then-
he's put on MSNBC to be held up as, look at how legitimate he is. He was the ambassador to Russia. If anyone knows about Russia, it's this fucking guy because he was the ambassador during Obama.
Yep.
We love Obama. Obama's the best. Look at this. He's telling you Putin's worse than Hitler.
Okay. So in his defense, he was on a Rachel Maddow show when he said it.
Oh, fuck him.
So
well, fuck him twice then. Yeah.
I got to toe the line here. Otherwise, they're not going to let me back on next week because now she's down to doing once a week from what I hear.
No. And let me be as objective as possible. He was quoting someone from a Ukrainian television show that he had done earlier. That does not excuse you from presenting that as your point and defending it. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard from somebody who was once an ambassador to the country that they are now shitting on.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
That's crazy.
And then he's tweeting about it, and he's like, oh, I didn't, thank you to the people who commented and informed me that I was wrong about the killing of ethnic Germans. Thank you for people who've sent in reading recommendations.
Here we go.
Yes.
This is from I didn't realize what website I pulled up until just now.
What is it?
It's the Daily Beast.
I love
So
it.
that's how you know it's good. He said right there, quote, I slipped late last night and violated an unwritten taboo. Never compare Hitler to anyone, quote. He tweeted, quote, I agree. He was uncomparably evil. I won't do it again. So he made a really, really bad Twitter apology, is what I'm hearing.
Yep, and then thanked people for sending in reading
Wow.
materials.
What a piece of shit. You low level.
If you
Low-
have
low-
gone
what do you-
through high school history,
Yeah.
you know that Hitler killed ethnic Germans.
Bro.
Are you fucking kidding me? And why are you going to restate the point from a Russian propagandist?
Right?
He was quoting someone from Russia who's like, well, at least, Vladimir Putin never killed. Yeah, you got to be joking me.
Do not put me in a position to defend this man.
It is inexcusable.
Do not. It is so bad.
It is
These
inexcusable.
people, how do you put yourself in a position where anybody that's willing to do a 5-minute Google search. Even you don't even have to go to DuckDuckGo to find this shit out. You just go to Google. Spend 5 minutes on Google, and you can find that the arguments these people are making are so disingenuous and false. Next thing you know, you find yourself apologizing for bad arguments against Vladimir Putin, for real life arguments against him.
Yeah.
But they're not making those arguments, which is the problem. But
The last point that I want to hit, and then we can move on to our next part, is about...
so far, you've done good. I only have 2 things on my list we haven't hit yet.
Excellent. So, and there's, I have on here that we could talk about oil and stuff if we have time. I think that's it's kind of a large topic.
If we have time.
So, I have that here. It's a very large topic because there's history of
There's a
and
lot.
we talked about it last week that I don't think that it begs that much. If you're watching this show, then you are not a fucking idiot, and you know that the Putin gas hike and all this shit, it's nonsense.
It's not real.
We've been watching gas prices go up for over a year now, right?
I think we both agreed
Yes.
a little while ago that if for some reason all trade with Russia was completely cut off tomorrow, we'd have a black eye, but we'd be fine. The vast majority of that is oil and energy.
And we can take a deep dive at some point and talk about, we talked a little bit about the oil war last time. We talked a little bit about the refineries that had gone under. There's a lot going on with people who invested in oil and lost out on their investments when these things happened, and now they're requesting the profits from the companies, from the oil companies, and so the oil companies, whether it's the right thing or not, I'm not defending them, are not reinvesting their profits to lower gas prices or to drill more. They're staying stagnant because for multiple reasons they're afraid they're not going to survive, and the people who already invested money want their money back before they don't survive.
Yeah.
So
There's been very little conversation around the conversations regarding energy cost, oil.
Right.
There's very little talk with OPEC.
yeah.
And the international cartel of oil purchasing nations, or whatever it's called.
Yeah. So we should.
And so that's a problem because they still have sway over these things.
The next time we're here, if all this is still going on, we should consider having a deep dive, or maybe we'll do an impromptu live or something like that, a double header style thing where we can talk about. We'll figure something out because it's important to understand, and it's too big to go into now, that the long and short of the oil thing is it's way deeper than Vladimir Putin.
Way
this is
deeper.
Not just about what's happening in Russia. It involves, like you said, OPEC. It involves oil investments here, the hostility towards the oil industry from the Biden administration. There are many, many, many elements to this that are being distilled in a disgusting way down to be able to blame Vladimir Putin in again a renewed effort to spin propaganda to turn people against what is going on here and increase American support for military involvement in the Ukraine.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was something that we should do a deep dive in until we're sitting here talking about it. So I think that's a great idea.
Just because it's so
we'll come up with some kind of thing because the context matters,
right?
Because of the arguments being used from, unfortunately, our side of the conflict.
Yeah,
blaming everything on like Vladimir Putin. It's so much bigger than that. But
we should sit down. You get back. I don't know, like a middle,
middle
of the week.
Yeah.
So maybe we should try and sit down and just do a short live like that Friday or Saturday.
It would not suck.
And just have a few beers, have just an open conversation.
We'll be gone for 2 weeks. We're going to have to see each other.
Exactly. Just have an open conversation that we can just kind of flow about the different aspects of the oil industry and what's going on. I think that would be a good way to do that because I want people to know that information, but we don't have the time for it today.
We just went over our schedule in part 1.
Right.
Monday through Friday is booked right now.
So the chemical weapons thing, right? There's been lots of discussions. There was some biological research facilities in Ukraine that were discovered, the existence of which was brought up in a House hearing this week. Oil was $30 a barrel less and gas prices remain the same. I'm telling you, it's deep.
Yeah.
It is deep. Yeah. And so
much of it is
get into that.
Set on speculation and shit.
Yes,
but
we will get into that, I promise. So there were biological research facilities found in Ukraine. There was a lot of hullabaloo about this. But like, they have biological weapons. They have this. They have this. There's no...
I was going to say, up until just then,
right.
There was one word you didn't say, and that was weapon.
Right.
It was biological research facilities.
Yeah. And
Level 2... I don't mean the biological protections status or whatever. Like the Wuhan lab, biological
4.
level 4. These were only level 2s.
And so there isn't evidence thus far that there were weapons there. There also isn't evidence that there aren't biological weapons there because that's how man works, right?
And also,
that's
you don't know what you don't know.
Right. So Marco Rubio brought this up in a congressional hearing in which he
Piece
thought
of
he was
shit.
going to get a much simpler answer, and then he quickly tried to turn it to other things, in which the woman that he was talking to said, oh, there's definitely facilities there, and we're definitely concerned that Russia is going to find them. And so that exploded right into a discussion like you talked about chemical weapons attacks.
Well,
And
in defense of the explosion,
yes.
the next line out of Rubio's mouth was,
Yes.
so I'm running out of time here, so let me ask you this. If there is a biological weapons attack or a chemical weapons attack in Ukraine, would you have any doubt whatsoever that Russia would be behind it? And she says, no. What the we're not talking about
propaganda.
biological weapons, you fucking warmonger.
Yeah, it's propaganda. It's all propaganda. No.
I'm
No, that's
usually
important.
a fan of Rubio in many aspects. This, not so much. You piece of shit. Why don't you go fight? How about that? Let's sign you up to the Ukrainian battalion tomorrow.
Right.
Piece of shit.
So after that's very
Make that
important.
fucking
No,
jump.
very important. So after that happens, right? Like you said, it explodes. There are
Everywhere.
Russia is then saying America is going to use chemical weapons, or Ukraine is going to. They said Ukraine is going to use. Let me correct myself. They said Ukraine is going to use chemical weapons and say that it's us. They're going to launch a false flag and say that it's us. America then says, right? That's how this.
Just Ukraine would use chemical weapons and then say that it was us?
That it was Russia.
Russia.
That it was Russia.
Okay.
Russia
Russia
is
is saying that.
That Ukraine is going to use
Yes.
chemical weapons, biological weapons, and then blame us.
Yeah, so
right?
they're
Blame
saying-
Russia.
Yeah. So people are
As a
setting
false
up
flag.
multiple false flag scenarios
Yes.
now with these unconfirmed chemical or biological weapons that may or may not exist at all.
Yes.
Okay.
The United States then says, and I'm going to send you this article.
Yee.
The United States then says, well, this is a classic Russian trick that because they're saying that we're going to do it, they're almost definitely going to do it and then blame us.
Yeah, I love that.
Okay.
If they said it, that means that they're going to say we did it.
Their justification for this is, well, this is what they did in Syria, right? In Syria, they launched chemical weapons, and then they said that it was us.
The gray
Or they
zone.
said that we were going to, the reporter is what matters. The outlet is not necessarily.
Aaron
it's
Matei.
Aaron Matei. Yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah.
this is the guy that was on Jimmy Dore. This is the reporting that he did that they were talking about, the clip that I sent you, right? So
No, I usually like his reporting.
yes. So this is just, I think, just where he was working at the time. So like I
Independent
said,
journalists, they got to work everywhere, baby.
exactly. Yeah. So I wasn't
Yep.
going to give credence or take away from that because his reporting is what I trust, right? So this article,
2020. Wow. This goes
article
back.
is about the OPCW Syria whistleblower and ex-director attacked by U.S., UK, and France, right? There were whistleblowers out of the OPCW, which is a chemical weapons watchdog, right?
Okay.
The whistleblower from there, when he's investigating the chemical weapons attack in Syria. Let me provide a little bit more context, right?
This was a while ago.
Yes, long time ago, before we were doing the show. According to the United States, this was 2018, I believe, that these chemical weapons attacks happened, or that we said that they happened, right?
This is just because I think the reference to taking down of Tulsi Gabbard's legitimacy for her involvement with talking to Syrian President Assad,
Yeah.
about this was the last time this was really in the news.
Yes.
Was during the debate. So that's what this is in context to.
So in 2018, Donald Trump launched a shitload of missiles at Syria because it said there were chemical weapons attacks that happened there, right?
A lot of missiles.
It is then found out, quote unquote, that the Russians are the ones that really use the chemical weapons, right? That's what the Americans said. That's what the OPCW apparently said. You know, that was the main story, is that Russia is actually the ones that deployed the chemical weapons. They dropped canisters from planes. They exploded. It's horrible. There's a CNN reporter there who smells the canister of a chemical weapon, sarin gas, chlorine gas. She smells it and says, oh, there's definitely something that stings the nostrils in it. Oh, maybe it's the chlorine gas, you dumb person. She would die, okay?
Yes, she would.
So it's the mainstream perspective that it is actually Russia that launched these chemical weapons.
Yep.
There are then
And that's what got Tulsi hemmed.
there are then whistleblowers that come out that say, actually, 2 of these 4 canisters weren't even dropped out of an airplane. Right? There's no evidence of that. There actually isn't chlorine or sarin gas evidence of those things in here. Right? We then find out, again, from the reporting of Aaron Matei, this one is just about the whistleblower and his interactions with the United States and these people in the UN, right, when he's testifying there. So there is much more reporting that goes behind this. This is just the story I pulled to just kind of give context to it, right? We then find out that actually these chemical weapons were launched by militias in the area that are backed by the United States. Yes. So we found out, we knew that these militias had a chemical weapons manufacturing facility that they were operating through. We knew about that, continued to fund them, and then gave them the green light, maybe with or without acknowledgement, gave them the green light to use these chemical weapons, and then immediately turned and said, oh, but it was Russia.
It's almost like we're getting real good at false flags these days.
So I'm like almost getting emotional. I'm so frustrated.
It's
literally the same thing that is happening right now. And they're going to use chemical weapons on people in fucking Ukraine. There is a civil war happening in Yemen, and we are giving fractions of the amount that we are funding.
Yep.
We are also providing humanitarian aid to fix what we are fucking up at the same time. Our government is going to fund people to use chemical weapons against innocent civilians and blame it on the Russians to send our sons and daughters to die in Europe. This is dark. This is some of the darkest shit I have ever seen. There's evidence of it on the fucking screen right now. This is happening. There is no denying it. They have done it before, and they're going to do it again. And they're lying to you about it right now.
Yep. And I can understand you being emotional about it because it's a travesty. It's a travesty, and it is something that they've been doing now for, I mean, I don't know how long it's been happening, but it's been greater than our lifetime, and it's fortunate now. Journalism is dead. That's what Lonesome Lenny says.
100%.
Hey, fucking men, dude, it definitely is. This is, I swear, man, I read Kitsap Sun as often as they allow me to for free. And
6 times a month?
yeah, something like that. It's not that much. But this is something I'm going to put this in right now. I've got it written down. We're going to talk about this during our Patreon exclusive 5 of 4 today. We're going to talk about free press and the paywall press. We're going to talk about that a little bit because I want to have some of those discussions. But yeah, this is the same narrative that has been happening since the Cold War began.
Yes.
This is the same deal, except now this is the first time that the corporate press doesn't have the upper hand. We can see farther than they can see. We have been looking through the telescopic lens of mainstream press, the corporate press, for decades at this point. And this is the very first time in history where the plebs, the populace as a whole, can actually, without investing a ton of money, they actually have an opportunity to see around the lens that we've been forced to look through for the very first time, and we're seeing these things happen. And it can be emotionally devastating to realize that, like, at the same time, we are making money selling Ukrainians weapons. But we're going to make a hell of a lot more money if we commit a false flag and actually get the rest of the world involved in this joint. Them profits going to soar, baby.
People
and
have
then
to pay us for weapons
how
and for
else,
materials.
How else is the United States going to remain the hegemonic superpower of the entire world unless we can get everybody to go to war with each other again and rely once again only on us and our almighty dollar? If we don't, it's the only commodity the United States has anymore that's worth a damn. IP doesn't matter because China can steal it. We make really good weapons, and our dollar, we make such good weapons that if you don't use our dollar, we'll take over your country, or we'll have somebody else take over your country. So you better take our dollar, because our other mainstream trade good is the U.S. dollar as a currency.
Dollars and war. Those are the two things that we can export en masse.
And when the sanctity of the dollar on a global stage is threatened, that's when the United States will go to war. It's because we cannot afford to lose out on that. If we are not the mainstream international currency anymore, we don't have a country anymore. It's over. All of the division that's been seeded over the last we'll go ahead and say 30 years just to play it safe. All of that's not going to, All of that's going to come up. It's going to boil up. And the global conflict that's happening, it's not going to matter because they have officially taken the United States off the chessboard because we're going to turn amongst each other and then it's over. We're not going to be participating in World War III because we'll be fighting Civil War 2.0.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, we think we're close now.
Yeah, wait until we go to war. Then it's really going to happen. And then we're not really going to be at war anymore because we'll be at war here. Fuck, man, you said it was going to get dark. It got dark real quick.
Yep. Yeah, and the next topic is not a whole lot better.
No, it's not.
I think that's the last.
I had one
Let's hear
point
it.
from the very beginning of the timeline. We were talking about the MiG situation,
Yes,
the fighter
the
jet
jets.
situation, and why that is not going to be a thing, and why
Right.
that will be the catalyst to kick off World War III, and that's why we avoided it. The MiGs, one way or t'other, you need to fly them into Ukraine.
Someone has to.
Someone has to, ideally, right?
To take them on a train would be stupid.
You'd have to come up with a whole new airplane, I'm pretty sure, to be able to design to throw in the back of a plane. We don't have time nor resources to do that. The fucking MiG, whatever it is, MiG-22, MiG fucking 35, I don't care what it is.
Yeah.
The MiGs aren't designed to have, they're not designed to do that, period. It's a Russian aircraft. The complexity of the weapons is something else you brought up.
Yes.
So we can't get MiGs in, we can't get MiGs into Ukraine. We have to get MiGs in because the alternative is to say send them F-35s, F-22s, F-A-18s, something American made. We can't do that because the Ukrainians are not trained on those platforms and they are much more complex. They're much more computer focused and all this stuff. It's not so much that
We make shit fancy out here.
yeah, the Ukrainians aren't dumb. They're not too dumb to use our weapons.
They're
It's
just
just
not
they're not
trained
trained
on
on them, so we can't send it to them. So we rely on the Russian-made MiG.
Yeah.
Now we can't get the MiGs in because you'd have to fly them in at some point. Somebody has to fly them,
We aren't going
and
to send
it's
the
going
Americans
to
do
be.
it.
And it doesn't matter if it's the Americans or not, which is the problem. The Polish can't do it. Why? Because they're a NATO power. The Estonians can't do it. Why? Because they're a NATO power. Go down the list.
Right.
You cannot get them into Ukraine because Vladimir Putin has said any violation of the airspace from a NATO power, this is a territory in dispute.
Yeah.
That will trigger World War III. You cannot fly the MiGs into Ukraine, period, without kicking off full-blown war. And at this point, I don't know. We're just kicking the can down the road here at some point. World War III is already upon us. The entire world
But the government
has
said.
an interest. But the government said the entire world has an interest in what's going on right now. All the major powers are funneling money and power one way or the other into this single war.
Yeah.
We're already at war, man. There's just we don't all have boots on the ground yet. Do you think it's inevitable?
We don't have public boots on the ground yet.
There you go. We don't have publicly known boots on the ground.
No,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like I said, I would bet every dollar I have that there are Green Beret or special forces of some variety on the ground right now as we speak.
Yep.
I know for certain, there are ex-special forces there. I know that for certain because I fucking follow them on the internet. I see the pictures they're posting. I see what they're doing. I know what their careers are, and I've seen what they're doing right now. So I know that there are Americans over there. Whether they are American active duty service members is a completely different discussion. Whether or not they're average Joes who walked off their couch or they're people that are actual fucking operators at one point in time is a completely different discussion. Lockheed Martin and Raytheon stocks are going up. Isn't that weird?
Amen.
So weird. I would never have expected that, Lenny. I'm surprised by that.
I'm surprised by that.
Fuck these people. It is horrible. It is horrible.
Fuck, man. Yeah, I don't know. And I'm trying to figure out a way to end it on propaganda, bring it all the way back to propaganda, but it's all propaganda.
It's all propaganda.
It's all
They're
propaganda,
not talking
man.
about the Lockheed Martin and Raytheon are making money. They're talking to you about Putin raising your gas prices.
Yep.
They don't want you to talk about this. They're talking about how terrible Russia's economy is doing and that Joe Biden is saving our economy.
Yep.
That, we're listening to Pod Save America, and they're like, Joe Biden's just not getting the credit for what he's doing.
I could not believe.
If people only understood, they said. They really said that.
Yes.
If people only understood what really was happening, if you were only smart enough to get it, if you could only comprehend, but your brain is too small, you just don't understand what's really happening here.
No.
It was the most condescending shit I ever heard.
We're going to talk about PSA and commentary in
Number
part
4.
4. Okay, good. I
Yes.
need to save. I got to keep my powder dry for that one
Yep,
because
hold
I
on
was
to it.
fucking furious.
That
Why
was
did you?
just a-
Why did you make me go back to
It was
those
bad.
people?
It was bad. That was just to spin us out. I think we're going to call this the end of this part, right? As everyone knows, Lenny, we're back in 3 minutes to the next one. I want to thank you again for watching us here on our youtube.com/saltofthestreets. We also have our Instagram.com, Salt of the Streets, Facebook, fuckfacebook.com/Salt of the Streets. You can find all this on saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. You can go there, become a patron. You can help us make more, better content. We also have our newsletter that drops at the end of the month. We have the part 504 that drops at the end of this episode here. Excuse me, actually maybe tomorrow because we're having dinner tonight, but
Nah, it'll still be up tonight. I'm an OG, bro. Don't worry about
you
it.
guys are crazy. We have all those things going on. saltofthestreets.com. Find all this information. We also have Lexi Kyle on Twitch.
That's right.
Swell Blended if you need a haircut. Location Skate Shop if you need a
thanks, Lenny.
skateboard. Thank you very much, Lenny. And Leggings and Aprons if you need a cake. With that, we will be back. What are you looking for?
I was gonna say, do you have YouTube up too, or are you watching it on the big screen?
No, I'm watching it on that. No,
There we
I have,
go.
No, just a bunch of shit up on here. With that, we'll be back in 3 minutes.
And oh wait, no, I gotta hit the wrong button. Where is the button? I don't ever use my fucking thing.
Where is it?
All right, boom.
love
There
it.
we go. Timing. 3 minutes.
We'll be back.
We'll be back.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Picking topics
We
that we're gonna get
just
us canceled. don't we?
love picking. This is, I mean, out of all the topics, this is the cancelable
The
topic.
most cancelable.
Oh man, yeah. Here I thought I was just gonna have a nice, relaxing 6-hour recording session talking about news and the politics of the day. And then Ron DeSantis had to create the Don't Say Gay bill.
Yes.
Oh, wait. No, he didn't. I forgot. He didn't create that. They didn't create any of that. And we're going to go over that and so much more during this part 3 of 4.
That is correct. Yes, and so I do want to thank you, anyone who's joining now. Lenny, thank you for being here for our YouTube.com/saltofthestreets. We also have our Instagram.com/saltofthestreets. We have Facebook, Facebook.com/saltofthestreets. You can find all this on saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, Patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there, become a patron if you want to help us make more better content. $5 for access to the newsletter at the end of the month.
Oh, bro, there's so much more to it than just us making more and better content.
Yes.
If you want to be cool at all, come to the Patreon and join our Patreon. The lowest tier's $3 a month, $3 a month, and you get all sorts of access to us and our brilliantly obscure arguments about things and stuff about stuff.
Yes. Yes. Also, Location Skate Shop if you need a skateboard in the local area. Swell Blended for a haircut. Lexi Kyle on Twitch. And, of course, Leggings and Aprons on Instagram for some kicks. So, with that,
I've decided I want to do
like, comment, subscribe. Sorry, go ahead.
Like, comment, subscribe. Yeah, we need to be saying that all the time. We never say that. We never ask people to give us, like, stuff. Don't give us some love. Give us all the love. Give us all the likes, all the comments. The comments are, honestly,
very important.
They're actually really exciting part of my day. Every day I come home, I post most of the content for the channel on YouTube. And the very first thing I do every day when I come home from work is hit on that notification bell because somebody leaves a comment in some capacity, and it's always really fun to interact with you guys. So keep them coming. It's a great time. I love all that stuff, and all the comments really help out the channel and get more and more people involved. We can start to build a bigger community. And so you guys don't just have to talk to us. You can also talk to like all of our other friends and stuff in the community. It's going to be a great deal. But to do that, we need your help. So get in there, show some support, tell your friends, the whole 9 yards. And I've decided I want to do a soccer, or if we're in the UK, a football style clock for when we take our breaks, where it's as soon as we shift over to the like starting again soon screen, it starts a 3-minute countdown. But then we go into what they call in soccer world stoppage time, where it's negative time. So if we go over 3 minutes, by the time we come back, we go, oh, fuck, we owe you guys 2 minutes.
Ooh.
You know, the stoppage time clock, you know?
I like that.
Word.
I like that a lot.
Sometimes I have decent ideas. Sometimes.
You cook up a lot of good stuff.
Oh, like corned beef hash. Did you? I totally.
I forgot to even say
before
that,
we
yeah.
dive into it, I just want to ask, did you guys do anything food-wise special for... Did you drink a Guinness? Did you drink a dark beer? Did you do any? No? Okay.
No, I stopped drinking beer during the week because it makes me sleep too hard. And then I don't wake up when Dax comes to the door. And Jordan has to do it all the time.
That's my problem.
So I don't drink beer during the week anymore.
That's healthy.
Just because it makes me sleep too hard.
Okay. But so you guys didn't do anything for St. Patty's?
We had burgers for dinner. It was delicious.
Burgers?
Yeah.
Weird. Well, if you guys didn't see it, you could see it on our Instagram. I think I posted it on the Instagram too. On our Salt of the Streets Instagram, I did a little cooking video on St. Patrick's Day where we went over cooking some corned beef and cabbage and boiled potatoes. It was a good time.
Yes.
That's officially the last of all my housekeeping I forgot earlier.
Yeah. No, I meant to bring up the actual text of the bill.
Oh yeah, this is definitely the segment where bookmarks are going to be a thing. Because I really want to actually dive into the pure text of this 7-page bill from Florida, because it's so easy to just comprehend if you want to actually comprehend it. 7 pages, double spaced. We said this earlier in the first part of the show, but do not. If you refer to this thing as the Don't Say Gay bill, you better only be referring to it that so that the person you're talking to, will understand what it is that you're talking about, and then tell them the real name of the bill.
Yes.
Because it is so frustrating, because the bill has nothing to do with saying gay at all. I believe the word gay is not mentioned in the bill at all.
No,
not even at all. I think it's sexual and gender identity might be the only thing close to those terms there that are in the bill. But the bill in question here is the Parental Rights and Education Bill is the proper name for this thing. So
okay. Original filed version. Sorry, I'm just
you got to pull up. And in the meantime, I'll show the people. Here is our from the Florida House of Representatives. I don't know. They say CS and HB. HB is pretty standard nomenclature for bills. House bill.
Do you have the text of the bill? Can you send me the text of the bill?
I do have the text of the bill. I will
just send that to
bookmark
me?
it right here.
Fucking-
Copy pasta.
That's all that
Oh
I'm
no,
doing
I
over
said
here.
copy pasta. That's like a thing you're not supposed to say anymore. It should just be.
Why are you not supposed to say that? I've never heard that before.
Oh, it's because it's too. It's too cringe. Copy pasta. It's too cringe. Now you got to say like copy pasties.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, because that's even better.
Right. Okay, there it is. Thank you.
Indeed. Welcome. I like the fact that I can send you stuff too.
Yeah.
I really do feel like Joe Rogan and Jamie now. We can send each other little things like that on the fly. Shout out signal.
So what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna read. I'm not gonna read all 7 pages. Okay. I'm gonna read the first 2 or whatever it is, that 2.5 that break down what the bill does.
Okay.
Right, and not the verbiage, like the actual codes and things like that. Right. So.
And then I'm going to go ahead and we're going to follow along
Yes.
for all of you YouTube viewers. And
So
if
this
you're
is the
an audio
bill-
viewer, you can watch this on the YouTube.
Yeah, this is the bill that is being called the Don't Say Gay Bill, right?
Yep.
So we're going to start at the beginning. An act relating to parental rights and education, because that's what it's called, the Parental Rights and Education Bill, amending 101.42, requiring district school boards to adopt procedures that comport with certain provisions of law. Actually, I want to take a second before we start this, and I have something that I would like to read so that we do not qualify anything and just kind of get this out of the way. Sorry to distract you. Before we start, let me be extremely clear that this is not about trans people, our discussion, right? This is not about trans people. This is about children. I support the freedom, choice of every human being, and I know and have had trans friends. We are talking specifically and solely about the health and safety of children. When we expand, we are not blaming trans people or the general knowledge and acceptance of their lifestyle. We are solely and specifically blaming the Marxist activism and the defense of that behavior that allows it to spread and grow in our schools. Okay?
Seems like a legal caveat almost there for a minute. You're kind of scaring me here.
It's
Who's
a
watching
social
us?
caveat just
It
to
is.
be so unequivocally clear that we could not care any less about your lifestyle. This is not about your lifestyle. This is not about how people identify themselves. This is not about people who have gender dysmorphia. This is not about trans people. This is not about any of that. This is about trans ideology, trans activism, and the way that it is being implemented in our schools to effectively create a new red guard within the United States. That is what this is about. Okay? Just to be, because I don't want to go this whole time being like, well, I'm not talking about trans people. I love trans people. I'm not going to do that. I'm laying it out right here in the beginning so that we don't do that throughout the rest of the time.
Okay. And just to caveat right up front, as we read through the bill from Florida anyways, none of that nomenclature will come up.
Not even matter.
Which is going to be funny to you. It's going to be mind-blowing to you back there that are thinking of, that have known this as the Don't Say Gay Bill, because it has nothing
Yes.
to do with any of that.
So sorry, I just
as
wanted
we continue.
to preface with that so we don't have to worry about it in the end, just like we did with Russia, just to get the one out of the way. And
You know, as much as I hate doing that, I'd rather only do it once. You know what I mean?
So that if
that's
anyone
good.
gets to a point
Yep.
or we get clipped or something like that, we're like, actually, if you pay attention, 5
Here's
minutes
the
into this
fucking
segment,
timestamp.
we've said this. So
way to go, Media Matters.
exactly.
All right,
So
let's do it.
requiring school district boards to adopt procedures that comport with certain provisions of law for notifying a student's parents of specified information, requiring such procedures to reinforce the fundamental right of parents to make decisions regarding the upbringing and control of their children in a specified manner, prohibiting the procedures from prohibiting a parent from accessing certain records, providing construction, prohibiting a school district from adopting procedures or student support forms that prohibit school district personnel from notifying a parent about specified information or that encourage or have the effect of encouraging a student to withhold from a parent such information. So what that says, the first part, right, is requiring such procedures to reinforce the fundamental right of parents to make decisions regarding the upbringing and control of their children in a specified manner.
Parents get to control the way that their children are raised.
Yep.
Regardless, in a whatever specified manner it is, prohibiting the procedures from prohibiting a parent from accessing certain records. This stops schools from stopping parents from accessing records about their children.
Houghton County.
We have evidence of this, right? We will talk about this trans actress later, LZ Granderson or whatever his name is, saying, is there any evidence of this? Is there even a single shred? Because I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
It exists. This has happened, right? The next part, prohibiting procedures from prohibiting a parent from accessing certain records, providing construction, prohibiting a school district from adopting procedures or student support forms that prohibit school district personnel from notifying a parent about specified information or that encourage or have the effect of encouraging a student to withhold from a parent such information. What that is saying, there are examples of teachers identifying or choosing to identify students a certain way, and then even when the parents call, using their birth name. Lying to the parents about the way they are identifying and allowing their children to operate at school, deceiving the parents about the reality of their children. The schools, your tax dollars are paying for this. They are taking your property taxes and paying for this. Your tax dollars are paying for this.
I also want you to note one more thing as we look at this bill, and I'm not going to turn back for the viewers because we've already been there, but you'll notice all this text is not underlined, it's not crossed out.
Nope.
This is existing law in this bill. What is new is in Section 8 under Student Welfare, Category C, which we will get into as we work this way down. But we haven't even gotten to the new legislation that was added to this existing code. So this has been law already in Florida, which essentially means that the school cannot tell children to not tell their parents what happens at school. That's about what I got out of that.
Yeah.
And they can't prohibit parents from accessing information about what their kids are listening to school. That's it. Very, very transparent, if you will, to the parents.
Yes.
A parental transparency bill. Carry on.
Prohibiting school district personnel from discouraging or prohibiting parental notification and involvement in critical decisions affecting a student's mental, emotional, or physical well-being. Again, that's referring to allowing children to identify something else at school and not telling their parents.
Yep.
Having no involvement at all. Do your parents know about this? Have they been told? Anything along those lines. Prohibiting classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in certain grade levels or in a specified manner. Requiring certain training. So what that means, and that's very vague, right? And that's why there's additions to the bill, right?
Yep.
Prohibiting classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in certain grade levels. All it says is certain grade levels. As a parent, this is again a personal portion of this. As a parent, there are certain, I'm uncomfortable with some of the content that's on Disney because I don't understand why my 3-year-old needs a story specifically about a gay man falling in love. I don't think he needs a story specifically about straight people falling in love. I told Jordan yesterday, I said, I find it odd enough that at the end of every Disney movie, they're kissing each other. This is made for children. I understand that's like part of the jam. It's weird to me.
It's love, right?
It's weird.
But yeah, when you look at it objectively like that,
Why? This is made for children. Why do they need to kiss at the end of every movie?
Shouldn't
Why?
we just be like popping balloons and
Not
confetti
even that.
and fun times?
I think
Kids,
through the
yay.
context and the way that the two characters interact, it's pretty straightforward that they're interested in each other. You know, you can tell the story of the movie that they got married. It's pretty straightforward what happened.
They have a close personal relationship.
There doesn't
They're together.
need to be a kissing scene at the end of every Disney movie,
But there is.
right?
You can have a kissing scene without having a Disney movie, but can you have a Disney movie without having a kissing scene?
Not with a princess in it.
Oh no, God no.
Requiring certain training developed or provided by a school district to adhere to standards established by the Department of Education. So again, the legislature doesn't craft the curriculum. The Department of Education does.
Yeah.
Okay. Requiring school districts to notify parents of healthcare services and provide parents the opportunity to consent or decline such services. That is saying if you're going to do something different with your school, with a child, you need to tell the parents about it, and they have to have the opportunity to decline.
Yep.
Providing that a specified parental consent does not waive certain parental rights. Means you still have rights of a parent, even if you waive certain ones at the school. Requiring school districts to provide parents with certain questionnaires or health screening forms and obtain parental permission before administering such questionnaires and forms. You need to see the things that your children are going to fill out. Requiring school districts to adopt certain procedures for resolving specified parental concerns. You got to have a way to handle what the parents have an issue with. Requiring resolution within a specified time frame. It needs to be handled within a reasonable time frame. Requiring the Commissioner of Education to appoint a special magistrate for unresolved concerns. You got to find somebody else. Requiring the State Board of Education to approve or reject the special magistrate's recommendation without specified time frame. Within a specified time frame. Requiring school districts to bear the cost of special magistrate. You got to pay for the guy that you find. Requiring the State Board of Education to adopt rules. You got to get the rules going. Providing requirements for such rules. Authorizing a parent to bring an action against a school. Jesus Christ. Bring an action against a school district to obtain a declaratory judgment that a school district procedure or practice violates certain provisions of the law. Okay, authorizing a parent to bring an action against, if you fucked up, the parent gets to sue you.
Yep.
Providing for the additional award of injunction, relief, damages, and reasonable attorney fees, court costs to certain parents. Requiring school district to adopt policies to notify parents of certain rights. Providing construction. Requiring the department to view and update as necessary special materials by a certain date, provided the effective date. Everything needs to be up to date. Everyone needs to understand what's going on. You guys have to pay for the cost if you fucked up.
It's a bunch of fancy language to say you, as the school, as the government, you need to keep all the parents informed of everything that goes on at that school.
Okay, this is the added portions of the bill, right? Section 1, paragraph C is the added subsection. Powers and duties of the district school board. The district school board, acting as a board, shall exercise all powers and perform all duties listed below. Student welfare.
So this is the school board.
Yes.
Now.
The school board, not the legislature,
Yep.
not the parents. Well, parents are part of the school board. They get to be part
Could
of
be.
They could be part of, they could be board members, yes.
But are not necessarily
Right.
parents at the school.
And it has to be in line with what the Department of Education has lined out already.
Yep.
So
Almost like it's a closed system.
almost like you can't have a radical ideology immediately penetrate what is going on and infect what is going on. It has to be a slow trickle to do what they're talking about. So all this shit about, oh, these people are going to insert themselves and no trans right off the bat, it doesn't even work that way.
No.
That's not even how this works.
This has been building for decades.
Yeah, so I mean, even, like I said, even on the other side of like trying to claim that some radical conservatives coming in so they can instantly change this, that's not how it works.
No.
It's not. It literally isn't how it works.
We are reading how it does not work like that.
Okay. In accordance with the rights of parents enumerated in these two previous sections, adopt procedures for notifying a student's parents if there is a change in the student's services or monitoring related to the student's mental, emotional, or physical health or well-being and the school's ability to provide a safe and supportive learning environment for the student. Same thing as before. If something changes with the student, the parent needs to know about it. The school needs to tell them to ensure that they know what is going on. Something involving the way the school is interacting with them on a mental, emotional, or physical level in regarding their health or well-being. The parents need to know.
If anything, this is basically saying that not only if anything happens on the school level, but now if the school notices anything that happens within your particular child, they have to tell you about it.
Yes. The procedures must reinforce the fundamental right of parents to make decisions regarding the upbringing and control of their child by requiring school district personnel to encourage a student to discuss issues relating to his or her well-being with his or her parent, or to facilitate discussion of the issue with the parent. This is to say, the teacher should not be the first line of, not defense, but comfort for the student. If they're having an issue, the parent or the teacher needs to encourage the student to discuss it with their parents. You should really talk to your parents about this first. Do your parents know about this, right? That seems very reasonable. Your teacher should not be the first person you go to unless your parent is a total piece of shit.
Yeah.
If your parent's a total piece of shit, that's a completely different discussion. All parents aren't pieces of shit.
Nope.
So that shouldn't be the basis that we're operating off of, that you immediately assume that parents aren't safe to tell these things to, and so I should be the one that is working with a student.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be the basis that you're operating under, because people aren't just across the board prejudiced and bigoted. It's not how it works. Not even in Florida.
Yeah, not even in Florida. Believe it or not.
The procedures may not prohibit parents from accessing any of their students' education and health records created, maintained, or used by the school district as required by the previous section. So that means you have access to all the records, and it seems to me that it also says you have access to the course materials.
Yes.
Right? Because there's been a huge issue with that. in places across the country. Parents being denied course materials that their students are going to have.
Mm-hmm. And the simple, if you have an argument against allowing parents the ability to comment or even just see the curriculum and the course material that their children is being taught in a government facility
that their taxes are paying for.
I want you to understand how wrong you are and understand that, no, as a parent, if you believe that, you are fucking wrong.
Yes.
Because I'm not a parent. I shouldn't have to die on this hill, okay? I don't have kids right now. But if you, as a parent, feel that you do not have the right to know what it is the government is privately teaching your child while they are away from you 8 hours a day, at the very least, I would question your ability to be a decent parent.
Whether or not you should even have fucking children.
Period.
2, a school district may not adopt. I can guarantee you. I'm going to stop right before we go on. I can guarantee you we've already essentially decided that Dax will be homeschooled because that's just the best way to handle things at this point in time. If he was to go to public school, I would look at every sheet of fucking paper in that curriculum. I would read every goddamn book. I would see every fucking form. And if there was anything that was sus, there would be a goddamn hailstorm at that fucking school.
And you know what the really sad...
And if I was denied course materials, can you fucking imagine?
Buddy.
Can you fucking imagine?
You would bring the legislative fury of the combined gods to that school. And let me just say, as I think, how do we put this? We need to get somebody like you on a school board. We need a few of you people to be on a school board so that we can get things back to normal. And that is kind of the sad thing, is when it is so bad, when it is so far gone that the good parents that should be on the school board choose to not even participate in the system and do homeschool. Like, it's a double-edged sword, right?
Right.
Obviously, you don't want to expose your child to that shit. And in my mind, if you don't have I feel like a parent that has a child that is homeschooled and not participating in the public education system, I feel like they should be able to have a seat on the board if they're able to be elected to it, right?
100%.
And because if that parent has their kid in homeschool because they don't trust the school system, so they are trying to get on the board to change the school system so that they feel like they can build a public school system that their child could go to. So basically, I guess I'm advocating for homeschool parents to run for school board. That seems like an apt thing to do.
Well, and I would imagine you would be able to because your homeschooling still has to be like regulated by the state.
Oh, yeah.
Your kid still has to show up for standardized testing and all that bullshit. So I would imagine
it's weird. You can't just, we talked about this slightly before, but you can't just have a kid not in the system.
Right.
Like, they have to participate. Somehow the state knows your child exists and can monitor their educational process.
Yeah, they get real weird about that type of shit.
Yes. That's just, anyways.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I used to be like, yeah, they get real weird about that type of shit, like ironically, but now it's like, yeah, no, they get real weird about that. Like, I don't know, fuck you.
It's like, why?
No,
why can't I
especially like with, not having a component shit. I'm just like, I just don't,
it's super weird.
I used to be very self-conscious about it. I think it's the first time I've ever actually said it on the show. Like, I used to be very self-conscious about it, and like, it made me very scared. I no longer acknowledge the state's fabricated authority to decide when I have reached an arbitrary level of education to get a fucking job.
Word.
Fuck you.
Exactly.
I don't. At what point did you decide when I'm smart enough to have a job? Yeah. Fuck you. I don't care.
I saw some shit on Twitter. As a quick aside, I saw some shit on Twitter this morning. It's like some nonprofit group about education in Washington.
Yeah.
And they were fucking shilling about, like, in 5 years from now, like, it is projected that in the Washington state economy, 76% of the jobs will require some form of post-high school credential. And they're pushing college on shit. And I'm like, you people right now are the ones advocating for, like, school debt relief, all this shit, but you're pushing more and more kids in.
Right.
And not even based in the current projection, the current landscape you see. You're looking at like 5-year projections. Oh yeah, you better go to college and get yourself in a lifetime of debt because we're gonna need you to have some credentials.
Eat my ass. I can't divide. I can't divide on paper. I've had the same job for 7 years. I think I'm doing okay. Not that math is not beneficial. I think I'm doing
I know.
okay. You
It
know,
just,
No, not
the
you.
way it put it, though,
It's just
fucking great. That was
It's
great.
stupid. It's stupid.
What
Like, not
happened
that
to
it's-
teaching little Johnny and Joanne how read? Yeah, exactly. How to read or write for this.
Yes,
Thank
because
you,
we'll get
Lenny.
into the ages that are in here. Yeah. So number two, a
let's
school
keep going,
district
yeah.
may not adopt procedures or student support forms that prohibit school district personnel from notifying a parent about his or her student's mental, emotional, or physical health or well-being, or a change in related services or monitoring that encourages or have the effect of encouraging a student to withhold from a parent such information. Not only must they encourage it, the school district is not even allowed. They're not allowed to adopt procedures that would in any way indicate or encourage a teacher encouraging a student withholding information from their parent.
Yep.
Right? So I have, and this is from,
This bill is it is more aptly named like the school can't tell your kid not to tell you bill.
right.
Like there's so much more extra language about this that makes it illegal for the school to tell your child not to tell you something.
Yeah.
And it is enumerating multiple different ways at which the school might find itself in a position where they're not informing you about something they are telling your child in school. And then it is making that illegal, which just seems so far, I know we're only on bullet point 2 here, but we're so far like everything is basically about transparency to the parent. And that's it.
Right. And I just sent you an article from the Heritage Foundation, actually. It is Heritage, so that's fine. But that doesn't
That
take
just
away
lets
that
us know
this
where
is-
we're at.
Right. And the two people that wrote it are from the Mises Center, which is like a libertarian
The
anarchist.
Mises?
Yeah.
Like the Mises Caucus, Mises Center? Oh,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
So they're pretty legit. Anyway,
there it
this
is.
article is really the article, and the key takeaways are really the most important part. And we can go through the article later if we want.
School
But
districts are hiding information.
in Montgomery County, Maryland, educators are actively keeping information about something as critical as students' gender identity preference hidden from parents, an action in direct contravention of legally guaranteed parental rights and in violation of the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. So this is actively happening. There's a lawsuit in 2019. This article is, or there's a lawsuit in 2021. This is from March 24th, 2021, that this was actively happening. So to say that there's no evidence, to say this isn't happening is a lie. That's gaslighting. They are lying to you.
Yeah, it's
Right?
happening all over.
They're 100% lying to you. This is one article from the Heritage Foundation. One article. I think this was the first one that I pulled up.
If you Google it, it ain't hard to find.
It's one article.
Again, you don't even need to go to DuckDuckGo. You don't have to do that. You can just do it on Google. You will find what you are looking for within 30 seconds.
School district personnel may not discourage or prohibit parental notification of and involvement in critical decisions affecting a student's mental, emotional, or physical health or well-being. Means that if your child is going to identify or something like that, something to that effect, anything that is going to be a critical decision affecting a student's mental, emotional, or physical well-being, the parents have to know.
Yep.
The parents need to be told. This subparagraph does not prohibit a school district from adopting procedures that permit school personnel to withhold such information from a parent if a reasonably prudent person would believe that disclosure would result in abuse, abandonment, or neglect as those terms are defined. So that even allows there, if you know or reasonably assume, if a reasonable person, a reasonably prudent person would assume or believe that that child is going to come under abuse or some type of neglect, then they can withhold.
And to add icing onto the cake of that, if your teacher is an activist in that particular realm, what would say that they don't think that it's reasonable to assume that if they are going to enter these realms of conversation, that the parents that might put the child in harm if they were to tell their parents. And so then they can use their reasonable assumption that this child is going to be at harm if they tell their parents. So I'm going to say you can't tell your parents.
And if something other than that happens, if there is no evidence of that, then the parent can sue the fuck out of this teacher, out of the district, and it comes at the cost of the district. As it should be.
Yes.
If you have hired somebody who is trying to... who is trying to groom my child, you owe me money. Go fuck yourself. You should pay for this. You allowed someone under your employ that is trying to groom my child. Fuck you. Where's the money?
Where's the money? I like that. I like that aspect of things because you could go so much darker. But to just end it at where's the money, pay me, not to mention get my child out of this fucking system. Thank you very much. But that's up to the parent. Thank goodness they can just pull their child out of school. But yeah, and then pay me for it. That would be fantastic. It might help offset my cost to having to homeschool my child now because I don't want them to be indoctrinated and groomed at school.
With my tax dollars.
Number
3, classroom instruction by school personnel, and this is like where the big controversy came in. And when we read number 3, the controversy will be immediately alleviated.
It is a single paragraph. It's like 2 sentences.
So stupid. Number 3, classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with state standards. So, let me refer to the interview that I have here from ABC. Start here with this very lawmaker, in which he says, this is Joe Harding, his name is, in which he says...
This is the author of the bill?
Yes. The Board of Education will craft the curriculum and decide what is in it. The legislature has no control. The Board of Education, who is under control, under the foresight of the Federal Board of Education, the Department of Education will decide. All this conservative activism they're talking about putting down trans kids, and now you can't even discuss it. I'm sorry, are there a bunch of fucking radical conservatives that are on your Board of Education? Is that what you've allowed to happen when you're so progressive? You've allowed this radical conservatism to just run rampant across your Board of Education? Then fuck you. This is your own goddamn problem. If you have allowed...
Fix your board.
If you don't agree and you've allowed rampant conservative activism to take place on your Board of Education, this is your own goddamn fault.
Yep.
You did this. I struggle to see a world in which that is possible, but if that is the reality you are claiming exists, then you did this to yourself, and I don't care. The state Board of Education will decide. What are we talking about?
Yep.
What are we talking about? This is insanity. This is lies. They are lying to your face. This is propaganda. All of this shit, right, from LZ Grammar, when he's talking about directly or indirectly telling kids there's something wrong with their sexual orientation, right?
Well, I mean, and to be fair, I think we should hammer out the rest of this little bill real quick.
Yes.
Because this is literally, like you just said, this is the only part that talks about this at all. And this is where all the arguments are stemming from. So they're not real. They're just made up, and they're trying to blame it on something. The rest of this, we'll go through it real quick, just so you know, as viewers and listeners and all that we're not just going to stop this and tailor it to our own argument here. We'll hammer out the rest of this thing, and then we'll get back into why all of the arguments and why everybody going out, like George Takei going on Twitter and saying, gay, 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 gay.
Mark
Take
Hamill.
that. I mean, everybody. It had nothing to do with that shit.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. So we'll hammer out the rest of this, and we'll just keep rolling.
Number 4, student support services training developed or provided by a school district to school district personnel must adhere to student services guidelines, standards, and frameworks established by the Department of Education.
Pretty
The
straightforward.
federal government that is now under the auspices of Joe Biden.
Yep.
It's under whatever he says. Or is that really what we're concerned about? I thought that Joe Biden was the shit. I thought that he loved, all trans people, and I thought he was about equity and all this shit. So what's the concern?
Yep.
Right?
AKA the Federal Department of Education.
The Federal Department of Education. At the beginning of the school year, number 5, at the beginning of the school year, each school district shall notify parents of each healthcare service offered at their student school and the option to withhold consent or decline any specific service. This is if you don't want your kid to go to see the sex ed training, if you want to do that yourself, which you've always had the ability to do, you can decline that service.
And on top, it's more vital than even that. Healthcare services.
service.
If your child is allergic to aspirin, this is what we're talking. It's the same process. This is what we're talking about. It's just if you do not agree with any of this, you have a chance to tell the school that you can't do this to my
If you're a
child.
Christian Scientist, yes.
Yes.
I don't want my kid to take Tylenol. I don't
Exactly.
want to take fucking nothing. If
Yep.
you're a Jehovah's Witness, if you're fucking whatever, if there's anything that you want to withhold, you can do that.
Amen.
Thank you. That's very important. You made that point. Parental consent to healthcare service does not waive the parent's right to access his or her student's educational or health records or to be notified about a change in his or her student services or monitoring as provided by this paragraph.
Again, transparency.
Regardless of what you waive, you have access to every record that regards your child and their mental, emotional, or physical well-being. Every record.
This is the way by the way, this is the way all government is supposed to work.
Yes.
If I want access, I should be able to freely go get it real quick.
Before administering a student well-being questionnaire or health, number 6, before administering a student well-being questionnaire or health screening form to a student in kindergarten through grade 3, the school district must provide the questionnaire or health screening form to the parent and obtain the permission of the parent.
And that even seems kind of overblown to me. Before we put out a health questionnaire, we have to send it to the parents. Mind you, I understand why, because I know what is going on that fucking health questionnaire in certain places. But you're asking permission to have your child take a survey with your parents. Cool. I don't care if that's what we're going to do. If we're going to get minute enough that as a parent, I have to micromanage you so much as a school, you have to. At this point, I don't have enough trust in the school system to not do this. No. But this is a way, and I just want to add this as like context to this, because a lot of parents really do want this. This is another way to make parents who are skeptical of the public school system and who don't want to participate in the public school system anymore, who might be pulling their child into some form of homeschool at this point because they don't trust what they're hearing about public schools. This is a way to sell public schools to those parents, because no matter what happens, me as the governor of Florida, as Ron DeSantis, I'm telling you as a parent, you can trust our schools. You can trust us. Please send your child to public school. You pay taxes for this. Do this. We're going to make it as transparent as possible. We want to help you in your life by teaching your children so you don't have to. Here's an example of some legislation I'm going to put forth to be literally as transparent as possible so you can trust me again. Nothing but a good thing in my eyes.
Right. Let's see here. Number 7.
That's a clip, by the way.
No, that's excellent. Number 7. Each school district shall adopt procedures for a parent to notify the principal or his or her designee regarding concerns under this paragraph at his or her student's school, and the process for resolving these concerns within 7 calendar days after notification by the parent. So if there is a concern about any of these things, the school needs to not only notify but also have a resolution figured out within a week. Got to have it figured out. This goes back to the reasonable time frame they were talking about. At a minimum, the procedures must require that within 30 days after notification by the parent or the concern remains unresolved, the school district must either resolve the concern or provide a statement of the reasons for not resolving the concern. If they're not going to solve your problem, they have to tell you why.
Yeah. Or if they can't.
If a concern is not resolved by the school district, a parent may 1. Request the Commissioner of Education to appoint a special magistrate who is a member of the Florida Bar in a good standing and who has at least 5 years' experience in administrative law. The special magistrate shall determine facts relating to the dispute over the school district procedure or practice, consider information provided by the school district, and render a recommended decision for resolution to the State Board of Education within 30 days after receipt of the request by the parent. The State Board of Education must approve or reject the recommended decision at its next regularly scheduled meeting that is more than 7 calendar days and no more than 30 days after the date the recommended decision is transmitted. The cost of the special magistrate shall be borne by the school district. The State Board of Education shall adopt rules, including forms necessary to implement this subparagraph. So again,
a little wordy, but pretty straightforward.
If you have a dispute that isn't going to be resolved by the school for whatever reason, you have the right to request the Commissioner of Education to appoint a special magistrate, and they're going to handle that again within very quick. If they need to start work on it within 7 days and have a decision to you within 30 days.
And to just kind of game it out a little bit, I can foresee the argument that a parent gets into a bind like this, the school says they can't resolve it, the time runs out, all of a sudden a special magistrate must be appointed. And now the plaintiff, I guess you'd call it in this case, would be complaining that the person who's going to hire essentially the judge of the case, this special magistrate, is going to be the person you have a grievance with. I can see that being a problem in the future, but at the same time, these people don't come cheap, and I'd rather have the government on the dole to pay for that special magistrate than the child's parent. Because parents shouldn't have to pay to have a grievance with a school like that. But given the way this is worded, I could see in the future somebody might have a problem with that. But I can understand the state of Florida's reasoning for wanting to provide that as a school district to provide that special magistrate to handle that situation. Because if you're government, what are you supposed to do? You can't tell a homeowner that, or not a homeowner, a parent that has a problem with the way you run the school district or whatever it is. You can't expect the parent to pay for a special magistrate to tell you you're doing it wrong. You, as the government, have to put that money up yourself. So I can see some conflict of interest problems if it were to be a problem in the future, legally. But then again, I'm also not a lawyer.
Right.
But that's also why I think they talk about the Florida Bar Association having that special magistrate, so they have some credentials that are outside of the educational department. Right. It's just the state legal system.
Right.
Because the state can't recognize a professional system like the legal system or something like that. They can't recognize that unless they are state sponsored, because otherwise you can't be you can't be a lawyer unless you get the state bar to pass off on you being a lawyer. So they have to rely back to that. So the circular problem with government. But anyways.
Number 2, bring an action against the school district to obtain a declaratory judgment that the school district procedure or practice violates this paragraph and seek injunctive relief. A court may award damages and shall reward reasonable attorney fees and court costs to a parent who receives declaratory or injunctive relief. Each school district shall adopt policies to notify parent of the procedures required under this subparagraph. That means they have to send out a form telling everyone this has changed. Nothing contained in the subparagraph shall be construed to abridge or alter rights of this action or remedies in equity already existing under the common law or general law. Section 2, by June 30th, 2023, the Department of Education shall review and update as necessary school counseling frameworks and standards, educator practices and professional conduct principles, and any other student services personnel guidelines, standards, or frameworks in accordance with the requirement of this act. So that just means that once this is patched, I believe that Ron DeSantis already signed this, that by June 30th, everything needs to be updated. They need to be going through all the procedures throughout the school, throughout everything.
It's very interesting. I'm always curious about their timelines when it comes to bills and legislation and when it is effective, their effective date, because it's so down the road every time it seems. But anyway, so there it is. That is the Don't Say Gay bill.
Yes.
Do you recall the word gay ever coming up?
Not even homosexual.
Or trans or no, I don't remember any of that stuff coming up because it wasn't there. So the next time you hear somebody talk about Don't Say Gay bill, tell them the name of the bill. It's the Parental Rights in Education bill. Because that's what we're talking about here. So
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. All the things you've seen, because I saw so many of our friends, people that we know, people are going to die. This stops people from even talking about being gay. LZ Grammar here, this stops teachers from discussing any type of LGBTQ+IA issues.
Yeah. No, does not.
The only thing that's discussed in here is instruction in curriculum. Instruction is curriculum. That has to do with what is assigned to the students. That is what you're writing out as a as a lesson plan. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, lesson plan.
So, in the interview with Joe Harding, who is the person who wrote this bill, right? He wrote the bill. He said the Board of Education will craft the curriculum and decide what they have. He said that I want students to bring things up organically. This doesn't stop teachers from answering questions. They can answer whatever questions they want. Yep. Anything that the student asks, that's not instruction. Instruction is curriculum. That is what you have planned to teach. Mm-hmm. You don't have to say, oh, I can't answer that. I can't say anything about that. There's nothing in here that says that. LZ Granderson, the trans activist who was interviewed, right, said,
I'm really curious before you say the line. I have like 3 guesses as to what that line might be, because there was a few of them that I think he was going to bring up, because you're about to bring up an example of that he made.
Says this stops teachers from discussing it directly or indirectly. Oh yeah. This says this isn't about harassment. This is about saying the Secretary of Transportation has a husband.
Damn it! I was gonna go with the Santa Claus, the Mr. and Mrs. Claus.
Yeah,
that was. Then he said, all of a sudden you're talking about sexual identity at that point, because you said Mr. and Mrs. Claus.
He says I think most people recognize that even if you say Mr. and Mrs. Claus, you're discussing sexual orientation.
Yeah, Pete Buttigieg was like my number 2 choice in that one.
Yep, he says LZ Granderson, right? And isn't called on it. There's no correction. There's no anything. He's allowed to say this and perpetrate the propaganda.
Yep.
And is not called on it, right? He says you can't even reference that Pete Buttigieg has a husband, or else. The other example that he gave, the ridiculous example, is if a student says, I have 2 dads, another student hears it and goes home and says, Sally, as an example, has 2 dads, and the parent says, well, how did you know about that? How did you hear about that? What did the teacher say? And then all of a sudden, they're placing a call to the school district, and everything is going on.
Yep.
That's not real. That's a fabricated scenario. Not only is it extremely hypothetical, it's fabricated. That's not real. It wouldn't work. It is not covered under this bill. That's a lie. That is propaganda to spin you against parents having the right to decline services and know what is happening in their K through 3rd grade students' lives. We're talking about fucking 8-year-olds.
Yes.
When you're in the 3rd grade, you are 8 and 9 years old. What are we talking about?
In the 3rd grade, 8, 9 years old?
8 and 9. Okay. 8 and 9.
I'm still real bad.
When you start kindergarten, 5 and 6. First grade, 6 and 7.
Okay.
2nd grade, 7 and 8. 3rd grade, 8 and 9.
Okay. It's real young in my mind, isn't it?
What are we talking about?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
And not even, I don't even want to say real young, because that's an old, tired avenue of argument, is these kids aren't old enough to hear this stuff. I don't like that as an argument, because there's no objective reality to what that age is. You know, if this was South Park, you could say 17, like Chef says. At 17, you're ready. That's when it all happens. In reality, it's up to the parent to decide when their child should learn these things. And it's going to be different for every single human being that goes to that school, because every set of parents or single parent is going to have different opinions on when they should do those things, or they're going to have different approaches to how they do those things, or whatever. It is not in the realm of responsibility for the government to pursue this end of education. I hate to say it, but parents as a whole, sexual and gender identification education is not something the government has any business being involved in.
No.
And I question your abilities as a parent to rely on the government to teach your child these incredibly important and incredibly delicate situations. Why would you trust anybody with that other than yourself? I don't know. You can have the utmost faith in the government and the government education system and all this stuff. This is a very personal and individualistic approach that's required for something like this. And to think that a school board could develop a curriculum in which this could be taught on a universal level requires the ideological framework of Marxist theory, which is problematic.
Yes. LZ Granderson, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and that's something I don't, at that point we've entered into the realm of ideology, and by de facto should not be a part of the education curriculum discussion whatsoever.
No.
If it enters the realm of ideology, it does not belong in a school board meeting. Period.
Again, I'm also not. Children are children. They should be able to ask. These are things we're going to bring up in this next part. So, children should be able to ask whatever they want. I am not saying that a parent, teacher should answer any question that is appropriate for a child at that age. And if you, as a teacher, are not able to, I think I said parent, but teachers should be open to answer any question from a student that is appropriate for that age. And as a teacher, if you're unable to discern what is appropriate for a 3rd grader, then I don't want you teaching my fucking kid. I want you out of the school, right? If a child asks and you think this is fine for me to answer, then I find it okay for you to answer. And if you, as a reasonable adult, think your parent should answer this, you should say your parent should answer that, right? The same thing happened when we were in school when it was about religion, right?
Yeah.
Our teachers would say, I can tell you what the school says, and I can tell you what my view is.
Yeah.
And that's what they would do, which even is questionable then when they're expressing their point of view. Because I was never in a position where I felt like a teacher was telling me this is what you should think, because it was always presented that the school tells me that this is the policy, that all religions are whatever, everyone can identify as whatever they want.
Yeah.
I personally am a Catholic, or I personally am a fucking Jew, or whatever, right? They're not like...
You had to add fucking in front of Jew, didn't you?
I know.
Thanks.
So, and I find that to be relatively appropriate in school. I don't think a third grader would ask a question like that, and if they do, I don't find it necessarily inappropriate to answer with your religious affiliation.
Yeah.
Just like if you're a fucking trans teacher, and if a student asks you about it, I don't find it necessarily inappropriate to say, listen, I'm a trans person. I don't want to get too far into it because your parents will really talk to you about it, but I identify as this. Whatever you feel comfortable saying that, again, you think is appropriate, I don't find a problem with that. If you're gay and you say, I have a husband, this is my life, I'm gay, I have a husband, I don't really want to get too far into it because your parents should talk to you about it, I don't personally have a problem with that, because that's who you are. That's
okay. But your line to what is appropriate and what is not appropriate is different than what some people's is.
100%.
That's the
100%.
problem. And that's the problem. Yes.
100%.
Everything you just said, I think is good and would
That's
actually
me.
make more children more accepting of various sexual and gender identifications than, some kind of hardcore proselytation or the opposite of that. Just the fact that a teacher, like if a child was to ask, teacher, you're different than my mom and dad. Why is that? What is that? What's going on? And they just said plainly, like there is no issue, because there is no issue.
Right.
I live this, this is how I live. Boom, boom, boom. Factual, objective. This is where we're at.
Right.
And then your kid's going to be like, oh, that's interesting. And then they may come home and tell me about it. And then I'm going to be like, my red flags to go up. But what did your teacher say? Oh, nothing. He just told me that he lives blah, 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 blah. And then I'm like, oh,
Right.
okay. So do you understand what that is? Like, no, but that's interesting. Or yes. And then me and him or her will have a conversation or whatever it is. But yes, that level of objective information being exchanged at that level, I would have no problem with. And I think it would encourage more and more younger people to be more accepting of different things. Because if they're not being subject to propaganda at that level, or in James Lindsey's mind, groomed to that level, depending on what you're talking about, if you're speaking objectively about what it is that you're doing, the odds are you're a fucking school teacher, man. You probably live a pretty decent lifestyle. I'm probably not going to have problems with you. You teach at my school. You live in my community.
Right.
I'm not going to have a problem with you living whatever lifestyle you have.
Well, and
I would be very comfortable with somebody that lives a different lifestyle than my own, where my child has questions about, if you objectively tell them about the things that you do to an appropriate level.
Right.
I mean, let's just take sex out of it. Don't talk about having sexual relations with children.
It's inappropriate.
Period. Other than that, I feel like that's
regardless of the age. You shouldn't be talking
Yes.
to a senior in high school about the sex you have with your partner either.
No.
And no age
Regardless
is that
of the
an
age.
appropriate conversation to have with any student.
Yes, that is a
Right.
government employees should not be talking about that to my children at all. No human being should be talking about that children at all.
And you can answer a question about the way that you identify without going into trans ideology.
Yes.
You don't have to start talking about the spectrum of gender and all of this shit to say, I personally identify, even if you identify as gender fluid, even if that is
Yes.
how you identify, you don't have to go into the ideology of it. That in itself, I find appropriate. And I agree with you. That's my view. And that's why
And probably educational, by the way, on a personal
that's why
level.
someone of my mindset and parents of my mindset should be at board meetings discussing these things, making this policy, informing the policy that their children are going to be educated under. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure that some of the TikTok teachers that are coming out to their students on TikTok, which is a whole other conversation, super weird. But I'm sure a lot of those teachers are great teachers. And then they're not trying to indoctrinate children or anything like that. I'm sure that the odds of them being somebody that's proselytizing the trans ideology, the woke, the Marxist ideology behind critical theory and gender theory and all that stuff, I'm sure the vast majority of people that are trans educators are not doing that to the children. They're just being open about who they are as human beings.
Right.
I bet that is the vast majority of cases.
Right.
And to assume that the opposite is taking place, I think seems ignorant on both sides of this conversation.
Right.
You know, I just don't think people generally act like that, man.
No.
Except for on the internet. Because people are really fucking stupid on the internet and they say
Right.
dumb shit.
Right.
But
And I want to address some of the concerns, right? Some of the points here.
bring back up the
So one of the things is
will the average person read that document, understand the content, Lenny said, about the bill? Well, we
bill.
just went through it. I think the average person can read it and understand it. Absolutely.
I think so. It would take time. Very informative show. I have to get going. I'll tune in for the next program. Thank you very much,
Thanks, Lenny.
Watch this. No, I think it could take time.
Yeah.
Right. But I think that you could.
You definitely could.
could
7
take
pages. You can digest it.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that.
Reading through government speak on its own is a challenge, but
Right.
it's you do it a few times. You read this thing 2 or 3 times, you'll understand the gist of it.
And Lenny, to your point, one of the sections of this bill was that all of this needs to be explained in a newsletter, an informative flyer. Something that doesn't say those things. Those are the words that I'm coming up with. Some type of newsletter to tell the parents what the new policy is.
Yeah.
The school districts have to write one out and send it to the parents to let them know what the changes are going to be. So even if you don't read this bill, the letter has to obviously be in line with what the bill is because the Board of Education is crafting it and sending it out.
Yep.
So
I mean, you as a student, where you were told at some point, like to hey, here's a handout for your parents. You need to bring this home to your parents tonight. Yeah, you know, I remember stuff like that.
And that's what's going to happen. That will break down what this is. And I would imagine, especially coming out of Florida, it won't be ideological in nature, that newsletter or that flyer. It will be informative in nature of this is the new policy. This is what it says. Probably similar to the shit that we saw around the COVID policy in camps and stuff like that. Like a newsletter that's like, this is what the media is saying and this is what the reality is. It would probably look a lot like that.
Yeah.
Is what I would imagine. So I want to address some of the concerns that were brought up, some of the concerns that are brought up about this bill. LZ Grammar, this was Brad Milkey, when discussing this with LZ Manor, poorly misrepresented the claims by Joe Harding and about teachers and indoctrination and about course materials that are being introduced. Brad Milkey said, oh, well, you know, Joe Harding laid out this whole scenario that said this was really about renegade kindergarten teachers that are trying to express their ideology. Joe Harding never said anything like that. He said, we have districts that are using something. The example he gave is the genderbread person for kids as young as 3rd grade.
Yep.
Right? Okay, one of the things I sent you is the genderbread person. We have seen this in multiple locations. This is a real document. Children are actually being used. This is really being used in multiple locations. You can see on this form, it's in multiple languages, right? There are different versions of it. All of them, at the top of the corner, it says that it's pronounced metrosexual.com. And I was like, that sounds really silly, right? So the genderbread person, we can, oh no, I followed the pathway. We're going to go through all of it, okay? So genderbread person, this breaks down transgender and woke or gender and trans ideology, right? At the top, your brain is your gender identity. It's woman, gender queer, and man. Woman on the left side, gender queer on the middle, man on the right side. Gender identity is how you, in your head, think about yourself. It's the chemistry that composes you, e.g. hormone levels, and how you interpret what that means. That's not science. Gender expression, right? This has to do with your outside. This is the outside line. Feminine to the left, androgynous in the middle, masculine to the right. Gender expression is how you demonstrate your gender based on traditional gender roles. I thought those are socially constructed.
They are.
I thought they didn't matter.
Oh no.
Oh wait. Okay.
We can't make a rule that says something that we don't agree with.
Through the ways that you act, dress, behave, and interact. Who is to define what a traditional gender role is? Fuck you. You're their teacher. Biological sex. This is your private parts, right? As you can see, there's a male symbol, a female symbol, and to the left, it's both of them put together. Mm-hmm. Biological sex, female, intersex, male. Biological sex refers to the objectively measurable organs, hormones, and chromosomes. Female equals vagina, ovaries, XX chromosome. Male equals penis, testes, XY chromosomes. Intersex equals a combination of the two, which is not, I'm not a doctor, but generally to my understanding, that's not a lifestyle or a condition you can uphold. You kind of have to choose one or the other at sex or at birth, right?
Well, and then at birth, you don't choose. It just is.
Well, I mean, like if you're born with 2 different pairs of sex organs,
yes.
you don't get to keep both generally. You choose one or the other.
Oh, I have never heard of that.
Understanding.
That's my
And
understanding.
I'm going to have to give that to you because I don't know that much about birth
That's
and
my
how that whole
understanding.
process works.
I could be incorrect. I leave that open for that. That's my understanding.
But
right?
I also understand that there are people that are born with
Yes.
not just an XY or an
Yes.
XX. I know that there
Yes.
is a thing as asexual or
Yes.
intersex. I
Intersex.
know there is a thing called that.
Just like, and we'll get into this when we talk about the trans Texas bill, just like gender dysmorphia is real.
Yeah.
That is a real thing. People and children do experience and suffer from that. As young as 1-2 years old, it starts to express itself. If you do have gender dysmorphia, that is a real thing. That exists, right?
Yep.
The bottom section here, sexual orientation, heterosexual on the left, bisexual, homosexual on the right. Sexual orientation is who you are physically, spiritually, and emotionally attracted to based on their sex, gender, and relation to your own. Okay, so this is the document that is being used for children, what do you say, as young as in 3rd grade, I believe is what he said. Reproduction. It's a genderbread person in multiple districts, so I didn't have the age in here. But you can see it's also, Colin, if you scroll a little bit, it's in multiple languages. There is one in French. There's one in German. This is being used around the globe. Right?
Interesting.
You scroll down, you'll eventually start to see some that are not that far. You don't have to go that far.
Whoa.
You just have to look at the words at the top.
Yeah, they're all really small. Let
Yep.
me go through them.
So there's
Gender.
right there, right
genderbread.
above. Go down one row
Down one row.
and over 3. 1, 2, 3.
Three.
That one's
Oh, there it is. There
That's
it is.
in
Look.
French. So
We found the France.
it's in multiple languages. Again, it says it's pronounced metrosexual.com. So if we go to this website, I also sent you this link.
Metrosexual.com.
It's pronounced metrosexual.com.
It's pronounced metrosexual.
Yes, it's pronounced metrosexual is your free online resource for learning and teaching about gender, sexuality, social justice, created by Sam Killerman. Who the fuck is Sam Killerman? I also sent you that link.
Yeah, I was
Hi,
going to say, who is
I'm
Sam
SK,
Killerman?
an activist, artist, author, person. I create art tools and resources for global justice. My life's work is websites, book, curriculum, edugraphs, comics, courses, keynotes, and comedy shows that I use to tell a story about a world where everyone is healthy, understood, educated, and safe.
Sounds utopian to me.
Social justice minus dogma. Okay, this is the
What?
person.
Well, there's a picture of him being sponsored by a TED. So the TED Talk, folks, that
This is
that
real.
sounds familiar.
LZ Grammar said this doesn't exist. I've just shown you in 5 minutes that this is real. I've just shown you in 5 minutes that this is real. This exists.
Wow.
It is being used in multiple states. This exists. ABC News is actively spreading propaganda about these bills, and they don't care. The very next thing after this, after
genderbread person.
after this interview with LZ Grammar, the very next thing was an ad for his show.
Really?
He's an ABC News contributor. So he's going to be super objective, right?
Of course.
He doesn't have any stake in this at all.
LZ what?
LZ Granderson.
I was going to say, let's just pull it up real quick.
Yep, LZ Granderson. And in the ad for his show, Don Lemon was being interviewed. Okay. He's an
Los
ABC
Angeles
News
Times.
contributor.
Yep.
They
Let's
played
pull
an
up his
ad
Wikipedia.
for his show after they interviewed him.
Oh, bro.
Let's hear
Okay,
it.
so you look at the thing, it says the letter L, the letter Z, and then I pull up his Wikipedia, and it's fucking spelled out LZ, ELZIE, LEE, Zil. Okay,
Right.
LZ Lee, and then quote LZ Granderson. LZ Lee Granderson is his name. That is, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of a dope name. Your name is LZ, but it's actually spelled out phonetically. Anyways, the American journalist and former actor who, oh shit, we're gonna have to IMDb him after this. Sorry, buddy.
I'll do it.
Is an American journalist and former actor. He is currently a senior writer and columnist for ESPN, the magazine, a co-host of Sports Nation on ESPN, afternoon co-host of ESPN LA 710. Is 710 just the AM station for sports everywhere?
Maybe.
Okay. Anyways, and a columnist for CNN, Granderson. Bro, you're sports, but you also work for CNN. That tells a lot. Granderson was named the Los Angeles Times Sports and Culture columnist in January 2019. Granderson is a former writer for ESPN.com, page 2, and he has contributed to channel Sports Center, Outside the Lines, Around the Hum, and ESPN's First Take. The commentates for ESPN's coverage of the U.S. Open tennis tournament. He has also hosted the website ESPN 360 talk show Game Night. Granderson has appeared as a color commentator for CBS Sports during the coverage of World Team Tennis. So what network, again, is Start Here? ABC, right? So then down there at the bottom, Granderson
ABC,
is a
which is
former
also-
fellow of the Institute of Politics at the University of Chicago and the Hechinger Institute of Columbia University, as well as a columnist for ABC News. So he's not just a
And-
contributor, he's a columnist for
And
ABC News.
For ESPN, which
Yep.
is also owned by Disney. ABC is also owned by Disney.
So he's
All
all
of these things.
So
He's a Disney shill.
He's a Disney shill.
Yes. These things on his IMDb.
Wow.
LZ Granderson titles. LZ Granderson, being a black man, gay man, progress in sports world and athlete activism. LZ Granderson, the myth of the gay agenda. That's his TED Talk.
Oh, so he's like not in movies and things.
He
It's
isn't.
just
It looks like he
like
was
documentaries and things.
in Zebrahead in 1992, and
And that's a movie?
I guess
Oh, close.
LZ Granderson, if this
Interesting.
the person that we're thinking of, To Stir with Love 2 and Zebrahead. He's in Larry, or he's at Larry, and in To Stir with Love 2 he plays Arch Carothers.
Interesting.
So Self, he has 21 Self credits. Tamron Hall TV series, This Week TV series, Good
Yeah.
Morning America 3, What You Need to Know, Good Morning America, Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin. The issue is the year 2020, Good Morning America, 2020, CNN News, Newsday, Spider-Man Far From Home live credit world premiere. This week in
Whoa,
Marvel,
he was Spider-Man Far From Home, huh?
red carpet world premiere.
Oh, so he was
The
at the
TV special. Yes.
Word. Okay. Yeah,
Marvel
yeah.
Studios Avengers Endgame live red carpet world premiere, Alone in the Game documentary, Sports Nation, Mike and Mike TV series, DAZ Unboxing, The Nightly Show with Larry Wilmore, The Wendy Williams Show, and Crossfire.
Isn't that funny that when you think about it, like you have to belong to these certain groups to have your appearances on things like the Wendy Williams show up on IMDb when you go in there. I don't know if it's SAG or what the deal is, but like you have to have some kind of affiliation to something to show up as an accredited person on all these individual like daytime talk shows and shit like that. Strange. So anyways, he makes the rounds for sure.
He's an activist.
Oh, Caroline is in chat. And when someone is born, one cannot choose for themselves because they are babies. So it is up to what the parents want to choose for the baby. Amen. And at that point, then you're dealing with the parents' decision. And so that must go back to that conversation we were having earlier about like the choice
Yes.
at birth, which again, like I'm unfamiliar with. But
Yes. And that's as far as like your sexual organs, like your actual
Yeah.
physical sexual organs is what I'm referring to.
yeah.
I don't know about the chromosomes and stuff like that. I'm just speaking specifically like if you have a vagina and like also a micro penis and not like a large clitoris or something, then it is not uncommon, to my understanding, again, to have one of them or imagine the penis
I'm also kind of
removed.
wondering, like, soonish, I would imagine at this point, like, CRISPR is a thing we know exists.
Yes.
They made the
The
AIDS
AIDS-free
immune
baby.
Yeah, they
AIDS
made the
immune baby. I
yeah,
forgot all about
They
that.
did
Yeah.
that in China. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not possible now. Maybe it is possible now, and it's
Probably.
just one of those things only in like the Ukrainian chemical biological research facilities.
Right.
You know, maybe in like certain labs, or whatever. But like, if it exists and if it's possible, like, couldn't that be something that people could eventually like choose for themselves? Is at some point we're going to be there sooner rather than later. I mean, the technology
Yes.
already exists. It's just not necessarily implemented at this point. So, like, really, is this a whole argument kind of just moot? Is it going to be moot in like 20 years when you could just pick whatever you want? If you want to have a child that looks like a foxkin, maybe
I
you'll
don't
be able to
know.
do that.
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I think I just have one more point that I want to hit on this, and then we can move on to the Texas trans bill.
Oh yes, indeed.
I'm not inherently against this bill. Protecting the rights of parents and limiting the influence of tax-funded government organizations actually is the job of government. And it disturbs me that any government felt that this is necessary and the apathy of parents in our country have led us here.
And makes sense when you put it in those terms.
Do you have anything else you want to say about this particular bill?
No.
Okay.
I'm very interested to learn about the proper Texas bill.
I'm so sorry.
I was looking up Texas House Bill 25.
Yeah, no, that's my bad.
About transports and stuff. So it's ostensibly in a similar vein of argument.
I'll send. This is a Washington Post article that actually it's just a good. It's a good tee up for it.
Just a good article.
Because it's pretty straightforward. And I got to bring up the.
You got to bring it up, whatever it is.
Yeah, no, that's my bad.
The Washington Post, the good old democracy dies in darkness, huh? Texas isn't the only state denying essential medical care to trans youths. Here's what's going on. And from the layman, I'll just go ahead and pontificate off the headline alone while you're doing what you're doing.
Yes.
So this tells me, so in Texas, they're denying like essential medical care for trans people, for trans kids, trans youths. So that tells me that from that headline, that the state of Texas is telling trans kids they can't have medical care.
So what we're going to do is I'm going to read the first part of this, and then we're going to read Greg Abbott's letter.
Okay.
And then we're going to read the Attorney General's opinion, and we're going to kind of go from there. Okay. So let's see here. Okay. Last month, this is from the Washington Post. The date on the article is March 10th. So this was 9 days ago. Last month, Governor Greg Abbott, Republican, issued a letter to Texas state health agencies announcing that delivering gender-affirming medical treatments to transgender youth constitutes child abuse.
Pause button.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Gender-affirming medical treatments?
Yes.
So that is anything from colloquially known puberty-blocking drugs to sex change procedures. Whether that is like top surgeries, double mastectomies, bottom surgeries, things like that. All of these things would be considered gender-affirming medical treatments.
Okay.
Right? So I actually have an article here that I pulled.
Just because I understand that the
there.
nomenclature that these people use is so deeply...
Yes.
We're talking layers of doublespeak on top of layers of doublespeak.
Yeah, and so the article they have embedded there is from a Columbia University Department of Psychiatry, and it is Gender-Affirming Care Saves Lives.
Oh.
And again, I
have the power.
guess I want to say before this, I don't dispute any of this, right?
Right.
And that's why I was talking about gender dysmorphia earlier. People do have gender dysmorphia, and those people who do have gender dysmorphia can benefit from both puberty blocking drugs and from sexual reassignment surgeries.
Yep.
100%, right?
100%.
So the
Grand truth.
talking point again that like these don't help anybody, that's dumb. That's stupid. So I guess I'll play my flag right before just was saying that. I don't agree with this bill. Completely outlawing these medical procedures is a fucking dumb idea because it says that no one benefits from them, which is stupid. Yeah. That's a dumb thing. I also don't think that most people benefit from them, but that's not to say that people don't. Yep. So the idea that parents should have their rights and abilities to care for their children stripped from them by the state is fucking ridiculous. Fuck Greg Abbott. Fuck this law. This is ridiculous.
Yes. For the libertarians out there, this is a get the government away from my children's like situation. Keep no say in whether or not you should allow your children to have gender affirmation surgery.
Right. Or care. And the idea that any parent who is caring and working actively with their child and also, I wrote something down about this, right? I do not agree with this bill. While the jury is still out on a lot of this stuff around the procedures and the pills and stuff like that, the government has no right to interfere with the informed consent of a parent and child under the good faith care of a well-informed and honest doctor and psychiatrist. Fuck you.
Yeah.
The issue comes in when you have a doctor who is scared to do their job, unwilling to do their job, and no psychiatrist is required. Doctors are doing things without any psychological diagnosis at all. This is when the issue comes into play. Yeah. If there is active and informed cooperation and consent between all four parties, the parent, the child, a psychiatrist, and a doctor, there is no problem here.
Yeah.
Doctors should not be implementing these without the express diagnosis from a psychiatrist of gender dysmorphia. right? That's a horrible fucking idea. If a mental health professional has not diagnosed your child with gender dysmorphia, you should not be giving them these drugs. You should not be doing these procedures. That is a terrible fucking idea. Terrible idea.
You look like perfectly evil in that. Sorry, I was watching the audio levels because you were getting passionate, and you got a good look right there. And I don't disagree with you because this reminds me of the old conversations we used to have around plastic surgery with other forms of body dysmorphia, with saying like, I'm not happy unless I have my nose this way, or I'm not happy unless I have my chest this way, or my chin this way. That's what the conversations we were having when I was growing up, and now it's morphed into something that is drastically more impactful. But
and sometimes that does solve the issue.
Exactly.
Sometimes it does.
Sometimes
it does not. Sometimes it makes it fucking way worse.
Yep.
Right?
And I don't want the government to give me, you must have this person sign off, you must have this person sign off, you must have this person sign off, and then you're good to go to do this thing. I don't want the government involved in this thing. And if there is zero government involvement in it, I feel like the doctor that I'm going to will be less pressured to fall in line with some form of ideology, and they won't have any regulations coming from the government telling them which way to go. The psychiatrist will be much more apt to tell me their honest, educated opinion on what is going on and their diagnosis to what's going on. The surgeon, all the way down the line. Versus once you add government infringement and government informativity, or whatever it is you want to call it, into the situation, now all of these individual people have pressures on them to bias their decision one way or the other.
Right. So this article here from Columbia Psychiatry, right? It's very legitimate. It's from fucking Columbia University, right?
Under state law?
Research demonstrates that gender-affirming care, medical and psychological health care designed to affirm individuals' gender identities greatly improves the mental health and overall well-being of gender-diverse, transgender, and non-binary children and adolescents. No shit.
Yeah.
No fucking shit, right? Of course. That's stupid to think anything else. That's stupid.
Yeah.
If you have a child who does have gender dysmorphia, helping them conform to the gender that they believe that they involve in, of course, is going to help them lead a happier life. No fucking shit. No fucking shit.
It seems about right.
Anybody, and then there's an argument, Steven Crowder uses it all the time, right? Transgender people, statistically, transgender people who transition still have higher on average suicides rates than the general population, right? It's often twisted a little bit by conservatives. It's like, oh, it doesn't even make a difference because they still have high suicide rates. Yes, right? There is a difference in the suicide rate. It is not unreasonable to fucking logically arrive at the conclusion. People with mental health issues, that's not denigrative, that's not anything. You have gender dysmorphia. It's a mental health, just like depression, anxiety, and that shit, have a higher level of mental health issues. They have a higher level of subsequent mental health issues like anxiety, depression, suicide ideation. No shit. No shit. Yeah. Just because
kind of seems like it makes sense.
And just because you're working on care to, I don't want to appease your gender dysmorphia, right? And that's not denigrative. That's just the word that I'm using at this time, right? Appease seems like the right thing to do. If that's what you're doing, it doesn't surprise me. You will still have some fucking mental health issues along the way.
Yep.
Doesn't surprise me. It does not surprise me. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's a weird, because I wouldn't say that it does the trick, because a lot of times it doesn't. Benjamin A. Boyce has an entire series of detransitioners on his fucking YouTube. A whole series just about detransitioning. It's not always the solution, right? And I have some charts here that go over the difference in the rates that children, youth specifically, are identifying as transgender compared to the rest of the population. That doesn't make any sense. There's no reason that just youth would be identifying as trans at higher rates than every other age group. That doesn't make any sense.
In reality, no.
Right.
But
and
when you
that's
take
what
into
we're dealing
account,
here is what we're dealing in is reality, and that's where we're destroying
not
narratives.
Externalities.
No, we're destroying narratives.
Yep.
That doesn't make any sense logically, and I'll bring them up and I'll send them to you. LGBT populations.
I'm so in love how my Google's going to be after this.
Let's
Google search history.
Okay.
My ads
and
are
this one is
change.
It's difficult sometimes to decipher because the polls are usually grouped into LGBT populations, and so you can't really decipher if someone is identifying as gay or trans. They're identifying as LGBT, right? So
LGBTQ, yeah.
nope.
No,
Nope.
just LGBT.
This is a Gallup poll. It says LGBT. So,
okay. Interesting.
what this says, I even have one for trans youth also.
Oh, I don't know if I've ever been to the Gallup website. This is interesting.
Yes.
So this is in U.S. Estimate of LGBT population rise to 4.5%.
Okay, and if you scroll down a little bit more, there's
more.
that it right there.
Oh, there we go.
So that,
Millennials.
yes,
Gen
that shows you the
Xers,
different age groups.
Traditionalists.
That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, 1913 to 1945.
You
They're
can
all dead.
see the disparity in that there. That doesn't make any sense.
That's a big
that
disparity.
It would just all of a sudden jump, right? Even social acceptance, all this stuff doesn't make any sense because you can follow the rates at which
Gen
people
Xers.
identified as homosexual.
Wait a minute,
and
this
if
is
you
only from
follow-
2012. Okay. I'd be very interested to see the difference before 2012 as well.
Yes.
Because youth population in the United States, whoa. Okay, there's total U.S. LGBT, 1,994,000. LGB, okay, and then it breaks
Go
it
down
down,
to the very bottom.
breaks it down. Okay. Wyoming. Oh, here we go. Very bottom. Oh, Wyoming. Where are we at?
The very, very bottom. It says, sorry, I was looking at a different.
Am I on a different website?
No. I was getting there. I'm getting the next document ready.
Okay.
At the very bottom, it says this estimate represents 9.5% of the population of youth ages 13 to 17 in the United States. Right. This is LGBT youth populations in the United States, September 2020. The estimate represents 9.5% of the population of youth. We just looked at the other one.
Yeah.
Right. 5.4%.
Right there.
Okay. We
5.4.
just saw it.
4.5?
4.5. And I actually have a different one that I'll send you.
And
This
9.5.
this
So there's
is-
a difference of 5%.
I think this is actually a newer poll from Gallup, so that's my bad. This one says 5.6, right? So even that, the population broadly identifies as LGBT at 5.6%, but we have this youth one that shows that it's 9.5. There's obviously a disparity here, right?
Yes.
There's obviously an issue in a very general, vague sense that if you I opened one. It's still half beer here. So
thank
I've been
you.
talking. So you go for it. It shows an obvious disparity. Obviously, some of these children, as children, the youth are identifying as trans, and when they become adults, they find out that they're not. It's very common for people who identify as trans as youth to grow up and find out they're actually just gay. And that's not like, oh, you're really just gay, but there's a difference,
Or
right?
you're
There's
just
a difference in
going through a
ideology.
phase.
There is a difference.
There was
right?
and I don't want
to-
to equate this, right? But like there was a time in my life where I played with Barbies as a child sometimes. You know, I played house and shit. I had a Ken doll and I had a bunch of Barbies and shit because we had a daycare and those were the toys I had around and it was nice. And I had a good time with that shit. Like I didn't have that I can recall anything that translated into gender dysphoria or anything like that. But I'm just saying, like, children can go through phases. They could do things like that where they're not necessarily, they might be, you know, in the youth category, they might contribute to that 9.5%. But then as they grow older and then they grow out of whatever phases they're going in, they kind of settle into whatever sexual and gender identification lane they end up in long term, and they kind of settle into that, and then that's where they're at. I think trying to measure the differences in youth is very strange to me because children go through a lot of strange phases all the time about every aspect of things. There's phases of where a child thinks sometimes they're superheroes or weird shit, man. Kids are fucking weird.
Jax tells me
Young
regularly
humans
that
are
he has
weird.
a giant blueberry. He tells me regularly he has a giant blueberry.
Word.
So
Is that his transhumanist phase?
my
No, he's just
point-
being a kid.
my point to underline what you are saying is because this is happening, because we know and we can see just based off of this simple data that there is a disparity in the idea. You don't want to do this one yet. You want to go
yeah.
with the first one yet. The gendergp.com/puberty blockers. Do that one first. We can see in this simple disparity, right, that because children are unsure, because they're going through phases, whatever you want to attribute it to, right? We should not be providing them with drugs or surgeries that could and do permanently alter things about them, right?
This is based off of this article here.
No, this is nope.
Are we still back
This
on this
is
one? I didn't wanna jump before.
gendergp.com/puberty blockers. right? I sent you 3 articles
Yeah,
just now.
you send me third, and I went to the second. There we go.
So this is the first one.
There
right?
we go.
I'm sending you a lot of shit. There is nothing wrong
This
with
is
this.
good. We got a solid feed going on.
This is probably the most articles we've run with on one day, but
Yes.
this is the easiest way to just fucking blow this shit apart in about 5 seconds, right? So we just saw the disparity. We just saw that on an average, based off of this, 4% of these youth that are identifying as LGBT are not actually going to be identifying as LGBT when they're
It was
adults.
5,
right?
It was 5.
Right. So 5%, 4%, however you want to round it, half of those kids aren't actually going to identify as LGBT when they get older.
Yep.
So we should not be giving them surgeries, definitely. You should not be, children cannot sexually consent. They should not be able to consent, nor should your parents be consenting for you to permanently altering surgeries. If you're under 18, your parents should not be okaying for you to remove your breasts.
It seems like a
Even
bad
if,
idea,
I don't
man.
care if you are meeting all 4 of those things where your
Yeah.
parent, your student, your child, your doctor, and your psychiatrist are like, yeah, definitely gender dysmorphia. Wait till you're 18. Make that decision
Word.
for yourself. I am not you. I should not be making that decision for you. I am not you. I am not you.
No.
You need to wait until you are an adult. I will tell you every day until then, I support you 1,000%. I don't want to make this decision for you. Even if you, as a child, are telling me you cannot sexually consent, I do not want to do this. If
Yeah.
your child doesn't understand, I understand that. That's a difficult place as a parent. I'm telling everyone here, America, as a parent, if Dax told me, and his psychologist told me, and his doctor told me, there is no doubt he has gender dysmorphia, I would tell him, I want you to wait until you are 18 for you to make this decision, because I, as your parent, cannot ask you to consent to this if you cannot sexually consent to interaction with another adult.
So
I don't want to do that.
And doesn't that speak to how personal you think that decision is? The fact that you as a parent are not willing to make that call for your child until he is legally old enough to make that decision, man. I don't want to do that because, and I can understand where that comes from, because obviously when you think about your parents, and as an adult, not like when you turn 18, but when you're like 30, 35 years old, when you look back on the decisions your parents made for you as an adult, is that something that you as a parent want to settle your child with for life? Or should you,
Exactly.
in the grand scheme of life, man, if you live a full, long life, 18 years ain't that much. You can wait. Life is a fucked up situation and there's struggle, and I don't care about the pain involved and all this confusion and whatever. You can make all the heartbreaking arguments that you want to me. But I'm telling you right now that generally speaking, it's 18 years, 18% of your life. I don't want to make that call for you. You have way more life to live in your own hands than you do under my legal hands as a parent, where I lose control over your life at 18.
Right.
After that, it's up to you. You might live to 100 plus years old. I don't want to make it a decision that is so impactful on your own life until I want you to suffer until you're 18 so you can make that decision for yourself, because it's a lifelong decision. I only have you till I'm 18.
And that's why it's so
You're
important
18.
that schools are not helping kids make these decisions.
Yes.
And that children who are under 18 are not allowed to make these decisions. I
That's
listen to
We were making
interviews
arguments. We were making arguments on a parental level,
Yeah.
right? And now all of a sudden, we have to remember we're changing reference now to
Right.
now. This is not in the way you would handle things as a parent. This is how you're handling things as a government. So the impact is on a exponential level.
And in Oregon, the age to consent for transitioning and in medical decisions is under 18. I believe it's 15 years old. So if you're 15 years old, you can work with your doctor to begin the transition process without your parents' consent. That's a fucking mistake.
That's
That is a
insane.
terrible goddamn idea. We've just shown you in 10 minutes. Half of those kids are not going to identify as trans when they get older. And it's not because they're fucking stupid. It's because they're fucking children. They don't know.
Yeah, and when you change it to talking about percentages of the population, like 4.5% versus 9.5%, you're not roughly half of the people. Half. That's a fuck ton. If we are trying to say, realistically as a journalist, you're trying to show that like 4.5%. You're trying to write this article and you're going to write this headline that it's very impactful. It's a big percentage of
yeah.
youth. It's a massive percentage. We're almost 10% at this point. And now, as a journalist, again, you're going to say, like, I can't say half. I have to say, like, okay, the difference is, it's 4%. It's whatever. That's fucking half, man. That's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot to be gambling with.
Yes.
Again, I'm not a parent, but man, you gotta be right with your Jesus in this situation. If you're gonna make that call for your child, or allow them to make that call for themselves at 15 years old,
Right.
and I'm not gonna tell you what to do. Obviously, people should do what they think is right. But man, there's a lot on the line there.
Right. And there's obviously something there's obviously something going on here, whether it is social and emotional, like Abigail Schreier says, right? She wrote that book that's specifically about young girls in high school. And her deal is like, these are the same girls that, would be anorexic or would have issues with cutting or whatever. Like, this is a psychological issue on this front. And it happens to be that there's an ideology that's lining up with it that pushes them in that direction, right? Or like James Lindsey says it is, that it's a political and cultural deal. Right.
Yes.
And that tends to be what I lean more towards. Right. And we'll get into that a little bit more, but I just wanted to lay that out there. So puberty blockers, right, are not completely reversible. That is one of the things that is about that. No, it's completely reversible. You can start taking them and stop taking them anytime, and it doesn't make any difference. Mm-hmm. That's not true. For a long time, that's the first article that I sent you, right, is puberty blockers, the real side effects, it's called. And this is the one that's gendergp.com/puberty blockers. It's one over.
There it is.
That one right there. Okay.
Boom.
This is from gendergroup.com/puberty blockers, side effects, pros, cons. And it says puberty blockers, the real side effects. Some people have claimed that puberty blockers are experimental or unsafe treatment, or that puberty blocker side effects are severe, but this is not the case. The efficacy of puberty blockers in adolescents with gender dysphoria is adequately evidenced and no more experimental than other areas of pediatric medical care. Okay, we've talked about this. Of course, they're going to help children who have gender dysmorphia. That's not the fucking question here.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
Who don't have gender dysmorphia that are still being given these drugs because they're being given to them by a doctor who isn't requiring psychological sign-off.
And let's add a caveat slightly to that and say diagnosed with.
Yes.
As in, because you can't say diagnosed if you were a doctor. I am diagnosing this child with gender dysmorphia is a thing other than parents going on to WebMD or whatever it is and saying, oh, my child has gender dysmorphia. There is a categorical difference here.
Right.
And we are talking about the legitimately the valid version of that, the credentialed professional diagnosing somebody with.
And it's extremely important, this next section, right? GnRH analogs, the medical name for puberty blockers, are just blockers. They've been used to manage precocious puberty in children for many years and prevent pubertal development in transgender children for many years. Puberty blockers are not necessary in pre-pubertal children. Many young children are naturally inclined to explore their gender identity, and this does not require medical intervention. Blockers are not prescribed to anyone unless, this is very important, they have a history of discomfort with their assigned sex at birth. They wish to prevent pubertal developments. They do not align with their gender identity. These feelings are worsened by the onset of puberty. Nowhere in there does it say a diagnosis of gender dysphoria.
No.
Nowhere.
We're very subjective right now.
Nowhere.
And we're asking a child to make this call, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yep.
So
Okay.
they can't drink alcohol. They
yep.
can't drink alcohol, but
Says-
they can change their sex or their gender.
Yep.
Okay.
Puberty blockers, side effects. Some people are concerned about side effects of puberty blockers. You scroll down a little bit. Just so you know where I was at. I scrolled
Wrong
down.
mouse.
Yeah. Some people are concerned about the side effects of puberty
There we go.
blockers. The main areas of concern most widely referenced are that blockers impact bone density and fertility, and that they promote a potentially increased chance of further medical transition.
You hear bone density conversation a lot in like the UFC and the
Yes.
fighting sport realm.
Limited studies have suggested that where bone density is impacted in young people using blockers, it is due to the absence of hormones rather than the result of the blockers. Wait. The absence of hormones other than the use of the blockers.
We're
What
not
do
saying
blockers do?
Yes, we're not saying we found the blockers. We're saying we found less. Okay. I
As
see where we're
hormones
at.
are essential for bone health. This supports the
Yeah.
argument that the timely use of gender-affirming hormones in trans youth and not allowing prolonged periods without sex hormones. This is an active area of research. You can read more about bone density here. Okay, so
that literally doesn't make any sense at all, right? Because this aligns with missing hormones, you should block them earlier. Right? They're saying hormones and they're using it like it's some type of ambiguous term, right?
Well,
we're talking
yeah.
about in males testosterone and in females estrogen. So if you're a male and they're blocking your testosterone and that's what's leading to your bone density issues, they're saying we should just block it earlier. Even though that's what's leading to your bone density issues. That literally doesn't make any logical sense. They've contradicted themselves in this same paragraph.
What they're saying is that we are not affirming the gender or the hormone blockers are being found, obviously, but we're not finding anything in your system that's stopping your bone density from, becoming like a full, at an increased level if you're a biological male. We'll put it that way, right? We're not finding any reason why this would be happening, but we also can find positive affirmation of hormone blockers that are, so we're identifying the absence of something and not affirming that there's something we can find that is contributing to your lack of bone density.
Yes.
Your bone density is low. We don't know why, but you're also on hormone blockers, but we're not going to talk about that.
That's what they're saying, but we'll go over the study, and it says actually the counter to that. It says that they're fucking wrong. So, because it's only a study done on children who are going through these puberty blockers as compared to their peers. That's literally how the study is done. So it's compared to your peers who aren't on puberty blockers and the people who are on puberty blockers. The only fucking difference being that you are either having your puberty blocked or you are not.
Yeah.
The variable here is the fucking puberty blockers. You stupid assholes.
I don't understand because the puberty blockers are not contributing to bone density loss.
No.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
It's the hormones.
They just said it's not contributing.
Yes.
No. It's the lack of hormones that are caused by the puberty blockers.
These are the ones that have medical substantiation. On top of that, if you go through Abigail Schreier's book, if you go through, what the fuck is her name? Deborah So, I think her name is. If you go through Benjamin Boyce's series on detransitioning, there are no shortage of anecdotal stories of when puberty blockers have had negative side effects, ranging from
mild discomfort to death.
Mild discomfort, not to death, but to having to have a hysterectomy because of the because of the ovarian cramping, things like that that's happening there. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the uterine cramping. That's what I'm saying. Sorry. So the uterine cramping that can be caused by these drugs, right, can be a side effect of these drugs. People have had to have hysterectomies. So if you're not really trans and you're going through this and then you have a fucking hysterectomy, then you decide, and that's not denigrative. That's if you then figure out that you aren't actually trans, you're actually a woman, now you can't even have fucking children. You've been sterilized because you took these drugs because you thought it was the right thing at the time. Get the fuck out of here.
Or if you had the procedure because you were on the drugs and it was so painful, you went in to have the surgery, and now all of a sudden, 10 years later,
That's
you're
what I'm
going,
saying.
oh, fuck.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay.
And that is so disturbing.
People say, oh, it's anecdotal. There's no science to support that. That's fine. Here's a fucking scientific article. This is the next article. This is from WNG.org, right? And then I also have the third one I sent you is the study that this article is about.
Okay.
So we can even go through the fucking study if we want. Proponents of putting this, the headline, study, effects of puberty blockers can last a lifetime. Data debunk a common rationale for giving kids transgender treatment. This is December 18th, 2020.
Whoa.
Proponents of putting gender-confused children on puberty-blocking drugs have long said there is no harm in pressing pause on their physical development while they take time to consider identity. It is completely reversible, says Stephen Rosenthal, a pediatric endocrinologist at the University of California, San Francisco, in 2016 cover story for UCSF magazine. You can take them off and they resume puberty. But a long-term study by the United Kingdom's leading facility for treating gender dysphoric children found otherwise. Contrary to common beliefs about puberty-blocking drugs, the majority of children who take them do not resume puberty. Isn't that fucking weird?
So I love how they say, here's one doctor that says it doesn't happen, and here's an entire UK institute that says, no, it does happen.
Not only in the leading facility for treating gender dysphoric children.
Yes.
Their whole entire job is to make their lives better. Is to improve the lives of gender dysphoric children. That's their whole job.
Let's continue. In a December
We're back to Salt for the Streets podcast.
Foundation trust, all but one child treated for gender dysphoric with puberty blocking drugs went on to take cross-sex hormones to alter their sex characteristics permanently. The study also showed that children's bone density and normal growth flatlined with puberty blockers as compared to their peers, and participants reported no improvement in their psychological well-being. The findings support a growing body of evidence showing the harm and irreparable damage of experimental medical treatments for children with gender dysphoria.
Interesting.
Okay, what are we talking about?
Ideology
What
versus
are we
science.
talking about right now? That there's no evidence at all? This is an entire fucking medical study from the leading child gender dysphoric facility in the UK. What are we talking about? They're literally lying to you. They are
Yes.
literally lying to you. This is propaganda that they are spitting to you to try and groom your children and shift you into their ideology.
Yes.
So they can groom your children.
I was going to say, because the argument is into what ends. What evil villain is on the other end of this groom that is in receipt of the groomed masses?
And
really what it is it's ideology versus science. That's what this is. It
we
is
can only
ideology.
And we can only get so far into it because neither you or I yet are
Nowhere
well-versed
near.
enough to break down this ideology.
No.
The best thing that we can do is recommend that everyone here listen to the Groomer Schools series of new discourses, the James Lindsey podcast, in which he does go over Marxist readings and explains to you that there is, I have a fucking paper here.
I'm going to go ahead and pull it up on my Spotify real quick. Because, yes, I do have it. There we go. Take a look, everybody. You can find new discourses.
There is
James
a
Lindsey.
long, and this is from Groomer Schools 2. There is a long-running ideological project to groom children out of childhood innocence so that they can become politically malleable.
That is
Go down a little
so
bit.
messy.
You went
Oh,
past it.
it was right here.
Yeah. Oh, you were showing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was showing, and then there's Groomer
Yep.
Schools. And
Yep,
then
and then there's
recently
number
he
3.
did a Groomer School 3.
Yeah, and
More
I didn't
recent,
know
back
about
in
that
December.
one, but I got
We're new.
yes.
It's okay.
So,
I didn't have another hour last night to give to James Lindsey because this shit is rough, by the way. And just for everybody so they know what they're getting into if they look at this stuff up. He is literally reading
the
papers
themselves.
that were written that pushes, that back up legislation like this kind of stuff that we've been talking about and all this. Like, this is the actual peer-reviewed article, essays that they are referring to that are developing that are being implemented in institutions like schools
And they're
that are then
used-
being translated into your children.
They're being used to inform the policy that your children and the curriculum that your children are being educated under.
Yes.
That's what they're doing.
And so
the
it's-
teachers are reading
yes.
these, they're learning from them. They are then implementing those strategies into your children in government-funded schools.
Yes.
They are actively working to dismantle the innocence of your children to make them tools for the revolution. And that sounds crazy. That sounds fucking crazy. When you have
crazy,
there
aren't
are
you?
devout and admitted Marxists throughout our university system, right? There's no lie about that. There are articles from our government, from the different intelligence agencies, that Marxists have infiltrated our universities. There is no doubt about this. There is no question. This is a coordinated effort to destabilize. This is a coordinated effort to destabilize our society through youth, and it starts here. It can be seen in the outright assault on these bills and laws. From my learning thus far, I believe that this plot to be rooted in Marxism/communism, and we have covered before that the prosperity of that ideology will lead to the death of liberty, individuality, and potentially millions of people. And I've realized just how extreme this sounds, but this has been going on for decades.
Yes.
This is
Since the 60s.
a
50s.
long-running plot. And I cannot break it down too in-depthly because I don't want to bastardize it. I don't want to fuck it up.
No. I think that in the future, at some point, there will be scholars that spend entire lifetimes researching what is happening, and it's stemming essentially from the Bolshevik Revolution at the end of World War I, all the way until now, we're experiencing the same. We're part of the same flow. This is all still part of the same issue from back then.
Right.
And so, that being said, there is a lot of very difficult to read and comprehend literature set as the foundation of these ideologies that people since like the 50s have been following and pontificating on, and then writing more and more literature based off of these things. It's kind of like philosophy. It starts with Plato, and next thing you know, you end up with Kant, and you got to go 6, 7, 8 layers down. It's the same deal with this critical theory Marxism type stuff, involvement in the educational institutions alone. Just in that aspect of it, it goes back for decades and decades and decades, and so it takes a long time to become proficient enough in it. And right now, James Lindsey is one of those people that we kind of rely on because he has been so engrossed in it his entire life. It is and has been his entire passion, his adult life, to study this stuff and expose it for what it is.
Yeah, because...
And so we rely on people like that because he's already spent a lifetime doing it, and he's only still scratching the surface.
Well, I wouldn't say a lifetime. His background is he's a mathematician. That's what he went to school for.
His professional adult life in academia.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is just only that it's as he got older that
true.
he learned about this shit, and that's why he's still learning, is because he hasn't been doing it his entire career, you know. But to your point, it's only taken him this amount of time to break down this ideology into what its true core is, right?
Yeah.
That these ideals of, like when I was listening on the way here today, he was talking about this paper in groomer schools too, where they were suggesting that the way to best comfort and assimilate trans youth, queer youth, because that's what the paper is, it's queer theory, right, is to treat every child as if they're queer so that you can make room for the potential of those queer children. They can feel more comfortable.
Yes.
And that if in that process you happen to turn, quote unquote, more children queer, then it's fine because they were queer anyway.
Yes. Yeah, it's queer affirmation.
Queer affirmation. And the queer, again, is not a denigrative term. That is the term that they are using, right?
Yeah,
and queer is anything other than the average. It's anything other than the average is what they are using it as.
And I think what were his words when it's defined specifically towards gender, it's like it's gender without structure or something like to that effect. It's like gender without organization. I can't exactly remember what it is, but that's the way it's defined in, I think that he talks about that in, is it number 2 or number 1?
Number 2.
Number 2, a little bit, yeah. And that's because it breaks it out into what their definition of queer is in those regards to these essays that he's talking about.
Right.
And you have to use their terms when you're reading and trying to comprehend these writings of theirs, which, to the layman, if you are reading these things, sound like a foreign language half the time. There's too many isms and ists, and, you know, everything is, fundamentalists, and, it's all just this, it's like layers of doublespeak from 1984 on top of each other. And that's
right.
And so they've developed their own vocabulary and all this stuff so that only their own, cult members can read the text that they put out because it is code for other things.
They start making words like futurity and things like that.
Oh my God.
James Lindsey is like, well, they made it up.
Yes.
So that's what this word means. You have to read other papers to find out what their own terms mean so you can understand the papers that they're spreading to other people.
Yep.
And James Lindsey best related this to, like I said earlier, modern day Red Guard, right? Because so much of this is based in the old generation. This is what the previous generation is doing, that your parents are putting upon you this assumed heteronormativity that is stifling your potential queerness that we, as your teachers and your mentors, want to help discover and mine out of you, right? Your parents are doing this. It's the old generation that's doing this. Let's look up real quick. The four olds, right? Because that was
that's part of it.
Four olds is part of Marxism. That was part of the Little Red Book that was given to all students, and eventually they started beating their parents and teachers to death because they had to remove everything old.
Yeah, a little crossover probably with some of that Yuming Park book in North Korea. Some of that ideology carries through into countries like North Korea.
The
these
four
days.
olds can be put into 4 categories: old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. Items such as religious symbols, old scriptures, and traditional dress fell into some of these categories. Superstitious beliefs such as luck, any signs of advantage over others, children's respect for elders, and words for styles of clothing or foreign background also fell under the 4 olds. What are we talking about? We're talking about old culture.
We're
That's
talking about
old
everything
culture.
that
Your
came
parents-
before.
Your parents are putting
Yep.
that in you. Your
Yep.
parents are doing that. Old customs. What is childhood innocence? Childhood innocence is something that is put on your children that will naturally stifle their ability to discover sexual pleasure at whatever age is natural, because it's all socially constructed. Childhood innocence is a socially constructed idea
Yes.
that you have put on your own children that is stifling their own happiness,
Yep.
their own discovery of pleasure.
Because the underprivileged, their children do not have the privilege of safeguarding their children from those cruel harms of the world that truly exist. And so, again, by those people not having to deal with that, they are in a privileged position. And this carries over into the realm of the critical race theory, which is also rooted in the same exact ideological writings that you're talking about right now. This stuff, it's all tied together. Critical gender theory, critical race theory. Critical anything theory stems from the founding of the Frankfurt School and the founders of that school that led to the Marxism, that led to what we're talking about right now.
It's cultural Marxism.
Yes, it all goes back. And it's not communist. This is something, I had a conversation with somebody earlier. Communist, socialist, whatever it is, democracy, whatever it is that you're talking about. These are
Specifically Marxism.
governmental systems
Yeah.
that sound very much like ideological systems. Ideological systems breed governments. Governments do not breed the ideology. In this case, Marxism is the birthright, is the ideology behind communism and socialism, and in some cases, fascism. But that's how you have to separate the two. One is a governmental system that is the IRL version of humans' expansion on the ideology. Marxism is the ideology that it is all rooted in.
Yes. Yeah, no, 100%. This is just a little section about the Red Guards, right? The Red Guards were the young activists of the Cultural Revolution. In a way, they were Mao's henchmen who carried out his plans for China. They were the people who burned artifacts, destroyed landmarks, and beat up or publicly humiliated the non-followers. These people weren't just soldiers or adults. They were also made up of school-aged children and students who could be easily manipulated. Young children studied to become Red Guards and earned the title at the age of 12.
The scary thing about Marxism is it's kind of like when people think about Hitler Youth and the kind of the innocence that was corrupted.
Same thing.
Except that's more of a, I guess, on a societal level, like a militaristic level versus this is more of a low level, everyday interactive societal level.
Because this was at
kids
schools.
Yes.
They handed them out
Kids
at schools.
Yes.
Yes. Not government institutions outside of that being what a school is, but
also to illustrate the relationship between the two ideologies.
Yes.
Like the fascism and the authoritarianism that ran rampant in the Nazi Party in the 1930s and the 1940s has a lot of similarities with the Marxism ideology because it's all about control over these people. It's all tied together. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
It's all tied together.
Yes. And let's see. This is a tiny little section about abolishing the four olds. General Mao Zedong was bent on destroying the way China ran as a country during the revolution. And that's, what are we talking about? We're talking about social norms, right?
Yep.
Social infrastructure, the things that we're instilling in our children.
The language of revolution.
The way that we run as a country. During the revolution, thousands of items falling into the four categories of the four olds were destroyed, much like the picture on the left, which is a bunch of statues, cultural statues. They raided the homes of people who were often referred to as the black elements and included former landlords, former merchants, former rich peasants, and persons who thought to be counter-revolutionaries, rightists, or criminals.
Yep.
Rightists.
Rightists.
Yes.
Don't push to the right. Don't do it. And, you know, it's funny. I was listening to... It might have been in the early stages of like the IRL on Friday. I got like the first, half hour of it or so. But the they were talking about Maoism and communism, Marxism, right? And what was the difference between, say, like Mao and like Pol Pot and stuff like that? And it was like one of them was just like it's super Marxism versus just regular Marxism. It's like, do you have 1 million dead or do you have 5 million dead?
Right.
And it's just various divisions on the same. It's all part of a tragically flawed ideology that has you destroying half the population every single time. And I don't understand. But anyways, these papers keep getting written with this same ideology. Regardless of how far you trace it back and you see how it works out every single time, we continue. The literature still continues.
Yes.
That was the point I was truly trying to make. The same literature that drove people to wipe out millions and millions of people during the rise of like Eastern communism. Those same papers are still being talked about and pointed to and relied upon in contemporary essays to prove the points that we're talking about today. The ideology is still as rampant as ever, and if anything, is just evolved to a more sophisticated version of the like.
Yes, because
it is
it's harder.
It's finer and finer propaganda.
Yes.
Is what it is.
Yeah, it's harder to understand. Like we said, they're using words. Some of that shit that when James Lindsey is reading, I'm like, you're fucking making up words. Like, that is not real. And they literally are making up words. And it is to create a larger, to continue to muddy the waters in the understanding of the ideology. Because, as you said, as it continues to grow, it gets smarter and smarter, like a fucking virus. It gets smarter and sees what the issues were in the previous implementations of it, and it patches those holes and it moves forward. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. And we are in such a oddly perfect time for this type of ideology because the social framework is such that people are terrified to say something that their friends don't agree with.
Yes.
They're terrified to be shat on. They are terrified to be disagreed with. They are terrified to be wrong. They're terrified to even be considered to be wrong. And that, I don't know enough to say whether or not that is a side effect of the implementation of these various forms of Marxism, or if this is a natural point that we're coming to because our country is finally getting old enough, or Douglas Murray has talked about that part of this is because our country is so old that this is kind of the natural history of countries that get this old. I don't know
Especially at the scale.
I've not been able to I'm only 27. I've only had so much time to research that shit.
Yes. And you're not a scholar who has a golden opportunity ahead of them where all they need to do is learn things. Read things.
Side note, I am officially reading 5 books at one time right now.
You fucking bi.
Officially reading 5 books at one time.
What 5 books are you reading, Donovan? So you're reading.
This is The Wide Window. This is The Indifferent Stars Above, which will be switched out with Rubicon this week because now that we did the review preview, this one's done. The Constitution. This is my bathroom
You read
book.
that every day.
In my bathroom book in
It
the
just
morning.
rotates.
I start the day with the Constitution.
As soon as you get to Revelations, you're starting Genesis.
Exactly. So this morning I actually read Thomas Jefferson's first inaugural address. That was what I read this morning.
Oh, so that's the good one. It's got all the extra writings
Constitution
and all
and
that
other
stuff.
writings. Yeah,
that's good. That's fun.
So it started with the Constitution and stuff like that. Mayflower Compact, the Silence Dogood Letters, the Edict of the King of Prussia, rules by which a great empire may be reduced, Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death, the Declaration of Independence, Articles of Confederation, Treaty of Paris, Virginia Plan, Northwest Ordinance, Constitution, Federalist Papers, George Washington First Inaugural Address. There's a gang of stuff in here.
That's right.
Yeah.
And because, I was going to say, that's where the line from last week's episode came from.
Exactly. Also
give me liberty or give me death.
Will come from.
Hopefully not from the same essay.
No,
because I just said that. But
no.
But now that it's officially been next episode, if you get it after today, I don't care anymore because we've already recorded a new episode.
Exactly.
So you know better. You don't get a free T-shirt.
And then the
Trying to shill mom me
and
like that.
The Doomsday Machine. I just started reading this week. The Doomsday Machine.
What is that?
Is about.
I know the daddy book, but
a man named Daniel Ellisberg.
Ellisberg, the Doomsday Machine.
Yes.
Daniel Ellisberg,
and he served in the White House during the Cold War.
Oh.
And he had hands on a lot of top secret documents and stuff like that. And so the first part of it is about the nuclear policy from Eisenhower forward. And the second part of it is about how to avoid a nuclear war and deconstruct the nuclear mainframe and global structure that we have today. Felt like a very pertinent book to be reading. So
Yeah, heavy fucking shit, buddy.
I had it on my shelf.
Okay, you had it on. I had it on my shelf.
I had it on the shelf.
Good God, you know what I have on my shelf? For fuck's sakes, man. I guess I got a book about Kant up there and Kantian writings and things, but
Yep, I had it on the shelf. So
Man, I
as soon
know-
as this whole Ukraine thing kicked off, I was like, oh, I should
probably
start
a good
reading about
idea.
this a little bit. Yeah.
God, I feel like a fat cat right now because I love fiction. That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
my shit.
Everyone likes their own shit.
Yeah, everyone likes their own shit, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, I like stories. You
Exactly.
like real world stories.
We'll get there. We got a couple of stories in the book. You know, we'll get there. Or in
We'll
the
get there.
list. Yeah, we'll get there.
Indeed.
So, I think that's about as far
We've
as we
tackled
can go
Marxism.
into that for now. I
Yeah.
did tell Colin and Jordan that my whole next year after the book club is over is going to be Marxist readings. So
That's tough.
we'll have series and segments and everything regarding these things. But other than that, the best thing we can recommend is to listen to the New Discourses podcast.
That's a great one.
And
Yep.
because it's not
JVP.
it's so little of his opinion. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? He is reading the papers, and just as we did with the Don't Say Gay bill, read through it, stopped, explained to you what it says, and then
Yes.
continued. It is the exact same thing that he's doing with these Marxist papers.
Yep.
The exact same thing,
Except way better.
except way better. Yeah. So that's what I would recommend.
Yep.
A good one to start with is the one about January 6th. He has one about every day is January 6th now.
Yeah.
That's a great one to start with.
Yep.
About modern day papers. So the ones we were reading about in groomer schools are papers from 2018.
Yeah.
They're 4 years ago. So it's not
Not
like this,
that long ago.
No, but they're being informed, like you said, by the writings from 1920, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70.
Yeah.
Decades of writings from people in Europe, America,
Yep.
going all over the place to
Ever
spread
since-
these ideologies.
Ever since the Bolshevik Revolution.
Yeah.
And I'll just say, on top of that, adding Jordan B. Peterson is almost like another step down, further down the rabbit hole on top of James Lindsey, because a lot of his talks and stuff are tied to the original foundings of like Marxism and stuff like that. And he's very, very the two of them together, fascinating.
Yeah.
Find that episode, phenomenal. But yeah, I think that's. I don't. We didn't hit Texas. Do we want to save
We
Texas?
did. I mean, we just talked about, we broke down the trans youth bill because it was Greg Abbott's letter. Oh, you mean the
We
Texas
didn't do the
sport
letter.
thing.
We didn't.
We did not read Greg
no,
Abbott's
We
letter.
actually didn't get to Greg Abbott's letter.
No, we did not read Greg
because we
Abbott's
kind of
letter.
went around him.
Yes.
But
Um,
I mean, that's okay, because what's happening? Is there any laws getting passed? Is something happening?
It's already law. So
Okay.
his letter was based off of a
I'll pull it up real
decision
quick.
by the Attorney General, and we can really just read the Attorney General's opinion if you want, because his letter just says, okay, now the Attorney General said this, you guys need to be
It
enforcing
makes
these
clear
things.
it's already against the law to subject Texas children to the wide variant of elective procedures of gender transformation, including reassignment surgeries. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So that's good. So it just shows at
Yeah,
that point.
and so
yeah.
that's the
Here we go.
that's
We'll
the
just pull up
opinion from the
letter real
Texas
quick.
Attorney General.
Just to show the receipts of what we
Yep,
talked
no,
about.
absolutely.
There we go. We'll just
So
do
this is
that.
from the office of Ken Paxton, who is the Attorney General of Texas, right? And this is to the Honorable Matt Krause, who is the chair of the House Committee of the General Investigating. Dear Representative Krause, you asked whether the performance of certain medical and chemical procedures on children, several of which have the effect of sterilization, constitute child abuse. You specifically asked about the procedures falling under the broader category of gender reassignment surgeries. Requesting letter at 1, you state that such procedures typically are performed to transition individuals with gender dysphoria to their desired gender, and you identify the following specific sex change procedures: sterilization through castration, vasectomy, hysterectomy, oophorectomy,
Yeah.
metidioplasty, archaeotomy, penectomy, philostomy, and vaginoplasty, mastectomies, and removing from children otherwise healthy or non-disease body part or tissue.
Oof. That's a lot of big
Those
words.
are footnotes. Also, this is also drugs, right?
Yep.
You qualify your question with the following statement. Some children have a medically verifiable genetic disorder or of sex development or do not have the normal sex chromosome structure of male or female as determined by a physician through genetic testing that require procedures similar to those described in the request. In other words, in rare circumstances, some of the procedures in your list are born out of medical necessity. For example, a minor male with testicular cancer may need an orchiotomy. I believe orchiectomy.
Orchiectomy.
The opinion does not address or apply to medically necessary procedures.
Then it details the summary, and he shows his homework.
Yes, that's what all of this is.
Isn't it just kind of funny for a second to like take a step back and go, this is how governments talk to each other.
Yeah.
This is how this works, because these are like, this document isn't going away anytime in history. It's just there now forever. 100 years from now, if the same office exists, they'll be able to access the same thing, and that's how governments speak to each other.
Right.
That's very strange.
On page 5, it seems like he actually answers the question. To the extent that these procedures and treatments could result in sterilization, they would deprive the child of the fundamental right to procreate, which supports a finding of child abuse under the family code. A, the procedures you describe can and do cause sterilization. B, the United States Constitution protects a fundamental right to procreation. C, because children are legally incompetent to consent to sterilization, procedures and treatments that result in a child's sterilization are unauthorized and infringe on the child's fundamental right to procreate. 4, the procedures and treatments you describe can constitute child abuse under the family code. A, the Texas legislature defines child abuse broadly. So this is an explanation of his finding that they can and will be constituted as child abuse under Texas state law for the following reasons. Again, I don't necessarily agree. I'm not a fucking lawyer, right?
Yeah,
I don't agree with this law. I don't think that the only reason these things should be happening is if someone has fucking cancer, right? Yeah. I don't think surgery should be happening to anybody under 18. I don't agree with that. I don't think that should be happening no matter what. Mm-hmm. As far as the puberty blockers, shit like that, pretty much anything up to surgery, again, if you're meeting call them the 4 corners, right? If the 4 corners are all in line and you're making a solid square, I got no fucking problem with it. If it's all squared and underlined, I got no fucking problem with it.
Show me them right angles.
Yeah,
is what
if
you're saying.
The 4 corners are involved, I don't care. Don't care at all. So,
did you hear that somewhere? That's good. No. That's real good. The 4 corners.
I mean, that's like a state thing, like the 4 corners, like
biblical is what it
Colorado, Nevada, Arizona, and whatever the fuck. There's a point where they all meet, and there's a circle in those, and that's called the 4 corners. But
interesting.
But that's not in regards to this. That's not something I've heard. Yeah. That is a thing that I decided, but. The term the 4 corners is used in other places, just to be...
I dubbed you salt of the streets for a reason. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It's fucking existential.
With that, I think we can probably call this topic to an end, this part here, and move on. We've been going after...
That was
a long show today.
Yeah, we're getting after it, buddy.
Yeah, the next part...
Are we 4-4?
Yeah, this will be 4-4. This will be the last one.
We'll have some fun.
The last publicly available one.
Indeed.
Oh my God. This is the longest show ever. We're terrible people.
5.5 hours right now.
It's going to be fucking 7 by the time we're done with this last topic.
Hey, just so you know, Creatrix is doing subathon tonight.
God.
So she may go for as long as she needs to go. I've seen these Twitch streamers go for 24 hours at times. It's fine. It's fine. We're in the house that's burning down, and we're the dog sitting at the table going, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess at least it was all good content. It was all good. There's nothing that I'm like, we should cut this instead. So, it's not, yeah. All right, well.
We just picked some heavy ones this week, buddy. That's all.
Yeah. With that, we will take our short break, and I'll thank everyone, obviously, for joining us here. YouTube.com/saltofthestreets. We also have our Instagram.com/saltofthestreets. We have... Facebook, Facebook.com/saltofthestreets. You can find all this on saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets, where you can go there and help us make more and better content and find all the other stuff that we hide behind the paywall. We also have our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram, and Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. LocationSkateShop.com or Location Skate if you need a skateboard, Swell Blended if you need a haircut, Lexi Kyle on Twitch, and Leggings and Aprons on Instagram. That is everything. We will be back in 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
5-4. 42.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We jump back in. What's up? Hey, everybody.
We out here.
Welcome back. We are part 4 of 4.
Part 4 of 4.
Episode 124.
Yes, thank you for joining us here.
We're here.
We're going to both say it. We're going to both keep talking at the same
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Thank you for joining us here. Thank you
That's
for
what
joining
you
us
get.
again.
Part
Coming
4
back.
4.
Exactly. Salt of the Streets here. Again, you're watching us here on the youtube.com/Salt of the Streets. We also have our Instagram.com/Salt of the Streets. Facebook.com, Facebook.com/Salt of the Streets. You can find all this on saltofthestreets.com.
Yay.
along with our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, subscribe, help us make more better content. We also have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram, and Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Lexi Kyle on Twitch, Leggings and Aprons on Instagram, location Skate Shop Swell Blended. I always forget something. You gotta give me 2 seconds at least.
You're a fucking champ, man. That's all I'm saying. And the way you do it is so infomercial, bro. It's early Mike Rowe. Just get in there. That thing's pretty dope, isn't it?
Yes.
What kind of beer are you drinking? Put that up there.
This
on
is
the
the
screen.
Scowl Rock.
The Scowl Rock by Elysian.
Yeah, it's good.
You know,
It's very light.
I've almost done that in the beer show multiple times, but I haven't yet.
What?
Reviewed this beer.
Oh, it's
the
good.
Skull Rock. It's a nice IPA.
Yeah.
I like the Nordic aspect of it.
Yeah.
You know, it goes good with my beer horn. My beer. Yeah, it's just a horn. It's not a stein. So, anyways, welcome back to part 404.
Yes.
This is going to be grab baggy. We're going to get into it, and we got some sports coming up as per the usual. So, to kick it all off, I wanted to just reach into my little grab bag. And this is something that has just been kind of breaking as of like the last, we'll say 48 hours at this point. It's the last few days, late week before podcast, is the Hunter Biden laptop story. As you remember, when we talked about when the New York Post first broke it before the presidential election, the Hunter Biden laptop story has been confirmed by the New York Times as true.
Just 2 years late.
Yeah, 2 years after the fact, after social media censored its every mention, Twitter and Facebook. We're talking about you. We remember that situation. God, we were doing a podcast during that event. I mean, we were doing it at the time. We talked about it. You can go back and listen to it. That actually now has been proven to that laptop does exist, and the emails that were on it. If, as Ben Shapiro likes to say, if you go down to paragraph 24 of the New York Times article, they confirm that the emails that were spoken about and reported on in that New York Post article have in fact been authenticated and that are true. And that leads to a whole nother conversation about all sorts of different things, but you could take that in any infinite direction. Like, how far does it go as far as the criminal investigation goes into Hunter Biden and ties to his father, who happens to be the president of the United States. Yeah, his involvement in certain business deals and 10% for the big guy and all that, if I recall correctly. But yeah, now it's officially been confirmed, and you can mention it on social media without being banned and things like that. And 2 years after the fact. So, thoughts on that situation, I guess.
It's
what do you?
It's too late, you know. It's too late now.
Yeah.
I mean, after it happened, there was Stephen Crowder talks about this all the time. There was a poll done, people who voted for Biden. There was a huge amount of people that would not have voted for him if this story had been able to circulate naturally
right before the election,
2 weeks before.
Yeah, it's the fucking Hillary Clinton 2.0, man. James Comey 2.0. I mean, that was October before the election, so it's at least a month before the election. Like maybe a month and a half before the election. It's almost no difference in time frame. And yet now it's 2 years later. It's fine. It's just a thing that happened. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Every day I turn on the legacy media podcasts because I have rotation. Every day they continue to contradict themselves from a year and a half ago. Day by day by day.
Yes.
And now Fauci's back in the news for sakes. I thought we were rid of that Keebler elf, and now he's back talking about a new variant.
It's like the beta variant of
it's the
Omicron.
beta alpha.
Yeah.
I got it. It's the what is it? It's the CB. No. It sounds mean. It's the BA2 variant. It's like I don't understand why that. It's why did we get away from the Greek alphabet in this one? Like, why are we
not
now
sure.
doing BA? I don't understand what's happening.
I'm trying to look for my old Hunter Biden notes. That's what I'm looking for. Just so you're not like, what the fuck is he doing over
I was a little confused for a minute.
Raz
I was like, are you about to
Simone,
have are you about to pass out like, Big
no,
Bird style?
Afghanistan withdrawal, so that's too far. No shortages.
Oh,
Fauci
my
email, likely. There's DeSantis, southern border,
Yeah.
Afghanistan,
Man, oh man.
Austin, stimulus bill.
La Biblia.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the last.
I mean, it's been a while. It was
Yes, yeah, I would have to dig through.
pre-election, so we're talking
Right.
late,
Larry
you know,
Dixon.
or like late-ish, like November 2020, maybe. Like that's a ways away. I wouldn't even know what episode to begin with. I'd have to
Right.
go back,
Right. You.
Oh, what's up, Cat?
You scared me. Yeah.
She does some epic hanging out on shoulders these days, by the way.
I saw that when she jumped into your shoulder and she wrapped
yeah?
her tail around your neck. She's good.
Yeah, she's
getting
dope.
good.
She's cool.
Um,
We've kind of gone through a love-hate relationship, to be perfectly honest, the last few
yeah,
days.
I'm sure.
You know.
Hunter Biden. There
Hunter
it is.
Biden, holy
oh,
shit.
Jesus, I
There
scared
it is.
her. Oh,
Like I
scared
said,
her.
oh, Tifa, what are you doing,
I
sweetheart?
scared her.
Look,
Okay.
we might have to. I see the claws digging into your skin right now. And so does the internet, by the way.
Hi. Go.
All right, it's weird.
Get outta here
Offload.
now.
Offload. There we go.
Okay. Good God. Oh, okay. Jeez. Christ. I don't have very much stuff written here for Hunter Biden. So,
Well, it's because we weren't allowed to talk about it back in the day.
Yeah,
That was the thing.
apparently.
Like, if there was a period of a week or two where you could not share it, you could not privately DM it to somebody on Twitter without you having your account suspended. People were dropping like flies, man. It was not shareable. They
right.
removed it almost as soon as they got there.
they removed the New York Post Twitter account.
Yeah, the oldest newspaper in America,
Yes.
which is kind of like nonsensical, and I don't really care, and I don't like it when people make that argument. By the way, I really don't like it, but it's a thing.
Yeah. Sorry,
But that's probably why you don't have that many notes, because it wasn't allowed to be shared.
Just talk about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could not get to it. That was a whole thing, man.
Right.
Like, there was a few people that screenshotted that shit at that time and then got the article and could hold on to it.
Right.
But after that, that was it, man. And so we were reporting on the fact that it was that it was purposely pulled from a
Yeah.
legitimate news source. And now we're back to having the powers that be, the New York Times, say that, oh, yeah, no, that was true, actually. And the investigation's still going, and it's...
What is that?
Oh, sorry.
I was like, what is that fucking sound?
Sorry. I thought that... for a minute, I thought it was the dog's tail. But no, it's just my foot. But
I
yeah,
thought
no,
it was your
now
other
it's-
dog running into the table. That's what I thought it was. I'm like, bro, you got to help him out. That's fucked up. You're just letting him run into shit. Like, I know you hear his ass.
Bro, I am not that bad of a person.
That's funny. The cat's ready to fuck around. Okay, so
Oh, great. This is going to be a good one.
do you want to talk about? So you want to talk about Josh Keaton's question, right? So I even have a picture I
Oh
can
my
show
God,
you.
yes, I totally forgot about that.
because I like screenshotted
The actual question.
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to recall the actual question. But yeah, it was...
Matt Stafford just got fucking paid.
No, sir.
Yeah, just got fucking paid by the Rams.
Matt Stafford. R.I.P. I got to get ready for that... John Clayton.
Camera screenshots. Okay, so the question that Josh Keaton had: does working harder correlate to more success?
Yes.
This was the answer to the poll, right?
37% yes, 63% no.
And that was just when I did it, and that was 12 hours from the time that I screenshotted this was 12 hours ago, so that's halfway through the poll.
Okay.
So I don't know what the final results were, right? But that's the poll that I referenced in the live stream the other day for the book club. And I found that odd, right? And when Josh and I talked about it more, he's like, this was about Kim Kardashian, and she said that people don't want to work hard in this country, and that's why. And so I said to Josh, I was like, yeah, that's a stupid thing to say. Do you want me to go get her down?
Where is she?
She's up there on the bar.
Oh, no, she's fine. She'll be all right. She gets into worse shit.
And so I'll just fucking read the conversation that I had with him. And so I said, Donna Phillips, Josh Keaton. She said that people don't want to work these days. And I said, haha, what a dumb bitch. I mean, she isn't wrong, but it has some hilarious implications.
How did you say that?
That's awesome. What a dumb bitch. I mean, she isn't wrong, but it has some hilarious implications and is pretty reductive. And he said, I think how reductive it was what angered people. You can work hard and still be caught in the rat race. And I said,
yeah, that's the problem.
I said, 100%. This is way more of a saying than a rule, but I find it to be generally true. Not everyone who is successful has worked hard, but everyone who works hard is successful. That completely depends on one's definition of success, but it also underlines what is evident by Kim K's existence, that you don't have to work hard to be rich. And when that happens, you lose sight of reality and say shit like that. And he said, also brings up the fact that people in Asia making her products work 60 hours a week for hardly nothing. They're for sure hard workers. And I said, yeah, my saying definitely applies to a free system.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, I don't want to continue this conversation with you because no fucking shit. Yeah. No fucking shit. But that's not what she's talking about. She's not saying people in China who work 60 hours a week don't work hard. That's not what she said. Yep. Far be it from me to defend fucking Kim Kardashian. But that's not what she said, and that's not what she means. No. She means people in America who just lived off of unemployment for 2 years and now are still choosing not to work, don't want to work hard. That's what she's saying. That's why she's not necessarily wrong.
Yep. It's like, don't make me defend Vladimir Putin. Yeah. Don't make me defend Kim Kardashian.
Right.
All right?
Because you know that's not what she meant.
Exactly. So you know that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the hustle, man. We're talking about mindset. We're talking about how you move through life. It's a frame of mind.
Yes.
I had this conversation with Carolina last night. Like, it's really, really unfortunate that there are a lot of people out there that are born with a really shitty roll of the dice, man. Like, I don't know how to square that away in my mind. It's a thing. Life is unfair. I don't know how to frame it other than that. But there is no, have you ever seen the movie Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yes.
Okay. So, like, the answer is 42.
Right.
It's like the thing in nerds. There is no 42 to figuring out life. This is why equity is a lie. There is no 42. There's no answer for everybody to live their best life and be totally equal, man. It's an illusion. It's a utopian concept that is not something that is attainable. You cannot do that. To strive towards that is to, divorce yourself from reality at a certain, at a certain point. I don't know how to handle, like, you got to stop at some point and realize that this is not going to happen. You're not being realistic. We're not having a conversation in the same universe.
Right.
Right. It's when you work hard, you generally get more shit accomplished in your life. Whatever that equates to in the real world, it might equate to you. I'm not going to make an analogy. The dude that's living in the hood right now, I don't care how many good decisions he makes throughout life. At some point, the ability to get out of a really, really shitty situation, the ability to pull yourself out of a generational drug-addicted family that lives in poverty, the ability for an individual to pull themselves out of that all by themselves is pretty slim. Does happen. There's good mindsets. You could do so much.
It definitely requires hard work.
It definitely requires hard work, but it's not the ultimate answer.
No.
You can't, that's not the ultimate answer for everybody. There is no one world solution. Kim Kardashian is right. Did she get famous because she sucked dick? Yeah. But did she hustle?
Her dad was rich and died.
Yeah. But did she invest it smartly? Did she hustle her fucking ass off to create this massive Kardashian empire? Yes. Yes, she did. And it's not a bad thing that she did. Yeah, she took obviously she took advantage of the levers of power that she had at the time, and yeah, I'm sure a lot of her products are made using slave work.
She met up with Donald Trump. She absolutely took advantage of the levers of power when they were there.
But she did some good shit. She got prison reform and all that. That's cool. But does it necessarily equate to success? Her hard work? No. No, it doesn't. No. Sometimes you got to suck dick. Sometimes.
Which is also hard work.
Sometimes, yeah, I don't want to make that analogy. Sometimes you can't, man. All right, and you require externalities to pull you out of your shitty situation.
Right.
Is, in fact, one. You know me. I call myself an anarchist at points, right? But that is one point of government responsibility and intervention that I could probably be convinced to support in some manner. An actual ability to help somebody that cannot get out of the generational despair that they are in. I can understand that. That's real. You know that as much as anybody else does if you really think about it.
Right.
Like, I don't disagree with that. No amount of hard work is going to pull you out of that. Maybe. Maybe some luck will. You know, you never know. Opportunities around every corner. It just depends. There's no one answer, though. You're not going to find a 42 in this one, man. Success only... you can have success without hard work, but you can't have... No, that doesn't work. You need to have hard work to have success, period. You can get as lucky as you want to create the opportunities for success. But as somebody that is relatively... I don't know. I don't want to call myself successful, but I'm not.
You fucking work really hard.
I work really hard, and I feel like I've earned most things in my life that I have, other than obviously my privilege, because I'm on YouTube, so how can I not say that? But
you privileged fuck.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, no, man, it's like you got to work hard. Sometimes hard work ain't going to solve the problem, but you got to do it. And so I don't disagree with Kim Kardashian, unfortunately. And I would love to disagree with Kim Kardashian, her and her fake fat buttocks.
Yeah, she's not totally wrong, but she is a dumb bitch.
Yeah, exactly. I like the way you put that, actually. She's not totally wrong, but she's still a fucking idiot.
So I said, ha ha ha, what a dumb bitch.
That's called a circular timeline, people.
One day, that's going to be the name of these episodes. Ha ha ha, what a dumb bitch. We're going to be making millions of dollars as a company, and we're going to be naming fucking episodes dumb shit like ha ha ha, what a dumb bitch.
And my friend, cheers to that.
Yep. And Lonesome Lenny's still going to be there, and he's going to be like, yeah, I remember when they said that.
At least by then, I don't know. I hope he's doing well. I love Lonesome Lenny.
Dude.
It's just, I did not, for a minute, I didn't think Lonesome Ladies were going to show up today. And then he came in clutch.
You know we're making it because we got motherfuckers like Lonesome Lenny out here that are showing up every week to watch us do this stupid ass show. We are out here. Uh-oh.
Uh-huh. No, keep going. No,
uh-oh.
No, it's fine.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my gosh. Life is an interesting situation.
Uh-oh. Let's talk about Pod Save America.
I don't want to talk about those stupid fucks because I hate those stupid fucks. But let's talk about those stupid fucks.
We can talk about them in commentary at the same time,
so,
right?
First, before we do that,
stretching into the same horrible, opposite ends.
Yes. So before we get into the soul crushing morosity, hashtag any commentary listeners out there, funny story about this situation.
Okay.
So me in my office, like I have people now. I have people in my own office. There was a minute there where I was all by myself and things were, but I have people now again. And me and my little people, you know, one of them. We listen to things throughout the day, and then we talk about things throughout the day, and
you and I used to do.
Indeed, if you will. And we had a conversation about. I had to introduce them the other day to Pod Save America crowd.
Oh no!
I had to do it.
It's
because
so bad.
because I was highly upset about having to go back. I haven't listened to Pod Save America in probably about a year at this point. Maybe. I don't know, because time's gone by pretty quick.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I listened to him, and I went back today
bad.
Or the other day and listening to, and then having to explain to people like who John Lovett is. Because everybody thinks John Lovett's the actor from Marvel and shit. And I'm like, and it's like, no. He's a dude that used to work in the Obama administration. In fact, this whole cast of characters used to work for Obama and the DNC. And a lot of them were a bunch of Hillary shills, and I had to show them all the connections and all this stuff. And then I was like, and now welcome to their point of view.
Yeah.
And then we had that conversation. So I was damning your name all week after listening to that.
Yeah, because they used to work in the Obama administration. I remember exactly what they did.
They had various roles. One of them was a fucking speechwriter.
Oh God!
Word.
They're
Just
good
like,
at talking, but they say dumb, terrible shit.
well, it's just like John Podhorns from Commentary
Yeah.
used to be a speechwriter for a moment in time was a speechwriter during the Reagan administration.
Ooh,
He did some shit. He's
that's
been
pretty
in the White
cool.
House. He knows what's up.
He also liked to breathe in their microphone. You can't hear anymore now. I also feel like, why are you guys still doing Zoom podcasts when you should be back in the office, right? What the fuck is going on with that?
Because you know how I call, you know the difference between a conservative like John Podhorns and even Noah Rothman and Sagar Enjeti is that Noah Rothman is a true conservative and has no idea how to utilize technology to the contemporary standpoint. He's basically a Luddite compared to people like you and I. He can use Audacity and he can post a podcast like we did back,
Right.
Fucking
early
4 years
days.
ago. But
Him and I are the same person, is what you're saying, as far as technology goes.
well, if you put it like that, hard maybe. But he's at least with Tim Pool, he's got the OBS level is where we're at right now. That's gives us ability to go like hey, and multiple cameras and things. But like he's basically boomer technology. That's why.
I just feel like they should be doing it in person again.
I think. Well,
You
I don't.
know? They used to sit in the office and do it.
I know,
Other
and-
than one of them, like I think Christine is in D.C.
She's in D.C.
So
right?
she's separate from everyone else anyway. But the other three would sit in a room together.
Yes, and
Why aren't they doing that?
because I would ask the question
Probably not in the office.
if there's like 3 or 4 or even 10 people that work at the office, why do you have an office?
Right.
You guys are journalists and writers, and you probably are mostly involved in your computers most of the day. Why are you renting a building?
Yeah.
Why? What are you doing? Just work from home and Zoom chat.
I wonder how
That's
many
what I
people
think.
work there.
Not that many. I tried to get in touch with them once when I
Right.
was in New York, and they were like, "Oh, we're way too busy. We have lots of things going on, and there's just no way we do tours." And I was like, "You motherfuckers don't really.
You're
You
lying
guys
ass.
have you have a building where you receive mail, probably,
Right.
Like which is common for a lot of businesses.
That's
you need a
awesome.
place. I'm like, why the fuck do they have to show up to an office
That's awesome.
to sit at a computer and type? I mean, they're writers. They're commentators. What do you want from them?
So that
They're also a nonprofit, by the way.
so that they can invest in the real estate, Colin. Don't be ridiculous. You know,
know what?
exactly why.
I'm going to do it again. I'm going to go back east here in a couple weeks. We've talked about it earlier. Check
Yeah,
out part
try to get
1,
into
by
the-
the way. Part 1 of Ford. Make sure to check that out.
Yeah.
It's the beginning of the episode. We're being light banter still. Go check that out because we have our whole schedule coming up for the next month or so. But yeah, I'm going to be in the East Coast, so I'm going to email again and be like, "Hey guys, I know COVID's happening and all that, but now that you guys aren't like a crazy authoritarian dictatorship in Manhattan anymore, what do you guys think about can I
now.
come see The Office? What do you guys do? I want to see what's up." And they're like, "Oh, I can
Sorry,
envision their
COVID
response.
still.
Sorry, we work from home now. I
Yeah.
don't."
I would be very interested to see what that place looks like.
I'm going to ask them again, though. I will email them again because it's real easy to get a hold of them.
So the reason that we brought this up, right, is because I don't listen to commentary near as regularly as you do.
is
Maybe once a week I'll hit up the commentary.
Commentary is one of my dailies.
I don't listen to podcasts as much anymore as YouTube content, which is funny because
Yeah.
when we first met,
And
I used
I'm
to make fun of you for watching YouTube.
And I'm super
Because
jealous.
I was like, that's so stupid. Like,
I
I don't.
know,
Why would
right?
you anyone watch YouTube? I just didn't even know what the world was.
But now, look
and
at
now
you.
I'm like, okay, all the best people watch YouTube. So
And I wish I had a job like I did back in the day where I could potentially put YouTube on my phone all day.
yeah, because
But I don't got that no more.
I crush Crowder and Eric July almost every day. Like almost.
And I bet you
every
watch
single
them
day.
live.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Eric July, you have to
You
watch
have
live.
to. That motherfucker,
I love him.
him and his live thing,
Yeah.
whatever that attraction is, though, it's got to be a good business model because I want to buy into that
It's
shit.
good,
I haven't
bro.
yet, but I want
He's
to.
entertaining, and what he's saying
Very
makes
entertaining.
sense.
I like him.
He has. I told you, he's given me helped give me the confidence and freedom to stop to say shit stupid. I'm not gonna give that credence. That's dumb. That's a dumb thing you said, and I'm gonna tell you that it's dumb because you should be fucking embarrassed that you said it.
Yeah.
And I'm not. that's just more of where I'm at as a person, you know? And so to see that, like, well, you can be successful and still do shit like that. I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to embrace that because fuck that.
He
I'm
does.
done. I'm done giving credence to ideas that are stupid, ones that I don't think are good. If it's a good idea I don't agree with, I will still give it credence because that is a reasonably well thought out idea. I will explain it. I will combat it. I will do whatever.
Yeah.
If you've said a thing that I think is stupid or uninformed, that is dumb. And I'm not going to fucking argue with it. I will acknowledge that you have spoken, and that is all. I'm not going to retort to what you said. What you said is stupid, and that's a dumb thing that you've just said, and you should feel embarrassed for saying it.
And I want to give everybody a second, and including you, a second to realize how achievable this goal is. Right? Through a series of questions.
Yeah.
Roughly speaking, I don't care if it's to the 10,000s or whatever, or the 100,000s, how many people do you think roughly live in the United States?
Well, there's like 330 million.
Okay.
Right? So
Right? Now, 330 million people in the United States. How many of them do you think are above the age of 18? Who have like jobs and things like that, right?
Ooh.
Maybe half?
Probably no, more than half.
More than half.
Maybe like
Good.
2/3.
Maybe 2/3. So like 200 million-ish.
There's a lot of old people. And
You know,
shit,
right,
know?
right.
If you're
Lot-
counting 18 as a cutoff, probably probably 2/3.
Okay.
So
Now-
200 million.
Now, how many of those people do you think would be in the, for lack of a better term, target demo for people like us?
For people like us,
say maybe like 65 to 16.
Oh,
I don't know. In your opinion, we'll just say, in your
probably
opinion.
100 million.
100 million?
Yeah, of people that would be just in that age range.
Yeah. So now, how many of those people? Now, do you think you can get 1,000 people have 100 million to give you $10 a month?
Yes.
That seems very achievable, doesn't it?
Yes.
Do you think you can live pretty well off of that? Probably.
Probably.
$10,000. Yeah, that's probably pretty
Well,
good a
definitely.
month.
Personally,
Word.
yes.
Yeah. Seems very achievable, doesn't
can
it?
live off
Eric
$5,000
July
a month,
gives
that
me
would be-
fucking hope. Tim Pool gives me fucking hope because these people don't have they don't have hundreds of millions of people supporting them.
Right.
They have thousands of people supporting them. It doesn't take that many.
Right.
1,000 people giving us $10 a month. It's $10,000 a month, Donovan. We could live very fine like that. That would be
Yes.
fantastic. And you imagine the content.
I live off less than $5,000 a month right now.
Now, that hope right there keeps me striving every fucking day.
He has 456,000 subscribers.
Who? Eric July?
Which is not, especially in the realm of YouTube, 500,000 is like not that many.
No, but how many of them actually? Because Eric July is kind of a special exception. You know,
Right.
Tim Pool is much more mainstream,
Yes,
if you will, in
yes.
our world. But Eric July is very, very private. The paywall is not YouTube subscription. It's not Patreon subscription. It's you got to go to his website or whatever, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yes, you have to be a Mac.
A Mac.
Yeah, and you can't. So I can't even see how many views his stream gets.
Yeah.
I know that.
But he's
there-
definitely got enough to be doing what he's
Right.
doing.
There's usually only a couple hundred people watching when the streams happen, but they happen at fucking 10 a.m. You know, they happen at a
Weird
very weird
times.
time. Well, he's in Texas, so for him it's noon.
10
so it's
a.m.
more.
And then I watched those fucking that fucking argument, that last argument that he did live streamed,
Right.
was like 5 hours long.
Yeah.
Like he did this shit in the afternoon.
So, and that one has 78,000 views.
That's-
That argument does. But most of his other videos, the ones after that, 28, 24, 44, 23, 24, 37, 31, 50, 31, 27, 31. So probably about 30, or between 25 and 30 probably is like the average.
So here's a real quick
for
question to
his views
gauge
per video.
your level of interest. Do you know what the URL is to Eric July's subscription website?
I think it's ericdjuly.com.
Okay. And you think you're not that positive, which is very interesting because that tells me, right? Even from like the involvement you have in his content, he's got more people than you that aren't that level of committed to send him money every month and subscribe to his channel and his content and his website, particularly his business.
It is ericdjuly.com.
Right? ericdjuly.com.
He has 75 million plus YouTube views, 190K
How many more
plus
people
Facebook
like him
followers,
exist?
116K plus Twitter followers, and 6.37 million Spotify streams.
Yeah, dude. The dude is super DL legit. And there's no reason anybody else can't achieve that. You just got to find your 1,000, man. You just got to find 1,000 people, and then you're good. Now, with that in mind,
Yes.
you tell me hard work is not achievable, or success through hard work is not achievable for that goal.
Right.
So to cap it all off, Joss Keaton, that's my argument for whatever success equals, in hard work. You just got to find the right market, you got to find the right niche, and you fucking work your ass off, and you can take advantage of a situation, man. That's the American way.
No,
The Mike Rowe style, It's not. Don't follow your passion. Take your passions where there is a need, or whatever his kind of philosophy is. I forget what it is. It's like, if nobody's cleaning the sewer, go clean the sewer. Guess what? You'll be a millionaire because nobody else will do it. He went on a speaking tour recently. It was on IRL and shit like that. Did you ever watch that episode?
Who was that?
Mike Rowe on IRL.
Yes.
That was a great episode, man. I love Mike Rowe. Ever since he kind of just started to broaden out and do it. You ever listen to his podcast? It's like 10 minutes long, 15 minutes long. And it's kind of pretty regular, but he does this. That's the way I see it. Or
I have
something
not.
like that.
Dave, old man Dave, is fucking obsessed with Mike Rowe. Absolutely obsessed. We got into
Old man Dave?
Yeah,
I love it.
He has these headphones that don't go in his ears; they go over his ears and sit on the outside.
Real
and
old man style.
He was all like, "Oh, they vibrate the fucking, whatever
little
bones."
bone,
Yeah. It was a whole
yeah.
deal. He was, how he is. It was a whole deal.
Lots
So-
of crystals involved.
Exactly. It was a whole deal. And so he is talking about it, and then he's, now he's listening to podcasts and stuff all the time, and he was telling me one day, and he gets, how he is, he gets on the thing, and then he's talking about that thing. That's like, and so
Yeah, he's in it.
so Mike Rowe was his thing for a while. And
That's a good thing.
He says to me one day, we got in like almost an argument about it. He's like, he says, I was listening to Mike Rowe. I don't remember why the fuck he brought this up to me, but he's like, I was listening to Mike Rowe, and he's talking about, the most dangerous jobs. And now people who say, safety's first, and he says, but these most dangerous jobs, safety isn't first because the jobs are inherently dangerous and blah, 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 blah. And
You ain't an accountant, bro.
my
mining gold.
rebuttal to him was like, yeah, but those people also follow safety guidelines. Like, that's not, And so it was, he was like, it's safety second, Yeah, and so we got in this whole dispute about, like, I think you're splitting
bro.
hairs.
It's profit first.
Like, I think you're splitting hairs on, like, how much people value their lives. I don't think that you're, like, taking this seriously enough. And he was frustrated that I wasn't getting the point that he was trying to deliver. Like, it's because what you're saying isn't true. It's like, I'm not going to entertain this with you.
Some people are crab fishermen in the Bering Sea, and some people are accountants down at fucking 5th and Main. All right, come on now.
Yeah,
It's one of which is more inherently dangerous. Some people chop down trees for a living.
Yeah.
Okay. Some people cut hair.
Him and Cecile also sold their house.
Oh no. I was gonna say Dave's got to be ready to retire pretty soon.
Yeah.
He's gonna be chilling.
He sold their house in Manette. It's a tiny house for that much dollars, and that's like 100 over what their
Where we
original-
recorded the episode.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think yes. That house for
That
that,
one.
much dollars,
Yeah.
which was like 100 over the original asking price.
Word.
And they're sold in one day.
Welcome to Kitsap County,
And-
2022.
Right. So all this happens, and then he's coming over. I was having a fucking shit day as it was, and he comes over and he's telling me, he's like, "Did I told you that like we sold this house?" And I was like, "No, I have not heard that you fucking sold your house, Dave." And he says, "Did I tell you how much we sold it for?" I said, "No, Dave, I have not fucking heard how much you sold your house for." He says, so he tells me this number, and he's which is X amount over what we asked for. He said, which we felt bad about asking him out what it was, and so I feel bad for you. I'm like, Dave, why are you telling me about this? Like, why?
Humble brag, millennial.
Why are
I
you
mean,
discussing
boomer?
this with me?
That's a boomer humble brag, bro.
He's like, well, my point is like, I feel bad for you. I'm like, I don't know, somebody's supposed to be like, yeah, I know, I fucking moved to a different state, Dave. Like, why are you telling me about this? I don't give a shit how much money you're gonna make, And I started. I was
so
very
rough,
irritated,
dude.
and I started to go in about yeah, it fucking sucks, to be in a situation where your government has bastardized your nation into where corporations are more important than you are, and there's no reason that I shouldn't be able to. Then we started to like, there's no reason I shouldn't be able to, with what I make and my family, to buy a house that we can live in and stay here. So I should not be priced out of my hometown with the place that we live in. And then he starts talking about, oh, well, when my parents were whatever,
Oh.
and
I used to
said,
walk
Dave,
15
I'm
miles
like,
in the
Dave, you're
snow.
talking about a completely different scenario. Like, I don't care that a house only costs $5,000 when you fucking live there. That doesn't mean I shouldn't be able to buy a house right now.
Yeah, it's
that
not the
doesn't
same,
change
bro.
what I'm telling you. Yeah, he didn't. That's not what he came over there for. But that is
poor
not what the
Dave.
fuck I wanted to hear. Yeah, it was
Come
not
at
a
me
good-
correct, motherfucker.
He just seems to but just happens to choose times in which I'm like, Dave, fuck off. And it's always the things that I want to hear the least. And
poor
I've
Dave.
been fucking stressing about houses for months now. So yeah.
Yep.
And it was one of those days that I was particularly like heightened about it. And he starts telling me, fucking Dave, I don't give a fuck.
Shit.
I don't give a fuck. Leave me alone. Oh yeah.
Oh, buddy.
I love Dave though.
Yeah.
I do love Dave.
The Z-Man is
And I'm
the
proud of
real
him.
man.
It's just like when Trent sold his house. I was less frustrated when Trent sold his house
Yeah.
because he's my best friend and I was just happy for him. But I still was like, well, obviously I have to move now because I fucking can't buy a house that costs that much money.
Oh, my God.
So,
Yeah, it's
it's a wild
I'm sure we're going to
market.
talk about it a little later today. But,
yeah.
but you know, it's fucked up out there, man.
Yes.
And it ain't just here, which is fucked up, right?
Right.
And that's part of the deal. I mean, we can talk about Pod Save America and commentary here in a second.
Yeah.
As we started, but I don't know. It's a tough situation because I don't know that it gets any better necessarily. And I don't know what it looks like on the other end of obviously all the stuff that we talk about every day. And it's a lot of people are in a tough spot right now. And I do recognize there are a lot of people in our generation that are not facing the same, I don't want to say not facing the same problems, that would be facing the same problems if they were looking to own property like the generations before us. I think a lot of people in our generation are not doing that. I think a lot of them are very happy with not going through the process of trying to buy places because there's a lot of inability to do such a thing. But that a lot of people are okay with that for some reason, I think.
Right.
Particularly in our generation now, which doesn't help the market because that lowers the demand for things that are already out there and makes them more expensive.
Right.
It's a very interesting situation. And I don't envy people that, and I'd be right there with most people in my generation, unable to afford a place if I didn't know somebody. I got lucky and fell into kind of like a deal.
Like your brother too.
You
That's
know,
how a lot
like
of people I've
a
known
lot
to
of
buy
people-
house. That's
Brother
kinda
of my other brother, right, that is 10 years older than me, same deal.
Yeah.
Is 40, was like 45, getting close to 50, you know, like, and still couldn't find a place that he could afford as a business owner.
Right.
And finally found a place, and it was through like a relationship that he had with somebody, and sold him at a deal because shit's too expensive around here, man.
Right.
Like it's so. And then I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into that, but things are bad, and I don't think they're going to get any worse. So I don't think they're going to get any better
Yeah.
in any time soon. So I don't envy people's situations that are in the situation that like people like you and I find ourselves in now. It's not good, man.
We're all in this together, guys.
Yay.
Gonna do this together.
Bull
So-
fucking shit. The elites are going to come out real soon. All right. The elites are the ones that don't have fucking problems right now.
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
So this Pods of America point. Do you still want to talk about that?
Yes,
We
I
don't have
do.
to. We can move
No, I
on.
really
So-
want to talk about how much I fucking hate John Levitt, that he's a piece of that
Yeah.
spreads
So-
lies for money. Crooked
Yes.
media is called crooked media for a reason. It's not just because it's a colloquial name for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, I think I have like three or four messages that I pulled from our signal that we talked about.
I'm sure we'll do pretty well off those three.
Yes. So let's see. While Russia is his biggest challenge, Biden also battles wannabe autocrats here at home. That was one.
Oh
of,
my
that was one of
God,
the
I
things
know. It's like, how thirsty can a group of dudes be for Biden?
Yeah.
It's like, go to Pod Save America.
Biden isn't getting credit for the fact that the economy overall, besides inflation, is doing pretty well. What did we just talk about?
Dude, that was
What
in
did
the
we just
first
talk about?
10 minutes,
Yes.
dude.
Yes.
10 minutes. But overall, I mean, he's got the greatest job growth percentage to date.
Right.
Well,
right.
yeah, that's because you started at -10, motherfucker.
They say unemployment is down. You can only be on unemployment for so long. Eventually, no one's going to be on it because you can't do it forever. So what are we talking about? If you stop it right now, eventually no one will be on it. Not because they've got a job, because some of them will. Everyone else will be kicked the fuck off of it because you can only get it for so long. That's not an achievement. We've been at it. The pandemic was 2 years. That's not an achievement. That is not an achievement. I don't understand this. The weird focus on that or almost a year ago, we were like, oh shit, I said, I just figured this out. I didn't know. The unemployment rate doesn't fucking matter. We are talking about the workforce involvement, the workforce participation
rate.
That is what matters. That is the important part of how many people are actually working, not how many people are filing for unemployment. There are a lot of people who don't file for unemployment. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous, these people.
And I don't. The way I kind of had a theory that I've been working on because up until this last episode, I hadn't dived into them in a very long time, right? And we listened to the same episode. We got a lot of the same talking points, I'm sure, about it. But really, in the broad strokes of why it is so, what's really important about it is that people listen to these people, man. And
a lot of them.
A lot of people. They are a massively popular podcast. And they lie about... I hate the fact that we have to use misinformation these days. Because misinformation is lies pushed, but without motive. And what we're talking about here is a bunch of misinformation being spouted at like great... With great responsibility, not responsibility, but like
great power comes great responsibility.
Sure, what they're saying, like they have the credentials or whatever. They have a lot of like background that makes them seem legitimate to most people, right?
Yeah.
Until they do the hard work enough to find that they're a bunch of psychopaths.
Putin's price hike. This episode is called.
Putin's
Pod
price
Save
hike.
America has 279,000 YouTube subscribers, which is 200,000 less than Eric July. Eric July has just under 500,000 YouTube subscribers. These people
That's
have 279,000, and one of their episodes 9 days ago is called Putin's price hike, and it has 48,000 views.
48,000, man. That's not that.
Which
that's
is
not
like
that many, man. In the realms of the big boys.
No, exactly. Those are their big ones.
I would kill for those numbers, but they
3
can
weeks
have them.
ago, 39,000 a month ago. Ooh, this one has 222,000. Good God. Oh, that one is in particular though, because 4 months ago has 28. Oh, this one is about Republican strategist reacts to insane 2022 GOP midterms. So they have a Republican strategist reacting to an ad to a Republican woman who's using a shotgun in her political ad. So that's why that one is so. And I'm sure they boosted that one.
Okay.
If it has that many more, 222,000 versus 39,000, they definitely pumped that one as an ad.
They definitely did.
It's only 10 minutes long. It's like a clip from one of their episodes.
Yeah.
So.
And my overall, I guess, theory at this point as to why they exist as an entity at all.
It's
because
that's not even. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
That's not even Pod Save America. That's a different show. That's Political Experts React. That's just a crooked media show, because Pod Save America doesn't have their own YouTube. They're just through crooked media.
Yeah, they are crooked
So that's
media.
not even one of their episodes. That's a different show completely.
Cast a wider net. That's what they're doing.
56.
Can't rely on themselves, so they
Yeah.
cast a bigger net.
133,000 views, and this is the episode that has Joe Rogan in the thumbnail.
Oh,
So a blunt conversation about Joe Rogan. That's
oh my God!
So,
I can
again,
only
clickbaity
imagine how
to
mind-numbing.
get 133,000 views.
103,000. Oh my God! 133.
Yeah,
That's terrible.
and you have to pull Joe Rogan to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So my main point about the Pod Save America crowd, right?
Yes.
Is that they, and in many ways, the commentary crowd, right? They live in this. I think you can argue that all of the members that are a part of both of those podcasts are probably in the elite group of individuals
Yes.
in society.
You work for the Obama administration or the Reagan administration.
Yes.
You're in the elites.
Word. And like Noah Rothman, he's a journalist and all that stuff. He's on TV. He's on MSNBC sometimes. They bring him on. He does things. All the characters, they're all more or less in the elites. Abe's probably the most down low into all of those. But realistically, they're all elites. And so they have a different they're able to take a different perspective in their commentary on society that somebody like you and I would take, because they don't understand what it is to be like a normal pleb.
Right.
Like the commentary guys like to, like to
Pretend
make
that they
reference to, Abe likes to make reference to the plebs, and Noah, same thing. But, they don't understand that they don't live in reality. They live in a completely different and separate world than people like you and I and everybody that would listen to us occupy. The same rules don't apply to them. They have the opportunities that they are handed are very different compared to somebody like us.
Yep.
It's just a different point of view. They are, in fact, objectively more elite in status when given a Western cultural context than people like you or I. And so they come to different points of views and things like that. The Pod Save America guys go far, far, far to the left. And they live in this weird AOC-esque utopian, world where all they really have is their little pocket of the big city in which they occupy, and the apartment in which they live in, and the small friends group bubble that they live in, and their social media bubble that they live in. These people do not understand what it is to be an everyday American. And so they're able to just have conversations that people like you and I cannot have, because we are indeed affected by the reality in which we exist. They live in a different world.
And I think you can hear it more
In their fucking context.
Pod Save America than you can in
Commentary. Yes, because leftists love to hold it over you. They love to lord it over you. They virtue signal every day, even though they are the elite of the elite of the elite.
Right.
It's the same.
We talked earlier about, in that same episode that we listened to, when they're like, if people only understood what was really going on, if Joe Biden was only receiving accurate coverage, then maybe people would really know what was happening. When you're talking about the economy and you say, I wish that regular people understood that the economy, besides inflation, is pretty good. That's one of the most disconnected things that you could possibly say. And when you're saying shit like, I wish that people only understood, what was really happening, you're saying, I wish that you were smart enough to see what I was seeing. Yeah. Which is a fucking dumb thing to say. That's a stupid thing to be saying to people. That they're not smart enough to understand what's really happening around them, and it requires you to decipher it for them. And you just can barely take the time to do it. You really wish they could do it because it's inconvenience to you. And that's what it sounds like, which is fucking crazy.
Your life is at a point at which you have no external penetration, if you will, into your life. I don't know, that's a bad word, but
God.
You have no external conflicts that come into your life because you have so much money and power that you don't have to deal with the problems that everyday people deal with. And so you live in an alternate reality in which all you really have to base your perspective on is policy, existing law, legal precedent, and what your friends think about. And that's about it. You don't live in the real reality. They live in the political policy realm, and that's it. That's what affects their life, is the concept of this, or the projections of this. The polls say this, so I feel that. They don't live in the real world because they indeed have the privilege of not having to exist in the real world like the rest of us plebs.
Right.
And that's what drives me nuts. The only difference about them and the commentary boys is I like what the commentary boys have to say half the time.
Yeah, and my beef the beef with them is not necessarily that they're disconnected from.
Yeah, I don't get the disconnection from
Americans, because there are a lot of people, I think, that believe what they think. I think their deal is just they're disconnected from reality.
Yeah,
and not that they're like delusional, but
like the hardcore neocon,
the Warhawkery shit. Yeah, I had one from when I was listening to them, and John Podhoretz he's just looking for someone to bomb. Someone to fucking throw bombs at him.
So
and
hard.
While both are like, we can't live in a world in which people think they can just fucking disrespect America. Like, that's a weird way to think in 2022. That's not how that's not how the world is anymore. That we need to throw our dick around because people are making us look dumb. Like,
Yep.
that's not how it works.
That's
They're
so
talking
funny.
about someone they can bomb. Like, oh, I know we can't attack, Russia, obviously, because they're nuclear power.
Well, maybe Belarus.
And John Podor says, well, Belarus isn't a nuclear power. Oh, so let's just fucking bomb them, right? Let's just fucking throw one at them because fuck them because they can't do it back. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
God,
That's
I
a
remember
crazy thing to say.
That's so fucking crazy. He's such a he's
what?
such like a classic like boomer neocon, man.
Yeah.
He is the Cold War was his fucking high point. He was on that high and he's looking for it again. He needs a hit of that fucking
Yes.
8-ball Soviet
Yes.
magic, man. It's wild. I don't know. I don't get it. But for them, like, I understand their motives, man. Like, I understand the idea is that if America doesn't project power, then Putin gets to walk into Ukraine and do whatever he wants. Like, I understand the concept there in the foreign policy realm. So that's probably why I give them more that and the Pod Save America guys just lie all the time.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
I know that. They're objectively worse people than my commentary folks.
That there is no doubt about that. If I was stranded on the side of the road,
Yes. Do I
What's
want
his
Abe
name?
Greenwald or John Levin?
yeah, John Lovitz is definitely not going to stop and help me. Abe Greenwald is almost definitely going to stop and help me.
Yes. When you put it in those realms.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you want to hit some
Sports?
Excellent. We're out
Yeah.
here. So,
Let me introduce this sad piece of
Okay.
information.
oh,
John Clayton. That was his name. Sports writer extraordinaire.
John Clayton died?
Yes.
No shit.
How did you not know that? All right. You know what?
It just happened last night, you said.
Okay. Yeah, it was yesterday, the 18th.
Damn, bro, the professor?
Word.
That's fucked.
Okay. Talk about things. I'll pull up an article so we can
sorry.
show it on the
Just cutting you
thing.
off. You shocked me. I didn't
Yes.
know. I
I'm
didn't think I
so-
was going to care. I did
I'm
not think I
so-
was going to care. Damn, that's fucked.
Okay. Talk. I'll pull up some articles.
Damn.
Give
Well,
me some other
the
sports
fucking
news. in the
professor
meantime.
died. Damn. All right. March Madness is happening. That's fucked, bro. March Madness is happening. Kentucky lost in the first round and it fucked a whole bunch of people's brackets. There was only like, I don't know, there was some 12 million brackets that were submitted and there was only like 161,000 that were still viable. So it just absolutely demolished people's brackets. It's a sad day to see, but that's the great thing about college sports. NFL, because that's the thing. That is fucked up, bro. That is fucked up.
Okay, I don't mean to laugh. I'm just really surprised that I got this instead of you guys. So it is indeed a sad day because I remember making fun of this guy, and now I kind of feel bad for it. But
But the professor is also
because-
the man.
right? Because yeah, he is definitely the professor, and yes, he died yesterday,
Yeah.
March 18th. Let's go ahead and pull. Let's just give
After a brief
ESPN some
illness.
credit here.
Does he have COVID?
Don't make assumptions, bro. Come on now. All right, John Clayton, whose list of contacts in the NFL was matched only by his attention to detail and dedication
Yes.
to his craft, died Friday in Washington
Yeah.
after a brief illness, his family said. Clayton,
had
nicknamed the
COVID.
Professor, was one of the country's foremost NFL insiders in the five-decade
Yes,
career
bro.
that included over 20 years with ESPN. Clayton's pursuit of news and information was down with such fervor that, as ESPN Chris
Mortensen.
Mortensen said, anyone paying attention walked away with a little more educated.
Yeah,
Wow, man.
dude,
what
yeah.
a deal.
Damn. Yeah, he had a segment after every Hawks game. Damn.
Yeah, like I don't do sports, bro, and I know this dude's face, and I've seen him on TV.
That's fucked.
That's so R.I.P. John Clayton died yesterday, man. March
This
18th.
mega cast, pretty sure it's the longest one ever. This is dedicated to John Clayton because that's fucked.
Yeah, 6 hours and 32 minutes.
Gee, who do we think we are? Who do we think we are?
John Clayton got prospectively
yeah,
way more
shout out,
screen
Professor.
time. It's fine.
Okay, so NFL, because that's what we care about the most around here. Calvin Ridley was suspended for the whole 2022 season for betting on games in the 21 season. So Calvin Ridley only played like half of the season.
Yeah.
He was saying that he was having a lot of personal issues and stuff like that. I was on here and I was like, damn, I'm concerned
Yeah.
about him. Like, what
What's going on?
What makes someone just choose to stop playing football? He's like, oh, I'm going to stop playing for the foreseeable future. He's fucking betting on games. So that's probably had something to do. Well, he's probably just in a super dark ass place to start betting on games.
Probably,
It's probably
yeah.
more like it.
Yeah, he probably needed the money to bet on the games.
Yeah. Chris Godwin was franchise tagged in Tampa Bay. Aaron Rodgers, after a whole deal that he put up with Green Bay, he's like, I want Devontae to play with me. I'm not going to play without Devontae. I don't want to trade here. I don't want to go here, blah, blah, blah. He signs a 4-year, $200 million deal with the Packers to stay there. And then the next day, because they had to spend so much money on him, they had to franchise tag Devontae Adams. And then Devontae Adams says, I am not going to play under a franchise tag. On Thursday, Devontae Adams got traded to the Raiders for like 2 first-round picks.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so Aaron Rodgers put up this whole deal only for Devontae Adams to be traded to a different team anyway. You dumb bitch. The Packers are done. So Mike Williams, Chargers wide receiver, 3 years, $60 million deal, which is shitload of money. Tom Brady unretired. He was retired for about 3 months and was like, nah, I'm going to play again.
Wait, what? Whoa. The fuck you just say?
Tom Brady unretired.
He's coming out of retirement.
Yeah.
Who's he going to play for?
Tampa Bay.
He's going to play for Tampa Bay again?
He's still got more time in his contract. Yeah,
What?
He retired with 1 more year left on his contract. He retired like right after the season. Like maybe 3 weeks after the season.
I celebrated the day.
Yeah. He's coming back.
I don't.
He's not done.
But he's a family man now.
No. There's a lot of memes of like Tom Brady realizes that staying at home with
The kids is way too much hard work.
It was way harder than being tackled by 300-pound men. So Tom Brady's back to ride another day. Kirk Cousins got a 1-year, $35 million contract, which is a shitload of money. Carson Wentz went from the Colts to the Commanders. Deshaun Watson to face no criminal charges. He had 20-plus women who leveled sexual assault charges against him. He's going to receive no criminal charges. I'm only laughing because it's so fucking wild, because that's such a crazy thing to hear. So
who's more powerful than Bill Cosby?
Dude, fucked up. Deshaun Watson, yeah, no criminal charges. And he didn't play at all last year because of that. Almost immediately, he's traded to the Browns. Almost immediately. Like, only a few days went by after we found out, and he's already plays for the Browns now. Baker Mayfield said, I want to trade, and they said, fuck you. Yeah.
That's fucked, bro.
Yes.
What is happening?
Cases are still there for Deshaun Watson, but because no criminal charges, the NFL was like, fuck it. That's fine.
Which, I guess is, good for NFL for being very extrajudicial.
Yes. And then the biggest news for us, Matt Stafford, I said, just signed a new deal. It's a 4-year, stupid amount of money deal. 4-year, $160 million extension. He, yeah, 13-year NFL veteran, had never won a playoff game heading into the 2021 season, but he guided the Rams to a 12-5 season in 21 while tying his career with 41 touchdowns and setting a franchise record 4,886 passing yards. He did, however, tie for the league-leading 17 interceptions. He won the fucking bowl, bitch. So out here, pay that man. Yep. Aaron Rodgers signed a behemoth 3-year contract that will send him an average of north of $50 million, just in time for the Packers to trade his top receiving target, Devontae Adams. It's so awesome.
Wow.
It's so awesome. I love that so much. Juju Smith-Schuster is going to sign with the Chiefs. What's his name? Who's playing for the Browns? Mitch Trubisky plays for the Steelers now. No good. He was playing for the Bears.
Mitch Trubisky?
Mitch Trubisky.
It's like Robin Trubatsky.
Yeah. He plays for
Mitch
the
Trubisky.
Steelers now. The most important news on our end, Bobby Wagner got cut the day after Russ got traded to the Broncos.
Wait. I feel like you buried the lead in that.
Bobby Wagner got cut.
Russ got
traded to the Broncos.
There you go.
For
that happened in between podcasts, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe our quarterback, Russ Wilson, all praise to be,
Broncos.
would be the top line.
No, I wanted to save it to the end because I thought it might be the most discussion. And so that's why I did it that way. It might be.
Well,
it doesn't
don't tell
have
me
to
why
be.
then.
So we got traded to the Broncos, 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, a 5th-round pick, and 3 players.
Lots of picks.
That's a lot of picks.
It is. It's hard to argue with that.
And the players that we got are good players. Drew Lock is fucking dog shit, but the other 2 players that we got are good.
Okay.
So, yeah, Drew Lock is going to compete to be the starting quarterback. He's okay. But the other 2 players that we got are excellent, so I'm a big fan of that. I love Russell Wilson. We've talked about
Defensive
it a
or
lot.
offensive?
We got a tight end and also a D lineman.
Oh,
So
okay.
both. So
No O-line.
no O-line.
No changes so far in the O-line.
No.
Okay.
No.
I
But
don't
Russ
know if you
isn't
track
there
them
anymore,
that
so,
finite, but
well, there's free agency just opened up maybe 10 days ago, so there's still a lot
because this is
of
the
time.
period the combine just kind of finished up, right? And then we're in
I
between.
don't- Yeah, the combine just finished
We're
up.
in
The
between
draft
combine and draft.
draft
right now.
happens in April, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
So
Yeah, so this is the horse trading time. Lots of stuff's gonna probably be
Exactly.
happening.
yeah,
That
and when
makes
the
sense.
Russell trade happened, it's the league year wasn't even on yet. It was an unofficial trade. There were still like 5 days left till the league year started.
Oh.
But they had in principle agreed on a trade that has since been signed and executed. But yeah, at the time it wasn't even.
Yeah.
Open
Part of me
season
really
yet,
wonders,
so-
like, what does that look like in real life?
What?
Like, how does that take place? Who gets the calls? Where do they have the meetings?
John
what is
Schneider.
happening?
John Schneider gets the calls.
'Cause
John
he's the
Schneider,
owner of the
he's
team.
a GM,
The general manager.
general
of the team.
manager. Yeah, the owner of the team right now is like Paul Allen's wife. I'm pretty sure.
That's what I thought.
Paul
like,
Allen
'cause
died
it
a couple
just-
years
yeah.
ago. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Paul Allen's wife, and she likes football. But I don't think I think he was an involved owner, but I don't know that she's as involved as he was.
He's the
and
main. He's the dude that makes all the main movements in the
John
team.
Schneider is.
Yeah.
Yeah, John
Okay.
Schneider's the GM. Pete Carroll is very involved in all of that going on, but John Schneider is the wheel and dealer for sure. I would not expect us to use that first round pick where it is now. I would expect it to be traded for multiple other picks. That's usually what they do, and take a fuckload of players and then whittle them down and see who does what, and then
Yeah.
put the rest of them on the practice squad and roll through the season.
Yeah. Why
So-
would you want to trade away a possible thing for like a real thing? If I can use this 1-round pick to get what I really want,
Yeah.
I'll get that versus try my luck in the draft.
Yeah, and the Russell thing, a lot of people were very upset about the Russell thing. It was
Not
sad
me.
to see him go because of their nostalgia and whatnot, but I
Yeah.
think that it was probably the best time to trade him, and I think it's best for everybody at this point. We've shown that we can't craft a team around him that will take us to another Super Bowl, so it's time for him to take his talents because he's extremely talented and go somewhere else and try and win a bowl, and it's time for us to rebuild a team that will actually do what we want it to do.
Yeah.
And
I almost just don't. I wish we didn't trade him because I'm afraid wherever he does go,
Broncos.
he will. Yeah, he will.
Oh, he's
win
gonna
another
fuck
bowl.
there. He is gonna fuck
and
there.
I don't. No,
Their
okay?
team is good.
If we can't have a motherfucker,
Yeah.
you can't
No,
either.
their team is good. They have really good wide receivers. They have some good backs. Their defense is
man.
good. They just had a fucking dog shit quarterback.
Yeah, and that was literally their only problem.
Yeah.
It was like they went through that point where Dahomey left, and you got to fill a gap, and it takes time.
Yes.
You know, yeah. So that's. I mean, I didn't hate it. Russ left. I know it's not working here, so I was not that upset. But Bobby Wagner at the same time.
Well, the Super
you
Bowl
know.
in 2014. That was 8 years ago.
Yeah, man.
A long time.
And we were all rookie squad. Oh my God, how can I say that? Rookie squadron.
Yeah.
At that point.
Pretty
So
much.
it's a fucking fluke, man. It was a miracle, and I was glad that it happened, and we rode it for a little while. Now we're crashing.
Right.
We freebased, and now it's over.
Yeah, so I think it'll be a rough couple of years.
Yeah, it's
but
gonna be tough to be a Hawks fan for a while.
I think that it will be a good thing in the end.
Yeah, probably for the overall sport.
Yeah.
I give it.
We'll have some free Sunday afternoons for a couple seasons. So.
That's a
That's
nice
nice.
deal. Yeah, it's during a very important time of the year too. You know,
Yes.
NFL season gets you right up to them holidays there and through the holidays. Right? I don't remember. Like, what is this even that?
Super
what's the
Bowl's in
Super Bowl?
February. Yep.
Where there it is.
Yes.
Hey man, I'm not a sports commentator. I just play one on YouTube.
Yeah, and that's all that I have as far as sports goes. So.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah, super sad news about John Clayton though.
Yeah, that's fucked.
Yeah. Now that's a whole. There's no one else can replace him. Man.
Yeah.
That's a one-time deal. Hey, but I do feel good about getting that one up on you. Surprise, motherfucker!
Yeah, that's dark.
Isn't it?
Do you have anything else that you want to add to this?
No, man. I think this feels like a proper 4-4 recap. I think we spun out pretty cohesively.
Deal.
Yeah.
With that, I want to thank everyone who made it through this fucking marathon of a podcast. Yeah, obviously you've been watching us on the YouTube.com.
640, bro.
It's too much. It's too much.
It's too much.
We have our Instagram.com, Salt of Streets, Facebook.com, fuckfacebook.com/saltofthestreets. Saltofthestreets.com for all this information, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets, where you can go there, sign up, help us make more, better content. We also have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Swell Blended for a haircut, Location Skate Shop for some skateboards, Lexi Kyle on Twitch, and Leggings and Aprons for some cakes, even though she just had to turn down a cake job because she's already booked.
What?
So,
Fucking, I got 99 problems, but that ain't one.
Yep. So, with that, this ending message here is from Thomas Jefferson's first inaugural address on March 4th, 1801.
Got like a half chub going now.
It's good. All, too, will bear in mind this sacred principle that though the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, that will to be rightful must be reasonable, that the minority possesses their equal rights, which equal law must protect, and to violate would be oppression. Let us then, fellow citizens, unite with one heart and one mind. Let us restore to social intercourse the harmony and affection without which liberty and even life itself are but dreary things. And let us reflect that having banished from our land that religious intolerance under which mankind so long bled and suffered, we have yet gained little if we countenance a political intolerance as despotic, as wicked, and capable of as bitter and bloody persecutions.
It's generally the point in the show where I make a joke, but I mean, how can you joke about that? Ain't fucking freedom great, man? Huge fan. Until next time, everybody.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Congratulations, buddy.